Winning our title is incredible. It's like accomplish the impossible, you know.
Everyone's here to win.
We just really want to smoke everybody.
I know I can win a world title.
I want to come into that finals leading it, have the best chance possible.
I love surfing so much, and I want to be the best at it.
The World Surf League arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for stop number 8 on the 2024 Championship Tour.
50,000 fans strong.
Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm as the Coliseum of energy, unmatched in professional surfing, hosts the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. With a win in El Salvador, John Florence secured his spot to compete for the world title at lower trestles. 4 spots remain, and the pressure is mounting as Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, and Iago Dora soar up the rankings. In the women's draw, Caroline Marks took her 2nd straight victory at Punta Roca. Will her win ignite a world title defense, or will the contenders answer back at Itaúna?
You want a show? We brought you a show, Saquarema. Big Mike Tyson. Oh, here he is. Falling from the clouds. Comes out of nowhere.
Only 2 events remain in the race for the Lexus WSL Finals. The fight for the Final 5 heats up at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Bon dia, bon dia, bon dia. It's finals day here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Women's quarterfinals heading out into the water. Sawyer Lindblad and Caroline Marks. We're getting set for a big finals day here, and that first matchup is one to tune into. Thank you for joining us here. The beach is starting to fill in Saquarema, Itaúna Beach. It promises to be a glorious day where we will crown both men's and women's champs here at stop number 8 of the championship tour. It's a big day. I'm getting excited right now. Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, it's a long road to get here. We had a lot of lay days. We had to deal with some challenging conditions just yesterday.
Yep.
But we're set up for a brilliant finals day today.
Yeah, and considering where we are in the rankings, how many people are fighting for the Final 5 right now, Kaipo, excellent stuff. Really excited to see Sawyer Lindblad go up against Caroline Marks. They're both from the United States, so friendly fire right there. Well, we got a race for the Final 5 on the men's side later today, too.
We sure do. Already 1 spot locked up for that Final 5. John Florence, we're going to see him at lower trestles. 4 spots remaining. We have 5 spots for the women. We'll see what happens today as far as any clinching scenarios. Caroline Marks, first quarterfinal this morning. She's number 2 on the live rankings right now. Maybe take that number 1 spot with a victory here.
Yeah, and Caitlin Simmers has something to say about that, too. She's a defending event champion. She's also in the quarters. It's going to be an exciting day. Waves are really fun, too, Kipes.
Yeah, waves look fun. The Win have cooperated with us. Let's go to the Main Terra morning call with Rachel Apollonio and Jessie Miley Dyer.
Good morning, Kaipo and Mitch. Good morning, Jesse. Looks like we're going to have a big day ahead. What's going to be the call for today?
Yeah, so we're on for finals day. You know, it's really good out there. It's dropped a little bit from yesterday, but it's really clean. So we think that we're going to have clean conditions all day. There's a slight chance that we have a little bit of wind late in the afternoon, but we're going to be on for finals. We're starting with the women's quarterfinals, men's quarterfinals, back and forth, and, you know, crowning event champions. So stoked to be down here, and we know that the crowd will be down here too, so it's going to be an epic day for us.
Looking forward to watch everything. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, let's kick it off. 30-minute heats for the quarterfinals have been established, yet to be determined the duration of the heats for semis and finals. But we're kicking off with 2 goofy foots out in the lineup. Caroline Marks coming up against the rookie Sawyer Lindblad. This is going to be their 3rd matchup for these 2, and both have been surfing brilliantly and being able to take advantage of the long lefts here at Etona.
It kind of contradicts my own opinion, Kaipo, but Caroline Marks, I have her as my world champion at the end of the year. I have my event champion, Sori Lindblad, in this heat, so truly feel that these two goofy footers have really gone neck to neck in the two opponents, and the two heats they've served before this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, you can have both, too, and both could work out for you, Mitchell. You know, as we look at the history of this event, 21 years women competing in Rio, and in those 21 years, there's only been 2 goofy foot champs. That was Andrea Lopez back in 1999 and Nerita Falkner in 1993. Other than that, it's been all regular foot. So we'll see if the goofies come out. We're part of the goofy union ourselves.
We are, and surprisingly enough, for mainland United States, there's only been 2 victories. One of them was last year with Caitlin Simmers. The other one in 15 with Courtney Collog. Isn't that surprising given how many good surfers we've had from mainland United States, especially considering how good Lakey Peterson did well here in the past? I would have thought for sure she would have won at least one event, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Open priority right now. Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie on tour, just 18 years old. Lindblad graduated just this year from San Clemente High School. She's a Triton. She was a runner-up over there in Western Australia, stop number 5 of the tour, and that secured her back half of the season and her place on the 2025 championship tour. So we're going to see Sawyer Lindblad, number 24, tip of the hat there too. You're a sports guy.
Kobe Bryant.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
It's early in the morning.
Yes, all right. We got our reigning world champ, Caroline Marks, just 22 years old. 6 career CT event wins, just coming off that win in El Salvador. 6 seasons on the championship tour. Qualified at just 15 years old. Both of these young goofy foots have made such an early start on their professional career. We're guaranteed to see them probably for another decade.
I would probably say so, at least, you know, for another 5 years at this level, because what Caroline's been able to do since she made her debut in 2018, runner-up in the world once, world champion last year, and especially coming as the number 3 seed into that event over there at Lowers, she's looked incredible in the last few events, Kaipo, and I truly feel that after that result over there in Tahiti, getting the win in El Salvador back-to-back, and getting a 3rd place finish here last year, she's in a great position to at least finish in the top 3 in terms of the seeding at the Lexus WSL Finals once again.
Yeah, I love your analysis of that. And as typical, a lot of times we see some waves in the morning, warm-up sessions. Everyone's catching waves. We're seeing a high wave count, and then we blow the horn for the first heat, and it usually goes a little sleepy, and that's what's happening right now.
I like that there's less time in the water, though. 30 minutes to me seems like an appropriate amount of time. You're maybe forced to surf the conditions that are out there, and, you know, regardless of how fun it looks, you should still go out there with the mentality of kill or be killed, Kaipo. 30 minutes, you only need 2 waves. We've seen a few surfers be very efficient with their wave selections in the last few days of competition, and I mean, that pan right there really shows you that there's a lot more energy in the water than we saw when we were up close to the 2 surfers right there. So big playing field once again. Wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of one maneuver waves out there this morning too. But with the 2 goofy footers being both specialists on the backhand, I feel like we could potentially see a right first thing in the morning too.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of a history between these two, and in just 1 year, because, you know, Sawyer's only been on tour for a single year. We can take a look at their head-to-head matchups here. They've already, this is their 3rd time they're going to match up just in a single year. It's all gone Caroline's way. In Portugal, round of 16, remember, that was a tight heat between these two, and Caroline was able to take the win there. And then, of course, just coming off that Tahiti in the quarterfinals at Taupo'o, Caroline also was able to top out Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie. So it seems like she's got her number in their history. But look at the max wave scores, real similar. Max heat scores, pretty similar as well.
And that's the one heat you were talking about over there in Portugal, Moreleste, the one right-hander off of the jetty. You know, and that showed the adversity that Caroline had to go through in that heat, the resilience that she had to fight back and go against Sawyer in a really tight heat, as you were saying. But it just demonstrated why she's the defending world champion, Kaip, when she's looking for a fresh title here in Rio. Seems like a couple waves approaching the lineup.
Open priority still between the 2 surfers. On the inside there is Sawyer Lindblad.
That was a good wave.
And Sawyer not able to get into that one, so that was unfortunate. Look at these lines.
Yeah, it's much bigger than I thought it was still. This is one of the largest sets I've seen all morning long, and both women out of position right there, Kaipo. They're missing opportunities here, and it seems like that current's still just as strong as yesterday. We do have a decreasing swell throughout the day, though, so that might be beneficial for us. It could be concentrating a lot more on the one bank that we saw yesterday afternoon, the one big left. But as of right now, both ladies having some trouble out there in terms of positioning.
Pretty easy to mind surf that, right, Mitchell? We saw a couple lefts spin through, and the two women were out of position for that. But when you're flying above on a drone view, it's really easy to mind surf and put yourself in the right place. But yeah, that set went through, no takers.
Yeah, and unfortunately for both of them, losing 6 minutes of the heat right here, and neither one wants to give up the inside position. Kaipo, it seems like Sawyer, the youngster, still with that better inside positioning. And sorry, you caught me off guard right there. The number 24, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, obviously a huge inspiration for Sawyer Lindblad, but not only was he a huge inspiration to her, to a lot of people in Southern California. You know, you grow up a Lakers fan, he's one of your idols, and to be able to see that legacy now in the sport of surfing too is really radical. I mean, he impacted a lot of people within the sport too. Kaylee Gilchrist actually had a little coaching session over there with Kobe Bryant at his academy before he passed away, and the guy had a major impact out of just his sport alone.
Yeah, I love the some of the stories that we have with all of our surfers and their jerseys and the numbers that they choose to put on their jerseys. By the way, all those jerseys that we're talking about, they're available at wslstore.com. We have a new series of soft jerseys out right now. Get behind your favorite surfer. So yeah, also coming from a really talented surfing family, brother Taj, just someone to take to pay attention to, because he surfs at a very high level. You talked a little bit about what we're expecting today with the receding swell. We got an outgoing tide. Let's get for more details with our surf line forecast, Mitch.
Yeah, well, yesterday was huge. It was jumbly. A lot of energy in the water, but as you can see right there, clean and strong surf. It slowly eases throughout today. Still a good amount of energy in the water, especially in the morning, but you can see that blob right there, the brief clean window that we would be having tomorrow morning before unruly surf on Sunday. It's gonna get big the next few days, Kaipo, but you can see today, really clean offshore in the morning. It drops a little bit in the afternoon, but to me, it seems like the bank might be offering up a little bit of better section with that decrease in the swell in the afternoon.
Yeah, we will see how the day presents itself. It's presenting itself so far beautifully. Long range, just in case. Hey, we still got a little bit of an opportunity if conditions deteriorate. Look at Saturday morning.
Well, hopefully not, so that way we can get out in the water ourselves and enjoy the beautiful beach here at Saquarema. But you can see Sunday right there. It gets large, and knowing how big it was yesterday afternoon, I would be thinking Sunday for sure, late A, given the conditions.
Place packs in a lot of swell, and that's something you learn, over my years coming here. I think I want to say this is the 8th year or whatever. I don't know. I've been here a bunch now. First year I came and I just thought, hey, is this just bring a gravel board and you're good? You're going to Brazil, man. Maybe a shortboard, but not the case. I mean, you got to bring a step up when you come to Saquarema, because this place packs in a lot of swell, a lot of punch.
Well, most surfers actually brought 2 board bags filled, and you don't normally see that at every single event that you go to on the World Championship Tour, but here it's truly one of those events, and luckily for us, they have a big break in between this event and Fiji, Kaipo, in order to go back home and drop off the extra boards that you don't need.
Yeah. Well, Caroline Marks, she has been on a roll. Semifinals in Tahiti and a win, back-to-back wins in El Salvador. So when we talk about Caroline Marks, we're talking about a surfer that is surging when we talk about that sprint towards the final 5, because now it's not a marathon anymore. It's turned into a sprint. It's finals day here at stop number 8. We only have one more stop number 9. Take a look at the year in review for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, extremely consistent, except the 9th place finish over there in WA, which a lot of people thought she probably should have made it out of that heat over there in the little left that we had in Margaret River. But outside of that, Kaipo, absurd year, consistent. The 5th place finish over there at Pipe, 3rd at Sunset. But obviously the one thing that stands out, the win over there in El Salvador once again.
Yeah, so all season, Caroline Marks has made finals day except for that one event. over there in Western Australia. Inside position, and Sawyer Lindblad is going to take this one. Here we go with Lindblad. Winds up off the bottom and gets nothing in return. Priority and advantage to Caroline Marks.
I'm extremely happy that she stood up when she did. She was up 3 seconds before we had a potential restart right there. So luckily that's not going to happen. It forces the two surfers to have to surf in these next 20 minutes and try to find some opportunities out there, because as you can see, obviously some size on offer still, but most importantly, you just need to be in position for those right waves in order to get a corner. But, you know, once again, the year that Caroline has had, a lot of the success has to be attributed to that guy right there on screen, Luke Egan, longtime member of the Championship Tour, another great goofy footer too, and he's one of the more brilliant minds in the sport of surfing, Kipes.
Yeah, Luke has worn almost every hat in professional surfing. Former world runner-up. He's been a coach. He's been an event director. He's ran surf brands.
Yep.
He's been a commentator with us on the broadcast. Guy's got a hat rack of different hats that he can wear.
Check all the boxes, Kaipo,
Yeah.
and in the end, that also attributes to the way you coach a person too,
Right.
because you've been able to see different perspectives of an event, and especially as of being a member of the Championship Tour, that's the most important factor of them all. As we look at Tati Weston-Webb right there, looking for her first victory in her native Brazil.
Yeah, she's going to be coming up against Brisa Hennessy, quarterfinal number 2. Getting some spring in the step for Tati Weston-Webb.
She's worked out every single day we've been here too, at the Leo Neves Training
At the Leo
Center.
Neves Training Center. Here we go. Marks finds a right. Gets a nice carve off the top. And just a combination of a couple turns is going to be the first real score in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, and it seems like should be a decent little opener for Caroline. Think around, you know, if you get in the mid-range 4 or 5, you're looking pretty good with 18 minutes to go right here. Play it safe. And an intelligent bottom turn right there. Delayed it a little bit more, knowing that that slopey face was going to allow her to push a bit harder on the first section on the outside, Kaipo. Strong surfing right there, but as I said before, a little bit of an elongated bottom turn, drawn out just a bit more, pushed a bit hard, and was able to get a couple of maneuvers in. The wave shouldered off, though, so not really anything super steep. Should be a small score.
Yeah, and it does. It comes through at a 2.5-point ride. So actually no meaningful numbers as of yet.
No, at least she's still beating her opponent, which is something major right now. They went 10 minutes without even riding a wave, and at this point, knowing the low numbers that we've seen in the previous 2 days of competition, you got 10 points, you're probably making the heat, Kaipo.
That was the tale of yesterday, right? When we look at heat totals, a lot of times, you know, anything in the double digits is going to win heat, unless you're going against Italo Ferreira. In that case, you pretty much need 18 points, because Ferreira yesterday put on a show, 17.5 heat total, but that was the exception to the rule, I think, when we look at the scope of what went down yesterday.
And what I will say is that a lot of those scores didn't reflect how well a lot of the surfers surfed. You know, they just weren't able to catch the right waves, and once again, out of position. Maybe it had to do with equipment. They weren't able to paddle accurately and efficiently, but in the end, adaptability is the name of the game out here, Capo. You need to be ready for everything at every given moment, and we all know that as a professional athlete, that's the one thing you always need to work on, and we've seen it with Caroline so far. There's a reason why she won the World Championship last year, and we talk about consistency. We're going to see it in the first 2 heats of the morning. Caroline Marks and Brisa Hennessy have had 2 of the most consistent years I've ever seen in women's professional surfing.
Yeah, we talked about Caroline and her run making it to every final, and that was also finals day. That's nearly the case with Brisa Hennessy. She's made the final. She's made semifinals 3 times so far this year, and runner-up finish, just coming off another quarterfinal. You know, she's had a brilliant year. Just the only downside was that 9th at Sunset, and of course Portugal, where she injured her eardrum. But Brisa Hennessy's been really solid. So, yeah, we got number 2 in the rankings out in the water right now. We'll have number 3 in the rankings in quarterfinal number 2. But Brisa's going to have the challenge of the energy of the crowd, because they will get behind Tatiana Weston-Webb. Here's Brisa getting ready for her heat.
Yeah, and the sole representative of Spanish-speaking America on tour right now.
Yep, grabbing her Apple Watch on the way out. Of course, the Apple Watch providing data to the surfers in the water. Not only time and scores, but also priority. And there's a feature on that Apple Watch that's really cool, is that when you get priority, it buzzes on your wrist. So that buzz right there is a feeling. So it's a tactile signal that, hey, you got priority. And so it's a pretty cool addition to all the information that we have here with the priority board, with the on-site announcers. So there's many ways for the surfers to get information and know their situation on the water.
And how crazy is it how much the sport has evolved in that sense too, due to the use of technology in a positive way. I mean, we've come a long ways, and not to say that the beach announcer is irrelevant, they're definitely not, but there's times and locations that you can't hear them properly, Kaipo, and this could potentially be one of them. Even yesterday, asking the athletes, they were like, dude, there were certain times in the heat that I just have to surf on instinct out there.
Yep, you gotta use the force. It's much cleaner today, though, as we fly by compared to yesterday, Mitch.
Yeah, and they're still a little bit out of position, it seems. Just a bit far off the peak right there. And remember, Sori Lindblad did qualify for the Championship Tour last year at this event as a Challenger Series event, so she's looking for another major staple in her career here in Saquarema, Kipes.
Yeah, well, we got a 14-minute heat right now, and a lull has hit the lineup. We're gonna take a break. We'll be back with more action. Quarterfinal number 1, starting off the morning here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Welcome back to the Vivo Rio Pro. We're down here on the beach, and you know what? It's not crowded in the crowd of turns, but let me look at this crowd right now, and it is going to be probably 10 times this as the day goes on. But let me tell you, the beach vibes are already high. Get down here and check it out. There's not much sand left, but there's a little bit left for you. Come on down. We got finals day happening. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yep, as anticipated, it's going to be a great finals day. Lots of activations here at the site. Couple of rides as we come back to live action. Sawyer Lindblad and Caroline Marks both getting waves. And it's been a pretty quiet heat so far. Kaipaguro, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call. Yeah, quiet heat. It really now it's going to be a 10-minute heat.
Well, I'm awake now after Strider. I don't know what he's having. He seems like he had a good cup of coffee down there, Kipes. But yeah, it was definitely a slow heat out there right now. Caroline seems like she might have gotten a pretty decent wave. And then Sawyer on the outside of Kaipo, decent looking one right here for her too. Strong carve right there on the open face. Once again wraps it back, and it seems like this one's shouldered off, so really just gonna be the first carve that's gonna be impactful on the scoreline right here. Great technique, always in the pocket. And the great use of the rail once again by Matt Biolos and that whole team over at Mayhem. They've been constructing some amazing boards the last few years, and all of them on the driver 3.0 today. And Sawyer usually likes to fluctuate between the driver and the sub driver 2.0. It's Caroline right here on the forehand too. The one carve on the outside, a big grinder here with the open face, but a lot of white water at the Kaipo. She did well just to be able to navigate the inside section. Seems like it's going to be a close exchange right here.
Yeah, it's Sawyer definitely had the better looking wave between the two, but then Caroline did have some impactful maneuvers right here, just pushing into that carve.
But to be honest, I am surprised that we're seeing this heat turn out this way this early in the morning.
Yeah.
I know it's early, but we're talking about two of the very elite surfers, two people that I think have a chance of winning the event, and they just haven't been able to find the right wave so far. And the score seems to come through as something that'll be happy for Caroline, but once again, the heat total is very low, Kipes.
Yeah, that's a 3.1 that we're just coming out of for Caroline Marks. Sawyer Lindblad on her last wave, a 3.23. You brought up a point of the equipment, both Marks and Sawyer Lindblad on lost boards by Mayhem.
Yep.
And this is the quarterfinal, so this is when they start racking up points for those Vista CT Shaper rankings. Look at this wave. Lindblad finds a gem.
There we go.
Hooks into a big forehand carve.
There
right
we go.
Back into the lip again. One more time. Make it 3 for Sawyer Lindblad, and that's going to turn the heat in a giant way for the surfer from San Clemente, California. The rookie coming through. That's going to be the first meaty score that we see of this morning.
What's my favorite Wu-Tang song, Kaipo? Protect your neck. Off the bottom right here, a strong carve for Sawyer. The second one to me even better too. A lot more projection down the line, and was able to fit in a third one too, just for good measure.
Cream get the money on that one, I'm telling you. Slow motion, look at this forehand gouge.
No, and she was able to find this wave paddling back out too. First turn was strong, but to me, it's really gonna come down to the commitment of the second turn right here. Off of the bottom is strong, she hits the lip line well. The amount of spray, you can just see the power that she was able to put into that turn right there, and fitting in one more for good measure too, Kaipo. Looking strong on the forehand right here is Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie on tour, looking for her first win at the CT level too.
Jet ski assist we have in play today, so the surfers have an option of paddling back on their own power or taking a Red Bull jet ski ride out through the channel and getting deposited above the takeoff zone. Okay. And we're still waiting for that number for Sawyer Lindblad. I mean, it's got to be.
It's got to be a major number. Yeah. Given what we saw today, Kipes.
Todos conhecem. 4 vitórias na elite do surf mundial.
Paulo Ista will be announcing our quarterfinal, number 2.
Uma salva de palmas para Tatiana Weston Webb. Daí, portanto, segunda bateria das quartas de final. Uma salva de palmas para Brisa Hennessy e também para Tatiana Weston Webb. Okay, girls, you can go to the water. Good luck and good waves.
All right, Paulo Issa giving an announcement for Brisa Hennessy and Tatiana Weston Webb. Meanwhile, something really important happened. A 7.83 dropped for Sawyer Lindblad. Thought that was going to change the situation, change the complexity of the heat. It sure did. 7.83, nearly excellent. I almost had a gut that it was going to go excellent, but just comes right under the excellent range, Mitchell, with that 7.83.
Well, 3 of the judges did agree with you right there, Kaipo. A strong score, and just seeing the scoreline in this heat so far, it's a difference maker. A 7.96 is what Caroline needs right now, 6 minutes to go. It's not impossible, but we still have to think about the backup score of Sawyer Lindblad right now. She could easily better the 3.23. If she gets something in the 6s, even in a 5 right now, that's going to be a complicated combo for Caroline to get in the next 6 minutes right here.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a puzzle to figure out for Caroline Marks, and I'm sure that's the mission right now for Sawyer Lindblad. Let's go to Strider Wazalewski. He's got the coach in the athlete zone.
Pretty fun to be up here with all in the Red Bull athlete zone with the coaches, with all the family and friends. Tell me about Sawyer Lindblad and her headspace. She seems like she doesn't really care who's in her heat.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that, Strider. She actually does care who's in her heat.
Okay.
She's got a little rivalry going with Caroline. she's lost to her a couple of times this year already. So this is like, you know, she actually enjoys the challenge of beating someone that's already beaten her. So she's got a nice little 7.8. So that's a good way to start this heat.
But it's not done yet. What she need to do?
She just needs to back up her 3 right now. And it's really challenging conditions right now. It's high tide at 8 o'clock. So, you know, a lot of waves going underneath them, and, you know, they're kind of like going in and out with the bigger sets. So one more wave to put it in the fridge.
All right, back to you guys.
Jake the Snake Patterson in the corner of Sawyer Lindblad. And, you know, anytime a coach is joking around, you know that's a good sign for the surfer. High tide, 7:15 a.m. local time. Low tide is going to drain to a 1.1 at 2:40. It is right now 8 o'clock local time, so it's just after the high tide mark. We're going to have the receding tide throughout the quarterfinals and into the semifinals today. Then a building tide probably when we're talking about finals.
Yeah, and that should be something positive for us too to look out for. And 4 minutes to go right here, Kaipo. As Snake was saying, Sawyer just looking to back up the 7.83 and improve on the 3.23 right now. Friendly rivalry, I would say, because Lindblad truly does look up to Caroline Marks. I know there's not a huge amount of separation between the age of the two. Sawyer's about to be 19 in just a few months, but Caroline's been an inspiration to her, and there's no denying the fact that she's really carried the torch for surfers, not only from the United States, but from the region of North America too the last few years. And once again, qualifying for the tour at 15, making her debut at 16 in 2018. Just incredible what she's been able to do. But to get one up on her right here after going 0-2 at the beginning of the year is impressive stuff right here, especially after not getting anything better than the 3 with more than 20 minutes on the clock, Kipes.
I like that she keeps track of that. I like that keeps that young lady motivated, Sawyer Lindblad. Well, pressure now to Caroline Marks, and that pressure could reflect in where her standing stays on the live rankings. Let's take a look at those live rankings. Caroline Marks currently in the number 2 position, but remember, Brisa Hennessy, Molly Picklum, Gabby Bryant, Tatiana Westenweb, all still in this competition, and really danger seat for Joanne DeFay right now, because look at Gabriella Bryant and Tatiana Westenweb climbing the ranks. Tatiana already up 1 spot on the live rankings.
Well, and even Sawyer with the win here, 10,000 points, she could probably move up to number 6, depending on where everybody else fits, but that's a major possibility for her moving into Fiji right there if she were to be 6 or 7 in the rankings, Kaipo.
I like the story that you're painting right now, and then you have
Never know.
Sawyer Lindblad, final 5 at where? Her home break.
Yep.
Lower Trestles.
Oh, she's won major U.S. titles right there before. When she was 15, 16 years old, she was winning the U18s. Same thing as this young lady on screen right here. Needing close to an 8, Kaipo, 2 minutes to go. She does have priority.
Caroline, I think, won something like 17 national titles, right, as an amateur.
Yeah.
And most of those titles were won at Lower Trestles, to your point, Mitchell. So under 2 minutes, though. And the coaches, Ross Williams, Luke Egan, eagle eyes on the water. And I'm surprised that Sawyer hasn't just moved further inside, further away, and just given a crack at backing up, you know, getting rid of that 3.23 that I'm staring at in her scoreline.
I think she's just respecting the ability of Caroline a bit too much right here. She's probably thinking to herself, okay, if she catches wave on a set, I probably need to be on the same thing. Luckily for her, time's on her side, Kaipo. A little over a minute. Just needs to concentrate and focus on what's going on in the water right now. Don't get ahead of yourself. And the most important thing also is just making sure where Caroline is at all times. It seems like she might be having a move towards her right now. 1 minute, Kipes. Couple waves rolling through. Caroline needing the 8. I just don't know, though. That tide coming down right now, it seems like it has decreased in that sense. The consistency out there not really showing itself in comparison to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, now it's just desperate times. 40 seconds remaining, and nothing on the horizon for Caroline Marks.
Maybe 1? Maybe?
Sawyer's going to get this one, looking for a backup. Couple of carves there. Looks back at Caroline Marks. Just eases through this inside section. Pops a snap for the finish. May have improved upon that 3.23.
Wow.
And the countdown has begun, and it's over. It is official. It will be the rookie, Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer Lindblad moving into the semifinals. So Sawyer Lindblad moving on into the semifinals. And that's it for Caroline Marks here in Rio. So we want to wish her good luck in the Olympics in Tahiti.
Nature gives us everything every single day, and being raised off the grid in Costa Rica, it changed my life.
Surf is about nature, you know, and I feel blessed to be out there.
I think as surfers, we all come from the sea. That's what keeps us grounded, and that's where we find ourselves.
I think a memorable moment when I felt connected with nature was when I first went surfing with my dad on his Dick Brewer surfboard, and I remember falling and just being like washed around with the wave, but being calm at the same time, you know, surrounded by nature was a moment I'll never forget because it made me fall in love with surfing.
Surfing is my meditation every day. It's where I think about my life. You don't think about much, you know, you just enjoy the moment there, you're present.
I think nature constantly shows us what the present moment is. And if we do that more often, do we become better people and the world would be a better place.
Brisa Hennessy, Tatiana Weston Webb, quarterfinal number 2, out in the water. Kuiper along with Mitchell Salazar. Costa Rica coming up against Brazil in this matchup. Energy on the beach, clearly going to Tatiana Weston Webb.
And the first time Brisa Hennessy has been able to make the quarterfinals, at least here in Saquarema, Kaipo. In and out there for Tati in the background, and Brisa going to town right here on this left. Couple of great snaps right there under the lip. Should be a strong opener for her, the kid from Costa Rica, Matapalo, as you normally say, the northern part of the country. Great waves on offer over there, but normally you don't get to see a lot of the size in that region of the ocean in Costa Rica, and a good amount of water moving out there this morning, Kipes.
Yeah, Brisa Hennessy coming out of that replay. That was a 5.83. Big drop here for Tatiana Weston Webb, racing down the line. Gets up into lip with a huge snap for Weston Webb. Answering back, gouging. Down carve for Webb. Lines up a finish. Roller coaster to finish. And applause. Like I said, the energy for Tati is going to be high. There's a coach, Ross Williams. with a smile on his face for that response to that 5.83 opener for Brisa Hennessy. We'll be waiting for the score of Tatiana Weston-Webb. Likely she's going to take the lead.
Yeah, I'd be smiling too if I were him. Great opening turn right there for Tati on a major wave too. And look at the size of this thing, Kaipo. You know, coming around the first section right there, a lot of speed into the lip. Great projection down the line. Frothy face, does very well just to control her board coming out of the carve and clean things up here on the inside. Made sure just to finish on her feet and get a completion right there towards the end. Majority of the points, though, will be coming from the first turn all the way on the outside. Major wave, critical section, and as you can see right here on the outside, steep drop, Kaipo. That looked like Sunset Beach, but as a left-hander out there. Comes around the section. Took her a while to get there, but once she did, she really made this wave pay, and the opportunity to crack this thing open on the outside section. Major commitment right there, Kipes.
I like how much speed she had after this. Look at her hair fluttering down the line, just speeding down the line. And that was a tricky section to turn with all that froth on the face.
Sharp Eye looks good, though. Seems like she has great equipment under her feet, and once again, just getting the completion. She should be getting the better of the exchange right here. A nice outfit.
They've been here all week. There we go. Excellent, as we thought. An 8.17 checks in. Here we check it in, and losing it off the bottom. Brisa Hennessy attempting to respond, just hearing the news from the on-site announcers of an 8.17 dropping for Tatiana Weston-Webb, our first excellent score of the day, Mitchell.
Well, and she proved that that wave's out there. She was able to find it. It wasn't an easy wave to ride either. She was very deep on her initial ride, and here just looking for a backup right now with a lot of time, 23 minutes on the clock, and knowing how good Brisa is, how consistent she's been all year long, Tati wants to get that as quickly as possible, Kipes. One thing I will say, though, is that Hennessy has been able to get major scores just off of one maneuver, as you see the scoreline right there. A couple of judges even throwing an 8-5 on that one.
Huh. Well, that was wave quality combined with outstanding performance equals an excellent score. So Brisa Hennessy, with that fall, handed over heat control to Tatiana Weston-Webb. The lead as well as priority to Weston-Webb. She's got plenty of time on the clock to get a backup score right now. So if she is able to get a backup, she could potentially put Brisa into a combination.
Definitely could, especially in the early parts of this heat. That would be huge for her. Seems like Tati having a look. She paddled for it, but Brisa paddled second, so priority should be staying the same right here, Kaipo. But once again, I don't think the year that Tati reflects how well she surfed in a lot of events either. She's had a diverse group of wins. Huntington Beach at the US Open. She's done extremely well over there in Uluwatu, made the final against Joanna a few years ago. Here she goes again.
Here we go, uses priority, finds a nice wall to bang off the top. One more time off the bottom, bangs that second turn off the top. That's gonna be a great backup, and applause from Ross Williams. Little sneaky smile.
Well, this is the most comfortable I've seen her in a few events. You know, after that 10-point ride over there in the semis in Tahiti against Fahine, she seemed like she was gonna make the final, but she did go up against the eventual champion in that heat. Right here, though, Kaipo, back-to-back waves with excellent performances into the lip right there, and then once again, real strong into the lip line for the second one, too. So, combination of major maneuvers, critical section in the steepest part of the wave, too. Talk about comfort, and she's never really had that sense of comfort right here, but I think the waves this year, knowing how strong and powerful they are, Kaipo, they suit her surfing, and as you can see right there, Mars Suzuki and the team over at Sharp Eye have also done an incredible job with their athletes. Perfect timing with the two-turn combo right there.
Solid surfing, great heat management. Everything's gonna go her way. We're waiting for the score, anticipating another great score for Tatiana Weston-Webb. talked about the live rankings. She's up 1 spot for just being in this quarterfinal. She'll continue to climb up those rankings if she's able to make the final here. Perhaps you make us get her spot and that final sprint to the final 5 for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Remember, she came so close to a world title back in 2021, finished 2nd in the world. It was pretty much 1 wave, 1 turn away from a world title. She wants another chance at it. Here we go, 7.6, and not quite a combo for Brisa Hennessy, but she needs a near perfect ride to turn this heat.
Yeah, we could almost call it a combo to get a 10 out there right now. I don't know about the chances of that, Kaipo, and with 20 minutes to go right here, she still has a lot of time, but you're at least needing to match the 7.6 that Tati has in her scoreline right now. So for Brisa, you just got to concentrate, breathe, make sure that you're on the right wave, and select your maneuvers too. I feel like the 2 goofy footers that have surpassed their opponents so far in the last day of competition, excuse me, have been doing very well to not only select their maneuvers, be precise in their attack too. I don't know if a lot of regular footers are going to be able to do that in the next few heats, Kai, but it's difficult out there. There's a lot of water moving around you, and especially with the speed you're going out, attacking these sections, it's difficult to ride out cleanly. So hoping for a big response here from Brisa.
Well, Brisa with priority. She looks like she's positioning herself. It's got something on the horizon. What do you see, Mitch?
Seems like a few waves, does have priority. Tati making it back out into the lineup too, and we mentioned Hennessy only making, you know, or only losing before the quarters once before this year, and that was due to injury over there in Portugal. She's been extremely consistent, has had an outstanding year, has already made a final too, but she's looking for her first win, which would be her 2nd win on the championship tour. Now there's only 2 people on the women's side of the CT that don't have victories. One of them is the rookie Sori Limblad. Isn't that crazy? So many people have already won a championship tour in a short span of time that they've been on the CT.
Well, being a rookie, I mean, you gotta give her a break.
Oh yeah, I did pick her. I did pick her to win the event, though. Remember,
Yeah.
she surfed like a champion in the first heat already.
Okay. Well, we know Sawyer Lindblad will be in semifinal number 1. Who is she going to meet? It's going to be either Tatiana Weston-Webb and Brisa Hennessy as this set comes through here, and the cat and mouse game. You know, Jake Patterson was talking about it with the higher tide, the inside-outside game, caught Brisa by surprise, and she had to duck dive underneath that one.
Yeah, so large surf out there right now. Just under 18 minutes to go. Brisa still needing the perfect wave, basically. A 994, the average for that, Kaipo, has to be really a 10, because for you to be able to get a 993, has to be a couple of 9.8s and 3 10s in order for you to get that average, so it would still just fall short. It would basically have to be a perfect wave right there for Brisa Hennessy, so when you break it down, probably still want to be looking for 2 scores like that.
The positioning right now with Tatiana Weston-Webb on the inside, primarily lefts have been surfed today, and I see that Tatiana, with that inside position, is putting herself on the sales floor, if you would, trying to sell Brisa Hennessy a wave and to grab back that priority and heat control. Sawyer Lindblad was the winner of our opening heat of the day. Sawyer's into the semifinals. Let's hear from Sawyer Lindblad.
Wow, what a solid win for Sawyer Lindblad. Just defeated the world champion. How does that boost your confidence for the semifinals and maybe even to winning this event?
Yeah, for sure. It was really tricky out there, like being in the first heat. We're kind of like the guinea pigs, so yeah, it was really hard in the beginning, but I'm happy that I found that clean one and got through.
And tell us a little bit like a report of the waves now in this first heat of the day. How did you find yourself out there, and what are you expecting for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I knew that during my first heat it would be really high tide, like the peak of the high tide, so it was a little slow and definitely hard to like pick off the ones that weren't closeouts. But yeah, stoked I got that one.
Congratulations, good luck into the semifinals. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, that was great surfing out there from a very composed rookie on tour. And she said the guinea pig heat, it's odd that we call guinea pigs pigs because they're actually a rodent, Mitchell.
They're nice and cute though. They're beautiful.
Why pig?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay.
Definitely not a biologist in that sense.
Halfway through this heat at 15:30, and it's been all Tatiana Weston Webb against Brisa Hennessy. Brisa still waiting patiently, sitting stoically, waiting for the next set to occur and to start working her way out of the situation. She can turn it in one wave with a 9.94, but really, if we slice this into bite-sized pieces, really a couple of eights will do the trick right now for Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, and for Tati, she's surfed in this event already 8 times, Kaipo, 2 semifinals, 4 quarters. So she's made it to finals day a good amount of times. Really, I mean, you look at her performances in the past, they've always been solid, but she struggled to be able to make the final here and eventually get her first championship tour victory at this beach. I will say, though, with the conditions today, it's favoring the power surfers, including this one on screen.
Well, that's our defending event champ, Katie Simmers, coming up against the local favorite, Luana Silva, in quarterfinal number 3. Talk about an electric surfer. That's Katie Simmers.
Yeah, always has a great smile. She was actually rooting for one of her BFs in the first heat, Sori Lindblad. And obviously with Caroline right behind her in terms of the rankings too, really appreciating what Sawyer was able to do right there with that victory in quarterfinal number 1. She has a tough heat in the next one against Lulu, though.
Well, again, the energy on the beach will be favoring Luana Silva. So we'll see how the crowd comes into play. This is, you know, the Maracanã do Surf, the surf stadium of Brazil. And the Brazil surf fans, feverish, extremely feverish.
Yeah.
Loyal.
Yep.
Engaging.
Yes.
And loud.
Yep. And they're definitely educated in that sense, too. They know what's good, they know what's not, and they'll make their opinions very clear on that matter, too. But they're vocal, Kaipo. They need to be vocal today if they want to support their surfers in the most positive of ways. And right now, 13:20, Brisa still no sight of seeing her getting that perfect ride that she needs at the moment.
Yeah, and as the clock goes down, the two-wave strategy gets more and more in jeopardy. Still enough time for that two-wave, that turnaround, even factoring in a priority rotation. But really, when we get down to about the 8-minute mark, given a priority rotation too, then it gets really difficult to do that two-slice into the lead.
Yeah. It's not impossible, though. I will say that. We saw it yesterday. Itala was able to drop a couple of excellent scores in a matter of minutes, but you know, once again, I have to give major props to Brisa, what she's been able to do as a Spanish speaker myself, Kaipo, coming from Costa Rica, being able to represent the country that well, the area, the region, and most importantly, the culture of surfers within that area of Spanish-speaking America. It's really cool to see her embrace that kind of position as the leader in that sense. Remember Sofia Milanovic winning 20 years ago, her maiden world title, and to have the opportunity to see somebody like her in that position right now, especially when she's been leading the rankings a good portion of the year too. Really sensational stuff, Kipes.
Yeah, good stuff there.
Pura vida.
Pura vida. Well, time for a bonsai brew break. It's early in the morning. We're gonna froth it up. Some almond bonsai this time. We'll be back with the conclusion. Quarterfinal number 2, Tatiana Weston Webb. She's been on fire.
Heart scared to get my heart broken. Heart tend to leave words unspoken. And I wanna be here in the moment, 'cause I really like to get to know you.
This is Sakurema. This is Living. This is quarterfinal number 2 out on the water. Tatiana Weston Webb up against Brisa Hennessy, Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar talking you through the action. And during that break, a priority error happened with Brisa Hennessy. Brisa goes for a wave and hands over priority and ultimate heat control to Tatiana Weston Webb. Weston Webb with priority, Weston Webb with a giant lead over Brisa Hennessy.
That guy looks like the Riddler from the Batman with that outfit he has on right there. You know who I'm talking about, right? The guy with the question marks?
Riddle me this, Mitchell. Where did he get that outfit?
I don't know.
And how did he make that flag?
On my break, I'm going to go and ask him and see if he has a double XL down there so I can pick off of him later, too.
This is what happened during the break, and this was an important series of events for the complexity of this heat. Brisa uses her priority right here.
Yeah, so she did get up to her feet right here, and fortunately for her, just a bit behind the section right there. And with 8 minutes to go, definitely not what she was looking for right here, Kipes. Still needing the 994. Basically wants to break it up into 2 waves, and if it all comes to it, maybe you just have to go for a Hail Mary, go on the biggest wave you can, and try to bang one out on the largest section, too. It's something that's been done here before. It is possible. Remember the floater, De Souza back in, what, 2011, I want to say?
Yeah.
Floater gate. You know, everybody remembers that. It was a huge wave, but he got the score necessary in order to beat Owen Wright in that heat.
Yeah, well, Brisa Hennessy's got a positive, never give up attitude, so I assure you that she's full throttle still in this heat. She just has to elude Tatiana, who is holding priority right now and not giving her a ton of room.
Yeah, I'd be pretty chill if I'm Tati right now, though. The 10, that's a tough number. Give her some respect, but maintain your distance. Just know where she's at. Don't be panicking right now. Be smart about what you're doing and just compete. You got 7 minutes just to chill out there right there and listen to the beach announcer do his thing, too.
Yeah, and control the peak, right? Control that area right there where you know the quality of waves are going to be coming through.
Well, especially finals day, too. There's a chance you're going to have to surf 3 times today. Maybe a right-hander here, Kipes?
We'll see. And Brisa takes a look at it. Tati shows zero interest with that. So with that, we'll go down to the beach to Paulo Issa to introduce quarterfinal number 3.
Caitlin Simmers. Caitlin Simmers, uma salva de palmas para Caitlin Simmers, 18 anos de idade, é líder do ranking, tentando o bicampeonato aqui em Saquarema, atleta olímpica lá de Oceanside, Califórnia. E a sua adversária é a brasileira Luana Silva. Luana Silva, 20 anos de idade, representando o Brasil, é do Norte Choroarro, atleta olímpica, atleta Challenge Series.
I wonder what was going through Katie Simmers' mind.
She's just smiling. She's embracing it. She's like, thanks, guys. She's the defending event champion, though.
Yeah, it's focus time right now,
Yeah.
right? It's all work now for Katie Simmers up against Luana Silva, who's going to be a crowd favorite. Another crowd favorite, Tatiana Weston Webb, is in a commanding position in this final 5 minutes of quarterfinal number 2.
And now takes away the outside positioning from Brisa. Too smart. Make sure you're taking away the best heat that's going to come through in these next 5 minutes, Kaipo. Staying away from Brisa and not wanting to commit an interference either. And that's one thing that I've really seen an improvement with Tati. She was always a great competitor. When she competed for Team Hawaii before, had multiple gold medals at the ISA events, and now coaching with Ross Williams, one of the greatest minds in the sport. I mean, she's truly elevated her game and who she is within a jersey, too. It's been not only great to see, it's been devastating for everybody else on the CT2. As you mentioned, she has multiple event wins. That one that really stands out to me was her last one over at J-Bay a few years ago. Incredible stuff and really big serve, too, Kipes.
Yeah, let's take a look at our heat recap for quarterfinal number 2, where Tatiana Weston-Webb has found a couple of fiery lefts.
Yeah, and it was the 817 right here with the major maneuver on the outside, able to get into the lip once, and then combo it up well with the tricky section. As you were saying right there, a lot of froth, a lot of white water on the face of the wave, and then cleaned it up right here on the inside to be able to get the cool finish, too. So the 817 right there for Tati, and was immediately able to back it up with the 7.6. So the Brazilian going back-to-back with great waves, combination of major maneuvers right here in the open face, into the lip a couple of times. Strong surfing right there from the Brazilian goofy footer. But the opener, though, actually went to Brisa Hennessy. She had the lead momentarily at the 5.83 on this one. Glenn Pang under her feet looks good from TNC. Unfortunately for her, still needing close to a perfect 10, Kaipo.
And has just regained priority. So Brisa now with a chance, some breathing room. So the switch of priorities, so Brisa Hennessy now in a more favorable position, but like you said, this is gonna have to be a Hail Mary. This is gonna have to be a special wave. It's gonna have to be a special performance. The 2-wave option is off the table now for Brisa. So she's just got to pray for a big peak to come through.
Well, and it would have to be jaw-dropping, too. It would have to be something that really gets you out of your seat. The wow factor would have to be up there in the 1 percentile in terms of it being the wave to get the victory right here. And, you know, not that she surfed bad at the beginning of the heat. She just had bad luck with the priority rotation, wasn't in the right spot for the waves that Tati was able to get. And a 994, that's a big, big number right now, especially knowing how slow it's been in between sets, too, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a done deal.
Yeah. Once again, though, the only Spanish-speaking surfer on tour. Big accomplishment. She was leading the rankings momentarily this year, still in the top 5, and has experience competing at the Lexus WSL Finals before. Remember, she made it there in 22, so the format is definitely something that's not new to her. She knows where to compete at. But this young lady on screen, though, she was runner-up in the world at 21, and she knows what it takes to be able to get there once again.
You know what, Mitchell? If Tati is able to endure these last 2 minutes, it looks like she's got the heat locked down, we're guaranteed a goofy footer in our women's final.
Oh. We're getting
How good
somewhere,
is that?
but we're getting somewhere, finally. It took a while. From CJ all the way to Gabe, we had 13 years on the men's side. It took us a long time to get Caroline last year, too. We're finally getting there.
Yeah, last goofy footer to win out here, that was 1999 for on the women's side.
It's a heartbreaker right there.
Well,
might be getting one this year.
Goofies are looking good so far this year. 90 seconds on the countdown here, and it's time for Tatiana Weston-Webb just to close this heat out, especially hats off, actually, to Tati. Nearly an excellent heat. Total 15.77. Did it pretty efficiently, too. I mean...
And early.
Yeah, and early, yeah.
Like, she
Put the lock on early in this heat.
She only trailed for a small portion of the heat, was able to get her 2 scores back-to-back on really great waves, and once again, she's going to have a busy summer. She's going to the Olympics right after this, and then straight into Fiji afterwards, and potentially Lexus WSL Finals, Kipes.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, Tatiana, you know, is she's on the verge. She's climbing up those live rankings right now. Up 1 spot with a quarterfinal appearance. She's going to actually now have guaranteed 6,085 points minimum out of Brazil.
Right.
With the possibility of what all the surfers want is that 10,000 first place points.
So you have Molly, Gabby in the last quarterfinal. Yeah. Molly's in the top 5 right now. Gabby just outside of it. it's going to be a tight race right here in these last two quarterfinals, Kybes.
Yeah, we'll be keeping you updated on the live rankings, and you can also visit those live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. You can also pick who you think is going to win semifinal number 1, and that semifinal number 1 should be populating real soon to show you that semifinal number 1 will be Sawyer Lindblad up against Tatiana Weston Webb. So
yeah, it's going to be a big heat.
Big heat, big numbers for Tatiana Weston Webb. Tatiana Weston Webb moving on into the semifinals with a great performance out here. Went excellent with surfing like this. So that's it, Tati on to the semifinals, but we'd like to wish Brisa Hennessy good luck in the Olympics in Tahiti. We'll see you there, Brisa. Good luck in the Olympics.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Tatiana Weston Webb, one of her best performances of the season, taking control in these beautiful left-handers at Itaúna. The crowd was right behind her for that 15.77 combined total as she moves into the semifinals to take on rookie Sawyer Lindblad here on finals day. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Joe Turpel, Maida Paps, and Jesse Mendez here for the call. Maida, how amazing is it to wake up on finals day with the best conditions we've had for the entire waiting period?
Yeah, Joe, it's amazing to see Tatiana Weston Webb just put on a show, the highest total for the women, so it's lovely.
Big for Brazil as well, with Tati moving on. Big for your family as well, Jesse. Obviously on fire, but also for her to be a goofy footer and seeing lefts like that overhead. That was one of the best starts I've seen from her to take control early in the heat.
Totally, and that's kind of been an issue for her. Every time she's been paddling out, it's been trouble for her to find that rhythm early enough in the heat, and once she found the rhythm, it was almost too late most times. So just start that way is dreaming with a 8.17, and I mean, there's beautiful waves in Praia do Itaúna today, very clean faces, so it's going to be very great for rail surfing, and I'm excited to watch all day.
Pretty impactful morning when you think about the lower seeds, taking advantage of two big heat wins this morning. Sawyer Lindblad getting past the reigning world champ in the first heat of the day. Now we have quarter three. Caitlin Simmers looking to go back-to-back with her event titles here in Rio. Taking on Luana Silva. We'll have the crowd on her side as a wild card in this event, Maida.
Yeah, and also Luana Silva has beaten twice this year Caitlin Simmers. The first one in Sunset on the first round, but let's check it out this first wave.
During the break, Katie Simmers did get started with a backside wrap on her opening turn. Got down the line to the closeout section and shut it down. So starts with a 4-point ride on her opener, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave for her, but just on a day like today, we have pretty tall waves, and that wave kind of coming underneath with the higher tide right now. You see that the face of the wave is kind of flat, and the transitions are not steep enough, so she's having to move her board around a little bit to generate speed. As you see it, she keeps her board flat again to glide a little bit more and finish it up strong. But it's going to be a lower score, obviously, because there lacked intensity and curve on that wave for her to really apply great maneuvers.
Things are really close in the title race, focusing on the top 5 for the women. The yellow jersey is traded around a few times. Katie, though, on a well overhead wall on her forehand. Fits in a nice top turn in the pocket. And she's going to run out of room, so she'll step out. So very active at the start is Katie Simmers. 4.0 on the opener. Now second scoring ride is about to factor in. But back in the yellow jersey, Maida, it's been moving a bit on the women's side this season.
Yeah, like the rankings are pretty tight. All these girls are fighting, but on this competition, it's almost the last one. So it's so important for Caitlin to stay in the yellow jersey.
Caitlin Simmers started off in yellow with the win at Pipeline, with Molly Picklam's consistency from runner-up at Pipe to winning Sunset. Molly then took yellow into Portugal, then to Bells. Katie got it back in Margaret River. We saw Brisa Hennessy grab it after finishing in the final at Teahupo, and then Katie gets it back after El Salvador to show up as world #1 again, and really focusing on the points on the top 5, even top 6. You can see how Gabby Bryan and John DeFay tied there, but DeFay keeps 5th on the tiebreak decision. So an important heat for Gabby Bryan. She does have Molly Picklam in the next quarterfinal. And also seeing Tatiana jumping up a spot into the semifinals. Sawyer also with some movement up to #9 in the world, as she's still in this event in semifinal #1. So Lulu out there playing wild card spoiler in this event. As we know, she's been on tour full time in the past, but she gets to represent Brazil herself and her brand of surfing. Jesse, when you think about Lulu's approach, what do you love about her brand of surfing on tour?
I guess for Lulu, in my mind, it's very clear. Her rail surfing and her style is beautiful. She is very unique. She's a tall girl, so she makes everything look very smooth and big. So it's amazing to watch her. Mostly in a day like today, it could be an amazing day for her. We have very long open faces, and this wave has a lot of volume and a lot of pressure coming from a deep ocean right in front of us. So it almost feels like a Brazilian version of Hawaii. Obviously, lacks a little bit of power like Hawaii does, but she feels just at home.
Great to see Lulu back in the CT jersey. Such a solid, talented athlete. Loves waves like Sunset Beach, which is in her backyard, where she's quarterfinaled in the past. This is her personal best result in a championship tour event. She's had a few quarterfinals before, but she's never made a semifinal. But she's always felt the pressure of the cut and points. Now as a wild card, we'll see if she can be free from all that and enter her first championship tour semifinal. Let's hear from Tatiana Weston Webb on the beach with Rachel.
Tati, that was amazing to watch. How does it feel to guarantee your excellent score in a left-hander on tour?
Yeah, it's really, really fun going left and being front side to the wave. But that being said, I love my backside too, so I feel confident, I guess, with lefts and rights, which is great. I'm just really happy to get some good conditions today. It's a lot cleaner than yesterday, and yeah, super happy.
And what do you like to do to reset and come back with the same power for the semifinals? Any personal ritual, something you like to do?
Just eat some food, rest a little, yeah, just debrief with my coach, see what I can do better. But I was pretty proud of the way I surfed that heat, so hopefully just keep the same rhythm and mindset and keep the calm about me, because it's really easy to get excited with the fans cheering.
And a lot of athletes say it's impossible not to think about the ranking, especially in your position. Is that true?
Yeah, I think everyone has the same goal in mind, is to get to the top 5 and have a chance at a world title. And, you know, it's a big goal of mine as well. So I know I need to do something big to be able to get into the top 5. But that being said, I just want to be able to go out there and have fun, and it's kind of what I'm more focused on. I know I need to go big, so it's okay.
Keep going. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel. Great job, Tatiana, into her 3rd semifinal of the season. World number 1 on a solid one. Cool redirect in the pocket for Katie Simmers. Throwing some water off the rail, the Chris Borst design, and she will wind up again right off the lip. The left that kept on giving. Cool flow, cool style from world number 1. Eliminating that 2.5 very easily there, Maida.
Wow, yeah, she found a gem right there. It was really nice, the way, the flow that she had, all the links, and how she could place every single movement. Good wave for Caitlin Simmers.
Nice pace, good wave selection, well overhead, and she's given us all the waves so far. Lulu still silent out there, waiting to get things started. And Katie's starting to run away already, Jesse. Nice, clean, easy reactions to all those sections for the world number 1.
Yeah, and just, I mean, we're used to seeing her having clean rails. She reads the wave so well. She stands up on the board very neutral stance, so she keeps that speed flowing usually. But what it was very impressive for me was just that first turn. The section was critical. There's a lot of water in front of her, and she was able to carve it and lay that inside rail very nicely with, I mean, a lot of technique and power. So that first turn, it was great from her, and finish it off beautifully, as we see right here. Kept it calm, and as she finds that pocket right there, she just lays that rail, engages, and drives through the turn beautifully. Second turn to set up and finish it off strong. This is going to be a great score to apply more pressure in Lulu.
Taking advantage of the size of this section, and it's cool how she kind of went into a carve, like down carve hook. The angle she took on that opening section was really cool.
Which is kind of unusual for us to see, right? Like we usually see people going straight off the bottom and getting vertical on their backhand. So that's why I thought it was so unique for her to see that big of a wall and actually match the size of the turn with the wave and use pretty much the whole wall she had in front of her. Beautiful turn from her. And yeah, it's very technical.
Almost like a little slingshot off the lip to get the flow going down the line. Judges will be digesting that last number for Katie Simmers, who's featured in quite a few quarterfinals in a short period of time. We keep having to remind ourselves that she was a rookie just last season. So when she won this event, it was her first time here, and she produced a win. Just like that, she has an opportunity to go back-to-back with her titles here in Brazil, a feat that has been accomplished by Tyler Wright, who won in Brazil in 2016 and 2017, her world title years. Once again, wishing Tyler a speedy recovery, having to withdraw from this event at the last minute. Another great surfer that was able to go back-to-back in the 90s, a world champion, Pauline Menser from Bondi Beach in Australia. Pauline, so dedicated to surfing, so dedicated to the pursuit of equality. Her world title year back in '93, she used all of her prize money, about 25 grand at the time, to put herself on the road. Won the first 3 events of the season, had some health issues, but still won Sunset at the end to clinch a well-deserved world title. She's got to be so proud that the athletes today are getting equal prize money at all the same events from start to finish. Katie Simmers going to be really happy to hear that score, Maida. 7-6-7, way out in front.
Wow, just went excellent, just almost went excellent, 7.67. And we know from that for today, this is a very nice score.
Almost getting into that excellent range. When we talk about that, that's that 8 to 10 point range. The judges save that for really significant moments. And Katie's had quite a few of those in a short period of time. Winner of this heat moves on into the semifinals. And for Katie Simmers, she's waiting to hear where her seating is going to be, if she's going to be there in September. Obviously, it's really close in that final 5, so it is wide open. She's the current leader of the tour, the best winning percentage on tour, matching what she accomplished last year already with 2 event wins. Taking out the season opener at an event that we will never forget at Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, that was impressive from her and a big statement for women's surfing as well. I mean, that whole day, not just the final, but we had some excellent heats and a lot of very good to bright in that day for the women's, but the average placing right there, pretty impressive, above a quarterfinals.
Amazing. And also winning at Bells Beach, the longest running event on the calendar in a pretty dramatic way. Joanne DeFay with the lead in priority. Minute on the clock. Joanne made the right decision, took the first wave, but then was caught behind. Katie has an opportunity with seconds on the clock, gets the score to win the Big Bell. So last year it was Portugal and Brazil for her wins, so winning at new venues already. And she's still the youngest surfer on tour. As we see what Luana did here. As Katie was going down the line, Luana did get her opening wave out of the way, a big connection on the back end, and she earns a 5.67.
For a single maneuver, as we saw it right there, just a big meaty section, and that just show how much power and how comfortable she is in those conditions. And she's a tall girl, she lays the rail very nicely, so if she's able to find a wave to apply multiple turns and combination of maneuvers, she can do big damage, as we saw at 5.67 for one big turn.
That's the judge's reaction to that, dropping the high and the low. And so she just needs a 6.01 to try to upset the world title race. All the top seeds having some trouble this morning, with Tati getting past Brisa Hennessy and Sawyer Lindblad getting past Caroline Marks. We'll see if Luana Silva can keep that theme alive here on finals day morning at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Just today on finals day, and cloud break remaining in the regular season, as all focus is on this top 5 and world number 1, as she still leads over wildcard Luana Silva. Take a Bonsoy brew break. Finals day continues after this.
To protect all these beautiful places and the ocean and all these insane rivers, you know, it's huge. This is the first one I've came and done, and I'm super stoked to be down here.
Thank you everyone for coming out to another WSL One Ocean gathering.
We are here to follow up on the work we've been doing for the 2nd year in a row. We'll clean up a stretch of mangrove and plant some seedlings.
We're just picking up some trash along the riverbank here.
Protecting it here helps protect it also on the shoreline.
It seemed like there was more trash last year. This year it's a bit cleaner, so that's always a good sign.
All across the world, there's thousands of locations where great waves overlap with high biodiversity, and they're all under threat. So because surfers are so passionate about the ocean and so passionate about their sport, we can mobilize surfers across the world to protect these special places. And if we don't do that, we'll lose them.
Show us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts.
10:30 on the clock as we watch Katie Simmers pin drop out of that last wave, her 4th ride in quarterfinal number 3. So that'll be a throwaway score, counting her wave previous at a 7.67, which is still the best number of the heat so far. And Luana Silva, one single move on a set wave, puts herself in position to still try to create an upset here in quarterfinal number 3. 6-0-1 to take the leap into the next round. She's had a busy week representing Brazil, her sponsors, seeing family as well. Her mom's by her side, Tatiana, from a state just north of us, Espírito Santo, and moved to Hawaii because she likes bodyboarding. Fabio, her husband, a surfer. They live really close to Sunset Beach. So Lulu, born and raised on the island of Oahu, had a lot of great waves to surf, loves surfing Sunset and everywhere in between. Loves getting some reps at Pipeline as well. There's some great fans. Tamo junto has got to be our favorite thing to say when we come to Brazil, especially in the last couple of years. Can you describe what that means, Maida?
We are together.
We're together in this.
Yeah, we are together on this. Yeah, I think it's
like
the best
It's a
way
bonding. It's a bonding word, you know, like
Yeah.
we're getting along well.
It's a good feeling when someone says that to you when you're walking by, especially when you're traveling to a new place and you're welcomed by the locals. And Saquarema always has that beautiful vibe. A lot of high fives, a lot of excitement to see the world's best, especially on a finals day when Brazil's got some serious representation today. Lulu on the Sharp Eye team had to do some ding repair this contest, Jesse.
She did. She actually, on the first heat, she broke her board a little bit with the ski ride back out, and then team manager Yufu Payne Rose for Sharp Eye got the board and somehow made it happen to fix it in time. We had a 1-day gap in between for the woman, so she's back out there with the same board, and it's looking magic. That's what he said. It's her magic board. So.
And I think a lot of people might be scratching their heads out there. Pro surfers have so many boards, but there's one they keep fixing, and that's the whole story of the magic boards. They want to be on it at all times. That's where our confidence is as we see this set building right on top of our competitors. And they've got to sneak out. So more specifically, it's a 5.9 round tail synergy model from Sharp Eye, a board she picked up in their Australian factory. And she's going to try to keep that one intact as we check in with the beach announcers.
The next heat, Molly Picklum from Australia and Gabriela Bryan from Hawaii. Please, get in. Gabriela Bryan, Hook of the Year 2022. Ela foi estreante do ano 2022. E temos também Molly Picklum, da Australia, from Australia, Molly Picklum. The first women have a number 10, score 10 in Pipeline in the history. First women, Molly Picklum. Put your hand together, aplauso para as duas atletas, por favor. Gabriela Bryan from Hawaii and Molly Picklum from Australia. You may get in the water. Good luck, good waves.
What a great stage. What a great announcement there. Molly Picklum taking on Gabriela Bryan in quarterfinal number 4, excuse me. Molly, number 4 in the world. Gabby, number 6 in the world. A crazy battle. Gabby Bryan and Joanne DeFay earlier in this event. We'll see if that's going to really impact the story of the final 5. As we see a late takeoff from Caitlin Simmers. You can see the famous backwash of Saquarema, and nothing really to work with for the surfer from Southern California. Still holding on to a 4.0 as a low score. And she'll work her way back out. Timing the backwash is always interesting. Where are you performing your maneuvers, Maida? For that one, she kind of knew she had to get out of there.
Yeah, the wave didn't offer much for her, and here the backwash is always the challenging part of to surf this wave. So, but actually, like Caitlin really figured out very well this wave. Last year she won here. She got a 8.33 in the finals last year. So with a very nice snap over the falls, it was really nice. So yeah, she knows how to deal with that, and so that's why she knew that she better get out of that wave.
Yeah, you could see some maybe points of difference for the regular footers out here with their back to the wall on these lefts. Kind of an example is Luana just getting a single maneuver to a 5.67. And like you're saying, Maida, last year, Katie going straight up on big closeouts could actually be an advantage as a backsider today on finals day.
Yeah, and also because when you're in your backhand, you can get very vertical. You can pivot a little bit more off the bottom turn with your back foot compared to front side. And once you get vertical, you can bring the board under your chest a little bit easier than front side. Front side, if you get super vertical, it's hard to bring the board back down and keep the balance on top of the board. So it is an advantage. But to mention, if you're a goofy footer today with this big, beautiful walls and clean, beautiful walls in front of you, you're going to be able to open up as well and have that part of the backhand won't have it.
Like we saw with Tati in the previous heat, and also the all goofy foot battle we had to start off the morning with. Sawyer getting past Caroline Marks. So the next heat will be the battle of the backhands as well, if they choose the lefts for Molly and Gabriella Bryan. Fun to hang with Gabby yesterday. She's in great spirits, always laughing, extremely focused and hardworking, but I think she knows how to balance the fun factor on tour as well, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. She was very happy to be here in Brazil. And I think her surfing really suits this wave. She's very powerful. This wave is so powerful. It's just a matter of dealing with this backwash. It's Caitlin Simmers up and riding.
Katie on a fun looking right. Cool little swoop into the pocket. Not much of a wall there on the second effort, but she'll hang in there. It's got some white water to attack off the top. And then flows through a little foam climb snap on the inside section. Just been enjoying Katie catching a lot of waves. Working with her coach, Tommy Whitaker. They might have just wanted her to really just get started, not sit too long. It only takes 2 waves to move on if they're the best, but she's now catching 6 waves total so far with 3:20 to go. Lulu playing the patience game with just 1 wave ridden so far, Jesse.
Yeah, I think in this situation, it's smart for Caitlin to actually ride waves, because usually her issue when she sits too much, she freezes and ended up with 2-point rides on the scoreboard, which is crazy for a person with that talent. And Luana on the other side, she has 1 wave because she got herself in that situation, right? Like Caitlin started with the 4, backed up with the 7.67, so she had to be very patient and selecting the right wave. So she had to play that game, and sometimes that's not your strategy, but that's how it rolls. And she's doing very well. She seems calm. She seems collective. She didn't paddle for any waves that looked like they were bad waves. She's just waiting for the moment to come, and if it comes, she's going to have the opportunity.
It's interesting when you see these rolls with a world #1 taking on a wild card. Oftentimes the coaching strategy for the underdog would be don't let them get the best waves. And then the opposite for the coach's corner on the #1 side of the world champions. They're like, please just get started. With your talent, you don't have to sit and wait. So I think we're seeing a pretty good example of that right now.
Yes, we are, but I mean, there's some room for Lulu to have the opportunity. We have 2 minutes left. She's paddling. She's looking for this wave. No, I think she's not on the right spot to catch it. So let's see if she will have another opportunity right there.
Luana Silva now into her 12th championship tour event of her career, while Katie Simmers enters her 20th championship tour event. Lulu will be very busy in the next couple of days as she's tackling the Challenger Series as well. That one already getting started over in Australia, from Snapper all the way to Narrabeen, then South Africa, Bolito, starting very quickly. 1:15 on the clock. Decision time for the wild card with priority, needing a 6.01. She got close to that on a single turn. This doesn't look like the wave though, Jesse.
I mean, that looked like a great wave, but she just got herself out of position. And that's what happens sometimes when there's only a minute left and you're kind of desperate, needing a mid-range score or a good score, a 6.01. And you try to sit a little bit underneath to see if an opportunity comes to you. And all of a sudden, obviously we just saw a glimpse of that wave, but it looked like a set wave with lots of wall in front, and actually slow enough for her to apply some great maneuvers. unfortunately for her, because that wave looked beautiful and she was so close. If she would have seen it maybe 5 seconds before, she would have been in that wave.
What a tough moment for Lulu, out of position. And only needing a 6-0-1 against #1 of the world. That was the opportunity there to create an upset and try to make her first championship tour semifinal. Now with the clock winding down, Lulu starting to scramble a little bit and might try to sneak into this one. Katie, though, has a better position to get this wave. And she will just ride this wave all the way into the beach. A successful quarterfinal and a really fun finishing move for world #1. Simmers will move on to the semifinals, and it's still looking like she's ready to go back-to-back with her event wins here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Clean surfing there, her best number, 767 on her backhand, where she got multiple majors down the stretch. Looking for her 3rd CT win of the season. And she's really hoping to clinch that #1 seed this year at the Lexus WSL Finals. Katie moving on. That's it for Luana Silva here in Brazil. We want to wish her the best of luck, best of waves in the Olympics in Tahiti.
Vem aproveitar as nossas promoções. A gente fica o dia inteiro fazendo ações promocionais para você concorrer aos brindes exclusivos.
Welcome back to Finals Day here in the great country of Brazil. It's a big fan base. It's a giant country, actually, the sixth largest population-wise in the world, the 6th largest geographically as well, actually making up 47% of South American continent, which is really big. It kind of tells the story of how much coastline that you guys get to enjoy in this amazing country. What, 26 states, I believe?
Yes.
And in the state of Rio de Janeiro, enjoying professional surfing. Gabby Bryan getting the first wave off Molly Picklum. These two surfers both very feisty, like getting to take control early. Gabby just up and out though, so it'll be a quiet start number-wise. Last year, she was able to, or instead 2022, make the semifinals. So a great result. Enjoying the beach breaks and the energy here in Brazil. Molly Picklum, though, you'd say has had the most success so far in a short period of time because she got to compete for a world title last September. Let's take another look, Jesse.
Yeah, wave lacked energy. It was just one of those smaller waves, and he hit that deep part of the bank already because we do have kind of a shallow bank out the back, and then it goes pretty deep, mostly right in front of the scaffolding, closer to the rocks. And that's what happened right there for her. You wanna get a taller wave, so have more power and actually break out the back, which we're seeing on this wave of her, and the wave behind even more.
Gabby Bryant connecting a bit better off the lip and already into a second turn. How cool was that flow? Making it nice and easy, staying low to right away. And she'll put another number up. There's her coach, Richard Dog Marsh, he was talking to us about yesterday. They have a lot of laughs, but it's very serious. Talk about dedication as a coach. To Gabby, to Ryan Callanan. He'll be busy with Connor O'Leary, who's also coming up in the quarterfinals next. And this was Gabby's last wave, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful flow from her. Finish it off strong. The wave still a little bit on the smaller side for a day like today, but her board looks great. Rail surfing looks on point, and just how she's driving through the bottom turns, generating speed is yeah, it's perfect.
Gabby Bryant came bursting onto the scene, representing the island of Kauai. Maeda accomplished a lot, including Rookie of the Year. Hollow section behind Molly Picklum, but she will go straight down on her first ride.
And that was the energy that I was talking about. See how that wave came with more energy, a little bit taller than Gabby's wave, and see how much more steep that wave was. As you see her take off right there, air dropping, much more intensity. Wave is coping, there it's hollow, it gets critical. Unfortunately for her, it was hard to find, it was kind of a TP wave, so it was hard for her to find that pocket right there, and she went a little bit lateral and ended up just getting buckled off. But that's the type of waves you're looking for today.
So a tough one for Picklum, starting with a fall. Gabby Bryant starts with a 2 and then a 6.0. For Molly Picklum, 2 wins at the same location at Sunset Beach. She'll try to recover from the fall now. Molly winding up and incomplete in back-to-back waves, still with plenty of time in quarterfinal number 4. We saw Gabby Bryant, though, burst onto the scene, exciting surfer. Didn't have a sticker on her board at the end of the Challenger Series, even though she was ultra consistent, but all that changed when she made her rookie debut. Some clutch efforts as well, with the mid-season cut approaching, finaling at Margaret River, and then returning later to win that event, Maeda. Talk to Maeda in a second, because we've got world number 1 standing by. Katie Simmers is with Manu.
Yeah, guys, this girl is just so young. But at the same time, you feel so comfortable out there. Doesn't seem to feel the pressure and even have fun. Am I right? Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm that comfortable out there. I mean, it's like so wonky, and this morning I got like held under for so long. I was like pretty scared out there, to be honest. Like this morning, it's such a like, it doesn't really look like it when you're watching it on the webcast, but it's like a huge lineup. Like there's like so much room to kind of pick where you're gonna surf, and there's kind of waves every inch of the lineup. So you kind of have to just figure out where the waves are breaking the most and try to do it there. But anyways, yeah, I'm a little comfortable out there. I love a wonky left, but yeah, I guess I had a good time.
Yeah, you seem to be having a good time, and you were competing with a Brazilian, but at the same time, the Brazilian crowd, they were crazy about you in every single wave. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I've definitely been feeling pretty loved over here. It's been cool.
It seems to be cool. Well, now it's semifinals. What did you do last year before an important heat like that? Are you going to do the same thing this year?
Just try to play a good song.
Which one would that be? Can we know that?
It's a song called Normalizo, and I don't know how to really pronounce it, but it's it's really groovy and like kind of gets you feeling the wonk.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck. Great tip, guys. Back to you.
I love it, Manu. That was awesome. Katie often delivers a cool little soundtrack for us to listen to, and she's on Road to Victory. She had a different song last year. I'm trying to remember it, but I love how she's really connected to the rhythm of the ocean. Picks a good soundtrack for her to go heat by heat and getting some wins. But a cool story there as well, kind of telling a lot about how challenging Sakurema can be, because it can pack a punch and it can really humble you at the best of times.
Yeah, I really love that she said that, because whenever we see here from the webcast, the television, sometimes you think that it's easy, but this wave is really powerful. And as she said, like, the lineup is so big and everything is so spread. And she said that also she went surfing in the morning and she had hang under the water. So yeah, it's nice when people try to explain for the people that are at home, because really looks like very easy.
Maida, for Gabby Bryan, obviously coming off a solid rookie year, now knowing how to win an event. She's kind of been outside of the stories of, you know, the success at Pipeline, you know, for the success of Molly Picklum and Katie, who have been at the WSL finals before. What are your expectations on her with her growth moving forward?
Joe, I think she is sometimes, she comes as an underdog, but she's a very powerful surfer, and she's growing. I think this is her 3rd year, so I think every event she's getting better and better.
I agree. The improvement is clear right in front of us. Gabby Bryan accomplishing a lot in a short period of time. Doesn't think she minds being an underdog, but it's kind of changing because she's taken down huge names, got past an important heat with Joanne DeFay, and getting close to a position in the top 5. Let's see where the Waz is in our activation village.
What's up, guys? Down here at the My Terra Acai stand on the beach in the Activation Village. And let me tell you, we've got a lot of action down here. We got mad acai waiting for you down here on the beach. It's chilly, it's cold. We're gonna put it with some granola, we're gonna put it with some bananas, and you're gonna start your day off right down here in Saquarema for the Vivo Rio Pro. Come on down.
We're loving it, Strider. Love hanging out with you at these big events, especially on finals day. As we see some lines approaching, 18:30 on the clock. We've had Molly Picklum improve to a 4.33. Had a couple of falls to start, and just trying to put herself into rhythm. High score still with Gabby Bryan, a 6.0, and she's holding down priority. Molly famous for her hard charging act. We mentioned Pipe a lot because that brought so much excitement. The 10-point ride she had in the semifinal with Betty Lou. But then she went right into the turn scene and probably heard around the world with how hard she hit the lip on an absolute beast of a section at Sunset. A moment that we'll never forget.
For sure. One of the nicest maneuver I have ever seen for a lady, and also like for a man. It was a huge section right there, and she was very committed.
I think her quote when she came in just kind of really showed the headspace she was in. She was all out. It was all or nothing for Molly to kick off the year. And she's like, well, you know, if I don't make it, who knows what's going to happen? But if I do, it'll be incredible. And it was such a significant maneuver. I think we'll be referencing it for a long time. From that point on, you know, she ended up kind of losing the yellow jersey for a bit. And I think when you see such a huge start to a season, I think a lot of big athletes get used to this. Then when they're not winning the next event, the media, there's these question marks going, well, what happened? Why aren't you doing that every single contest? I think Molly's been fine, you know, and starting to learn about the hype reel that can go on with big performances, and then expectations that will come with that. Still, obviously, number 4 in the world. When you look at her entire year, it's been stellar.
And like you mentioned, when you have such a high expectations, when you go to the lows, it's very hard for your head, for you to digest for you to kind of come back in the ground. And she's kind of going through that moment right now. She hasn't had that many great results for her standards. Maybe for 99% of the world she would, but not for Molly. So maybe she can get back on the horse here and go strong into the finals.
Just seeing her ride her bike down this little stretch here of coast, right on this beach, Itaúna. She's been with some good friends, and she has been laughing her head off. She's having so much fun. Molly's probably one of the funniest humans on tour. Can crack people up all the time, and then just goes out and just enjoys doing her best thing and ripping this place apart with some amazing surfing.
I catch up with her in the swimming pool before the competition, and she was just loving Brazil. It's really nice that she can speak Portuguese as well, like a lot of words. Joey, you should get some lessons.
Gosh, I would love that. I think it's such a tool to have. I mean, not even as a pro athlete, but as just a human being in this world of traveling and picking up new languages. I mean, Jesse, you were on tour, and as soon as I met you, you were really good with English, you know, and I was really impressed by that, and impressed by the surfers that have to do their first post-heat interview in a new language. Like, for example, if I had to do that in Portuguese right now, people would be like, what is up with that guy? You know, and it's like, I always have a lot of empathy and a lot of respect for surfers that have to learn that. It's like they're focusing on surfing and winning heats, but that's a whole nother part of your career as well.
Totally, and for Brazilians, for us Brazilians, that we actually need to have that. Luckily for me, I started traveling with a very young age with one of the surf companies, and I had that exchange of English with just growing up on surf trips. But some of them just have to learn right away as soon as they get on the QS. So it's a different story, different monster. And like you said, I have a lot of empathy for them because it's not easy to do an interview in a different language.
Oh, I remember meeting Jadson after his win in Brazil, and we just smiled at each other, you know. And then he went to Australia, learned, and we got to know his amazing personality. Gabby out front with priority, 6, and Molly's best of 4.33. The excitement is clear, Jesse, looking at our beautiful conditions today. Can you describe the difference of what our surfers dealt with in yesterday's competition compared to what we're enjoying today on finals day?
Yes, so Joe, today we have a very similar swell coming from the south, so it's straight on angle, but the good news for us, it's been blowing offshore since yesterday, and also the swell is losing a little bit of power, so all that water that was moving from the right of your screen into the rocks, which is the left of your screen, and exiting right where the surfers are sitting right there in the middle, it's kind of gone today. There's still going to be moments that it's going to go through, but overall, just a very clean lineup, and that's what we've been seeing so far. Beautiful, clean faces, and way more manageable for the surfers. You see them sitting most of the time and not having to paddle against the current to set up themselves to be in position for the waves. So it's just a big blessing for us today because it's a beautiful sunny day with amazing waves.
Gosh, I mean, surfers are pretty happy people generally, but we get really happy when we're seeing a beautiful ocean, clean lines. It directly affects our mood, our stoke factor, especially when we're crowning champions. Stoked to have the Maitera surf conditions looking this groomed here for finals day. Swell from the south, 5 to 7 feet on the face. Offshore winds and a dropping tide, 2.5 feet. And a great view from above of the town of Saquarema in the northern region of the state of Rio de Janeiro. Big thanks to the government for all the support put on another gigantic surf contest on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Quarterfinal number 4 still has 12:30 on the clock. Gabby Bryan still out front. We'll be right back.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Italo Ferreira checking in with his Apple Watch, getting it from JP Jompa. Great surfer there, has been around tour for a very long time. Italo with some fire and energy, and Medina just waking up, you know, listening to some music, staying calm. Gabriel, a three-time world champ, has been enjoying this Brazilian charge. A really good friend of his right next to him, Ramsey Bukaim, who's been putting together a stellar season this year on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're expecting a few more thousand people to arrive in the next 10 minutes. Anticipating a fiery quarterfinal matchup for Italo, taking on another goofy footer representing Japan, Connor O'Leary. A cool story of a lower seed, and Italo already in the top 10, hoping for a final 5 spot. That'll kick off quarterfinal number 1. Gabriel Medina looking calm on the beach. Knows he's got a friend of his, but a guy who's given him some trouble in the past, Griffin Colapinto. That's a really fun rivalry. Dead even at 4 wins apiece between the two. John Florence and Iago Dora, world number 1 and the defending event champion. So great for Brazil as well, having 3 just superheroes coming in hot here on finals day, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch all those heats because they matter so much. Every heat for us, it's basically one person behind the other on the rankings. We have Italo first, and then we have Gabriel, and then we have Iago, and also Jordi on the last one. So this is a day that is going to be very dramatic. And for our luck, we're part of it and we're watching.
That's right, Jordi Smith, Ethan Ewing. That's going to be a clash in quarterfinal number 4. We were really talking about the rivalries on tour, especially when we had Molly and Betty Lou in the water. And it was a bit surprising to see how Molly's just been undefeated for the last few years over Betty Lou at 6-0. This one's a little bit more even, and even in favor of Gabriella Bryan. 2 wins over Molly's 1 win, now into their 4th matchup on the championship tour. You can see the max wave score for Gabby Bryan up to an 8.33. Higher maxed heat total as well with one of her victories, and a higher average. So maybe a little bit more fire coming on the Bryan side in this rivalry, as she still has the lead and priority over Picklum with 8 minutes to go. Fun when you see those new school stories start to pop up. Gabriella Bryan is a tough competitor to beat. You were talking about her power before. That's why it was so surprising that she had a tough result this year at Sunset Beach. I was calling her a winner of that event after watching her warm-ups. But she got to dig deep and really prove that she could get it done in a lot of different conditions.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan, she, at the event in Margaret River that she won, I think it was when she could like put everything together to have a win, and here she's trying to back it up.
Gabriella Bryan resetting after that wave went off speed when she got to the lip, so she had the proper wind up off the bottom. Wasn't much there. Let's now send it to Paulo Issa on the beach to set up the quarterfinals.
Finalista dessa primeira bateria, vamos receber Connor O'Leary. Atenção, Connor O'Leary. Chegando aqui, galera, uma salva de palmas para o Connor O'Leary, por gentileza. Connor O'Leary, australiano, vai representar o Japão nas Olimpíadas agora de Paris. E agora nós vamos à apresentação de Italo Ferreira. Italo Ferreira, campeão mundial de 2019. Primeiro campeão olímpico da história. Primeiro brasileiro a fazer parte do Hall da Fama Mundial. Tá aí o Italo Ferreira e o Connor O'Leary. O Italo Ferreira passando pela galera. Connor O'Leary se preparando. Valeu, Ronaldo. Valeu, Henrique. É com vocês.
Italo Ferreira preparing for Connor O'Leary in quarterfinal number 1, a champion in Tahiti this year. He has been feeling that winning energy once again. Molly Picklum controlling the takeoff. Overhead section, knifes it off the lip. Rides away real smooth, but unable to get a bonus section to work with. She'll have to settle for one maneuver, but only chasing a 3.68. Which will keep this very close. A combo, she probably could have got a bit of separation from Gabriella Bryan, but that next section just slowed her down. Squared up, had a lip line to work with, which was great. As we saw Gabby's wave before, it got really full on the face. So the momentum with Molly having priority and getting a lip line. A very significant turning point in quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, that was a great turn for her. I feel like she looked a little bit shaky on the beginning of that wave as she was taking off. She lost a little bit of balance, which is not usual for this type of surfers, but you get you. You're gonna see right there, see? Lost balance, so she had to regroup, and that kind of put her in a good situation for the first turn, but not to project down the line and get the second section that was gonna be the point of difference in this turn. This wave was good, it was a little bit more hollower, had a little bit more power in it. I think she's still gonna get a great score because that turn was big, but it was a missed opportunity for her probably.
Turn selection. We're talking about that today, especially when we got to see world number 1, Katie Simmers, do that cool little down carve to set up a 3-turn combination, and the difference from Molly kind of missing that opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's just what Jessie said, you know, she lost a little bit of balance right in the beginning of the wave, so she couldn't project herself and go through the whole wave.
So you see the difference of what the number could have been. Molly does turn the heat, a 4.10 on one maneuver, but with a second snap to follow Malecki, that could have been something a bit higher. Right now, Gabby Bryan only needs a 2.43. That's a pretty dangerous situation to be in for Molly.
Yeah, and I wasn't even mentioning about, it was a pretty similar turn than she would have done it, but projecting a little bit more down the line and with more speed on the bottom turn, but she lost that speed, she lost the balance a little bit and couldn't traction the board as well as she was probably hoping for. And it was a problem for her because she'll be looking at probably the best score of the heat so far. The first turn was critical, looked like it was a good closeout section. If she would have landed, it would have probably been the best score of the heat. But she is coming up.
That's right, here we go. A solid one to drop in on for Molly. Winds up off the top, it'll hang her up a bit and she goes down. Unfortunate moment there on a big section, but a sigh of relief for Richard Dogmarsh in the corner of Gabby Bryan.
That's a massive dodge bullet for Dog right there. That was a beautiful wave. And looks like Gabby up and riding.
And now just emerging from all that white water, Gabby Bryan from the island of Kauai has a messy end section right by Picklum, and two sections collide. And hoping that they missed each other there. Molly up, popped out the other end. And Gabby Bryan incomplete. Intense couple of minutes here, Maida, with just 2:10 to go.
Wow, look, Molly Picklum picked this wave right there. It just feels like she's kind of lacking on like realizing when she would place this movement right there, and yeah, got a little late over the lip.
And then the late takeoff for Gabby Bryan, Jesse.
Yeah, this unfortunate for Gabby was just a very messy wave, a lot of froth on the face right there, and as she was having to hit that lip, everything just converted on top of her. Wasn't really a mistake from Gabby. That was a very hard wave to read. On the other hand, Molly had a beautiful golden opportunity to get under priority with 2 minutes left, and she once again didn't engage that bottom turn as nice as she was hoping for, and ended up getting a little bit too high on that wave. For her luck, Gabby felt she only got a small score, and she's still in the game.
This is a big event for the title race. Molly Picklum, world number 4, in trouble. Closeout section there, and celebrates the feeling of riding away after some tough wipeouts. Smaller wave compared to her last couple of tries. Gabby Bryan's previous, a 3-point ride, got the lead back, so Molly needed a 4.68 there.
Yeah, Joe. I think she pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Look at the size of that wave. beautiful turn, critical, but I don't see that coming in a 4.68. I could be wrong, but obviously she looks stoked because it was a hard turn to do, but smaller wave. We see here Gabby on the other side. Nice, beautiful approach from her, getting vertical, lots of spray. Wave gets flat. She brings it back around. Let's see if she's gonna finish this. Finishes, but wasn't really a turn. She was late, hesitated a little bit.
What a battle. Still with 10 seconds to go. Still some scores for the judges to put in the screen. And for Molly, I guess she's chasing a 4.68. Gabby's getting another wave as well, so we'll see if there's improvement there. But Molly's single turn before, off the lip, was a 4.10, so her closeout section would have to be better than that one. But it all comes down to if Gabby Bryan also improved on a 3.0. Intense heat for world number 4 and world number 6. Remember, Gabby Bryan tied with points with Joanne Defay, who she eliminated earlier in this event. So she wants to keep the theme of big seeds going down. Caroline Marks out this morning in the first heat as world number 2. Also saw Brisa Hennessy fall out of the draw in the quarterfinals, and now numbers drifting on your screen for Molly Picklum. Comes in at a 4.6. Last for Gabby Bryan, 4.57 improved. So Molly was left chasing a score into the 5-point range. Molly Picklum eliminated. Gabby Bryan now goes 3-1 over the Australian in championship tour heats. World number 6 moving forward. Remember, check out the live rankings. Things getting incredibly close in that top 5. As Picklum still digesting that loss, and Dog already providing the feedback as Gabby's going to have a very busy finals day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for her. I wonder what he's saying right there, but maybe giving it a little bit too much room to Molly, letting her get that wave under priority. Luckily for her, Molly misread that wave and fell, but looked like a good wave.
Gabby Bryan moves on to the semifinals here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. That's it for Molly Picklum, but we wish her the best at the Olympics in Tahiti.
Good morning, Topo. You're looking at this thing and you're like, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. A little bit of fear definitely pushes the boundaries.
Everyone screaming in the channel.
You would be a liar if you said you weren't scared of this wave.
Okay, Jack.
When you see a 10, you know right away.
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport.
And invite you to watch Inside Pro Surfing now. The event at Tehupo is up live now on worldsurfleague.com, and you can relive all the major moments that went through one of the most incredible wins for Italo Ferreira over John Florence. 10-point rides from Medina. So much to talk about this season here on Finals Day at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Thanks for being with us. What a time to be in the booth. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, big wave world champ, an absolute legend, Carlos Burley. Carlos, bon dia. Thanks for joining us.
Bon dia. Thanks for having us here with you guys. It's been amazing. The Finals Day looks good out there, sunny, perfect waves. The crowd is just packing the beach. You know, the vibe is here.
Oh, really cool. And you always have the best vibe, my friend. Always pure. You're always so calm. And I always felt like that probably helped you take on what we think is impossible on the giant waves that you've accomplished over your career.
For sure, you know, sometimes you have a lot of energy. We all do. You know, I was thinking about Italo, you know. He has a lot of energy, but when he's grounded, when he's focused on the present, he knows better how to achieve what he wants. So it comes to me in my mind, you know, when you surf big waves, you always with a lot of energy, very intense adrenaline, you know, and you have to be calm, you have to think and plan very well so you achieve what you want.
I think that's also why it's been really cool to see the balance for Italo with a coach like Reynolds Hayes this year, especially over there at Tehupo, Jesse. But Reynolds, as you know, he's very calm, always has a warm embrace, and it was a really good balance for the highly active Italo, and really created a really good focus for him to take the best waves in that event. Shows.
I totally agree, and I was talking actually to him during Chopu before the waves got very good. We were surfing that kind of southeast swell, way up the point, very messy, windy, and we saw him rip so many waves. It was like his problem is not when the waves are quick and going down the line crazy. What everyone has trouble is when the wave slows down, which I totally agree with him. And they did the perfect match there. And when the waves were perfect and beautiful, he took the win.
Italo Ferreira unfortunately got injured last year at J-Bay doing a backside float, which really took out his chances to try to back up his gold medal that he achieved at Tokyo 2020. A significant moment. He got the Olympic rings tattooed on his neck. That's a lot of meaning there. His manager did the same thing. And that was kind of the run, Carlos, where Italo just couldn't stop winning, you know, from his world title over Medina and Pipe. Even in the off season, he started doing specialty events, and he just kept on bulldozing everybody.
Yeah, if you look to Italo's career, it's very complete. You know, he has the gold medal for the Olympic Games. You know, he has the world title. He has win the Pipe Master, Tehupo. You know, he's a very complete surfer, and you know, but he was going too fast. He's very talented too. He has a lot of energy, but he needs to calm down. In my point of view, he needs to calm down and put that energy in whatever he's looking after, and you know, the results are coming because this combination of him working with Rainer Race, which is someone that is really calm, takes some time for them to tune up. You know, it's very recently. They just start to work the beginning of this year. So I see a good future for Italo right now. He's more mature. And I like that, you know, because when it comes to energy, you know, he has a lot, you know, you don't need to worry about. So it's more about, you know, to calm down, Italo, you know, paying attention, settle down, get grounded, you know, think more about what you're going to do. Because sometimes you have a lot of energy, but if you don't have the right plan, you don't know how to proceed. So it's very important to be wise in that point.
Enjoying our conversation with big wave legend Carlos Burley. Now let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Gabrielle O'Brien is with Manu.
Oh my God, and what a heat. Tough heat, so competitive, and the waves are very powerful, but you seem to like it. Is it right? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's super tricky out there. It's definitely powerful, and like the best way I can describe it right now is a sunset left. Miniature sunset left. It's all over the place and hard to find the right ones, but stoked I found a couple. It came down to the wire.
And now you have Caitlin Simmers, that is yellow jersey, defending champion. Does it make you nervous or excited or what?
I mean, every girl on tour is so good that you're not going to have an easy heat. So it doesn't really matter, I guess, who's in it. Just do my best surfing and bring my best out, and that's what it's gonna take. So hopefully I get a few more opportunities in the next heat.
Great. And to relax a little bit, let's talk about your board, because it seems to suit very well here in Saquarema and also beautiful. I love the colors. Talk a little bit about it, please.
Yeah, I actually went out a little bit of a step up. This is a 6.0 step driver. It's actually brand new. I buckled my favorite one this morning in the free surf. So jumped on this, and I'm lucky enough to have Ryder, Matt's daughter, paint my boards. They're always so beautiful, and I'm so grateful for everyone, Matt and everyone at Lost.
Yeah, like a dream board. Well, good luck. Isn't it a dream board, guys? Back to you.
It's dreamy. Yeah, it makes me want to paint my boards as well. Matt Biles' daughter is an amazing artist. We've been enjoying all the boards from Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, and the entire Lost team. Gabby, happy to have a healthy quiver. Gian Bernini here as well as a team manager. He's originally from Brazil, now living in San Clemente. But I was wondering about that board because Jessie, she told us yesterday about her magic board getting some repairs. I guess it fell apart again this morning in the free surf, it sounds like. But hey, backup looked great.
The backup looked great. I was actually surprised she's riding a 6.0, which is quite a long board for her, but she made it look like it was just like a normal short board, a standard short board. And that just shows how much control she has, how maneuverable that board is, and also how much power he has here at Saquarema.
I always credit you, Carlos, for teaching the world about the big wave scene in Brazil. You know, because at the time, like years ago, it was thought that there was only small waves and there'd be small wave surfers here. You completely changed that point of view, becoming a big wave world champion. And the area of Brazil that you're from, is it called Recife?
Yes, you're right.
Also, where Bruno Santos is from.
No, Bruno Santos is from here.
He's from this side.
Yes.
And it was really cool to see those stories of surfers like yourself that actually had places to really build a promising big wave career and show the world that, hey, there's some power here as well. And this is a great example of that.
Yeah, my life has been about breaking the paradigm. So when I started surfing back in 1980 in Rio, in Recife, northeast of Brazil, you know, the prejudice around the scene was huge. You know, we couldn't see a bright future ahead of us. So my father came to me and said, you're going to end up your life pushing carts and collecting garbage at the streets. And, you know, I just want to prove him that he was wrong. And when it comes to big waves, let's see right now, Conor O'Leary right on nice left.
Conor O'Leary laying back, blowing the tail. Explosive maneuver there for the man representing Japan, but incomplete. His corner staying calm. Ryan Callanan and Richard Dogmarsh, knowing that he's got his hands full with Italo Ferreira and can't really afford to fall at this point. We'll get back to the story with Carlos as we watch Conor's last wave here, Jesse.
I mean, he was kind of getting inspired by Ryan Kahneman yesterday with that layback, but here going even bigger, he had to. That wave didn't have too much energy in the beginning, so he knew he had only a closeout, so he had to make the most of it. Great effort for him. As you're going to see it right here, this is a full commitment turn. You're going to see him going to lay down his back completely in the water and try and regroup. See his back foot coming off, and you try to find the pad again to bring that board under back you, and that was great effort for him. Unfortunately, the wave, maybe not much energy to push him back up.
So, Carlos, talk about motivation that you had for yourself.
You know, so I started building my motivation when I understood that the biggest waves of my life wasn't in the water. Out of the water was the point. So when I got to Hawaii, that was 1986, you know, and Brazilian surfers, especially those who were competing, you know, they had this image of surfers that didn't know how to deal with big waves. So, and I wanted to prove that they were wrong. So I totally committed myself to work really hard to change that image. And, you know, for me, it's more about getting motivated and change, you know, the paradigm of surfing, or, you know, whatever people think about us, and turning to, you know, something that people will see it. Yeah, it's a beautiful legacy for the next generation.
It makes a lot of sense. Very brave too. And you know, when you're not getting your parents' support, just so, hey, I have a belief, I've got a vision in something. As we watch this wave now, starting for Italo Ferreira off the bottom, setting up a cool down carve. How about that? Seamless transition back to the lip line, and we'll just play with that foam climb finish. And he will be celebrated every time he gets to his feet. A man that likes to take on that energy from a crowd and use it to his advantage. As we take another look, Jesse.
Yeah, what I love about this wave, and mostly coming from Italo, look how much he hold that rail on the carve. He used to cut it short, but maybe not working with Reynolds. I know he's riding a little bit longer boards. It's helping him create that drive through the turn and not have to kick on the end and put too much pressure and make that turn cut short. As you're gonna see here, coming from behind the section, one pump, setting it up, and right there, starts, puts his rail on water, keeps it rolling all the way back around, all the way back to the foam, and finish it off strong with a nice tail release. Very solid and smart of him. It's a very slow heat so far. So he's gonna apply pressure on Connor now with a great score.
Yeah, riding a 6.0 stringer EPS yesterday when he did that giant air. And Italo rides a lot of EPS. I think majority of the time he's on those epoxy constructions with some great people making him boards. Tico and Teco, two great brothers that have been building boards for him for a very long time. Brought him over to Timmy Patterson in San Clemente, so they've got a beautiful relationship where he's got some resources when he's traveling around the world. The board he won on in Tahiti is in Timmy Patterson's factory in San Clemente. The board he originally won at Bell's, that first CT win over Mick Fanning, that's at Italo's house, and it still acts as a reference board for all the new models that they come out with. Nice view into the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Two great rivals, two good friends with a lot of respect for each other. Coming up next, Gabriel Medina. The whole story here, Carlos, is can he get his first CT win here in Brazil? Maybe it'll happen today.
Well, the left side over there, you know, and it looks good. And like Jesse was saying, you know, it's very powerful, and Medina likes when it's powerful surfing, because you could see on that image, he's much stronger right now. And he built up some muscles, not only in the upper body, but in the low body too, you know. His legs are much stronger right now. He's not that young and light kid from 10 years ago, and so he's in Saquarema and he has a lot of power surfing. I hope he can have a good wave selection and end up being the first winning for Gabriel Medina here in Brazil. That would be nice.
Back in the day, you were competing in the national circuit, you know, before you really started becoming world famous for the big wave efforts globally, from sessions at Mavericks, your crazy wave at Off the Wall years back. Those significant moments were amazing. And I think about how maybe the parents weren't backing that path at the time, because it looks completely different today. You know, post Medina's first world title, then to De Souza, Italo, Felipe, the impact that they have made as we're living through this idea of the Brazilian storm. How much has that just changed even surfing culture in this country?
No, a lot, Joy, a lot. You know, I was talking to a friend just before coming to the booth. It's amazing to see where we are nowadays with the Olympic Games, you know, the artificial wave pools, the work the World Surf League is doing all around the world. It's unbelievable, you know. We have created something that's going to be here for a long time.
Love it. Love hanging out with Carlos Burle, big wave legend. Now let's have a nice chat with Tico, who's hanging out with Maida.
Joy, I'm here at Red Bull Athlete Zone with Chico Oliveira, the shaper, the Brazilian shaper of Italo Ferreira. So Tico, I know that you have a very long relationship with Italo, and this must helps a lot to produce his equipment.
Oh yeah, it helps a lot. We've been working with Italo since he was 14 years old, so it's been quite a while right now. And so we know everything that he needs and he wants, what he likes. You know, me and my brother Teco here in Brazil, Timmy Patterson in California, so we make a really nice team together, putting together Italo's boards for quite a bit.
Yeah, very nice. And it looks like Italo is choosing to ride larger boards since like Hawaii and also in Margaret River. Is that true?
Yeah, it is. Like his coach Reynolds, he gave us this idea to put a little bit more length on his boards, so he can get a little bit more drive and make the turns bigger. So, and that's good. That's what the judges wanted to see.
Yeah. So, and what is he riding today?
He's riding a 6.0 around the tail, not so pulled in. So, and a little bit, we just added a little extra rocker on the tail so he can fit really good on the face of the waves, because wave here has a lot of power. So it seems to be working good.
Okay, thank you very much, Tico. That's it. Back to you guys.
Valeu. Thank you, Maeda. Thank you, Tico. Tico is such a kind human being, isn't he?
Yeah, he's awesome and amazing English as well.
Yeah, really impressive. Him and his brother are so cool and started building boards for Italo Ferreira. They learned so much from Timmy Patterson. Timmy gave them work back in the day. And so once they got things up and running with their shaping, and they just wanted to thank Timmy and go, hey, we've got a team rider we can both, work together with. And they both have feedback on designs, on constructions. And I think after this event, they're already planning a meetup to work on the equipment for Italo Ferreira. 11 minutes on the clock. Italo still out front. Connor needing a 5.3. We'll be right back. How cool is it to cruise around Rio de Janeiro with Sakwa, the official mascot of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, tracking down the line with Italo Ferreira as he's looking to better a 1.8. And now hops out, still leading over Connor O'Leary. And there's all the support crew for Italo from upstairs in the VIP area with his shapers and the rest of the crew, and also down on the beach with thousands of fans screaming his name. Yeah, Sakwa got to go to the Flamengo game at Maracanã just the other day and meet the mascot of that team. Back to this wave, Jesse, what'd you see?
Wow, that was a beautiful board slide from him. It's so hard for you to have the control on the lip and kind of cross sideways with the bottom of the board and keep the drive down. That was a beautiful turn for him. Wave kind of died out a little bit after that, but there was a good damage done, as you see it right here from this angle. He gained a good 3 fit on that lip right there, just going sideways. That was impressive, and nice carve set up and finish it off. He was probably hoping to get a little bit of steeper closeout. Should put that score on the higher end, but still solid surfing for him. And right now it's 7 minutes left, and Connor literally has nothing, has a 1.5. So the more pressure applied, the worse it's going to be for Connor.
Looks like he's got a cool tempo, easy pace, kind of matching the conditions at the moment, not trying to get too ahead of himself. But the crowd's loving that Italo's out front and just improved on a 1.8 there. Turns it into a 4-point ride. Italo out front. Let's now send it to Paulo Issa to prepare for quarter 2.
Da temporada de 2024. Vamos agora à chamada do seu adversário. Vamos ver aqui em carne e osso, Gabriel Medina. Tricampeão mundial de surf, 30 anos de idade. Local da Praia de Maresias. O surfista que mudou a história do surf brasileiro. Boa sorte para Griffin Colapinto, boa sorte com Gabriel Medina. Vale o aplauso da galera.
Back to the action with Connor O'Leary throwing down a clean opening hook, using a lot of that rail again, and now off the bottom lays into the finishing move. Clean surfing, and Connor's best so far here with 5:25 on the clock. The crowd absolutely losing it with their hero coming up next. Medina taking on Griffin Colapinto. Still 5:15 on the clock in this one, and still enjoying our time with big wave legend Carlos Burley, who's had a very busy week this week, enjoying a lot of the festivities, but obviously you are passionate about pro surfing. What do you like about Connor's wave here on this left?
Well, he's very powerful. He's a tall guy and strong, and he's always laying down a lot of weight on his turn. See? Perfect burn turn and a nice heel entry with a lot of power, and setting up for another Kate back and pushing, using the body a lot, you know, moving the hands and the arm in the right position, and now finishing strong too, pushing the tail. A little bit more aggressive than Italo. You know, the wave was not as big and not as good, not as long, but he's gonna make some points on the wave. He's back on the game. You know, I was gonna say that, you know, it's a really tough, you know, it's not done yet. You know, Italo needs to pay attention. Right now it's the end of the heat. You know, the scores are like small, you know, little scores for this kind of professionals that we are seeing out there. You know, we are waiting and hoping for them to get a high scores today. So let's see. You know, I'm very anxious right now because I'm actually, you know, I'm cheering for Italo. So, and now I'm a little bit nervous because, you know, it's 3:47 to go and he has priority, but, you know, anything can happen at the end of the heat right now. What do you think, Justin?
I'm with you. Like, this is one of the heats that's actually more nerve-wracking than heats with big scores. This is when you're sitting out there and your opponent needs a 4.61, and how do you pull the trigger, you know? Do you see a 4.5 and you pull the trigger and block it, but then you're probably not going to better much, and he's going to be needing a small score, and you're going to leave the ball on his side of the field. So it's a very tricky one. It's nerve-wracking. I completely agree with you, Carlos.
It's sort of like yesterday in the real challenging conditions. Italo was just miles ahead of the field with his score line. As we now see an important wave, Ferreira trying that first hook on the glassy open face. Stepping into the next section and hammers it shut. Beautiful combination of turns. Well done with variety as well. Looking to better a 4-point ride. Last of Connor came in at a 4.4, so there's a nice comparison there.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty similar wave to Connor's, a little bit on the smaller side. He applied kind of the same finishing turn as Connor did. The point of difference was Connor had 3 turns, but The third turn, let's put it, it was a kind of a cutback, so not much degree of difficulty, but he was able to actually get a third turn on it. So it's going to be interesting to see the scores. Maybe Italo got a little bit more torque on that first turn, redirected a little bit more, but very similar waves in my opinion.
So much love and support for Italo. Obviously all the fans and the people that have met him over the years, but Italo's father also here to support him here in Saquarema. The man who would sell fish at Mai Formosa. And from his ice chest, that's where Italo began surfing, taking the lid off of it, riding waves on that beautiful little running right. They realized his talent, started winning early, just heat-wise. Didn't have a real major win for a bit there, but his good friend Jadson Andre kept saying this guy has a lot of talent. He's coming your way, and he became a world champ. So stoked that Italo's dad is here on the beach, watching here at finals day. As we look at a minute 25 to go, last of Italo 5.03. Connor has priority and only needs a 5.63 to move on, Carlos. This is, just like you were saying, incredibly close, and it's going to come down to the final exchange if we get it. First to Italo's last, Carlos.
Well, it's good that Connor has the priority right now, but, you know, it's the very end of the heat. You know, it's less than a minute, and I don't think, you know, he's going to be able to make a wave before this finish of the heat. And you know, Italo did very well, playing a wise game, you know, being ahead on the heat since the beginning, you know, pushing a little bit hard on this turn right now, like Jesse said. But, you know, I feel like, you know, they could risk a little bit more. It's finals day, you know, and especially Italo. Italo has more to show, you know, and I was expecting, you know, some innovation, some aerials, you know, especially against someone like Connor that doesn't know how to, you know, really going on air too much.
And now using priority, Italo keeps Connor off this wave, goes for a drifting punt, lays back, and is still has the momentum to ride away.
That's Italo. Now that's Italo, you know. That's what I like to see from Italo, you know.
Big abrazo, big hugs from his dad to the whole support crew.
Thank you, Italo.
And a fun way to play defense and then provide some offense down the stretch, Jesse.
I really don't know how to digest that. That was a crazy type of air. Like, he had so much ground that he covered. He was out of control a little bit, but it was impressive. Like, it was very hard to do. And I think that's all because of the offshore winds kind of blowing from the back, coming from the left to the right. So it's pushing the board away. As you see right here, he plays defense, which was very smart. As he goes for the air, he kind of doesn't engage so much as you usually see from Italo because the wind's blowing the board away from his foot. But it was impressive, very hard to do. I don't know what the judges are going to think of it, but yeah, it was fun to watch.
Just so solid, so balanced, even though you don't see this line off the top too often. Of course he pulled down the landing gear, Carlos.
Well, you know, his back feet goes off and the board gets away from him, but he managed to control. And, you know, that's what I was saying, you know, that's Italo. Italo does things that nobody understands, and I like to see that. You know, he's very talented, he has a lot of skill, he's a small body type, he's very, you know, flexible too, you know, he can do anything, you know, he can do anything. And I like to see Italo risking at his last wave, and was a very important winning for him.
Then on tour kayak athlete shower, already hosing that one off. A 5.03 and a 5.0 was enough for Italo to get the jump on Connor O'Leary and move into the semifinals here on finals day, as Italo continues on with hopes of winning this event. That's it for Connor O'Leary, competing here in Brazil, as we wish him the best of luck and the best of waves in the Olympics in Tahiti.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Florence, official apparel supplier of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By MyTerra, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. And by Bamba, official shoe supplier of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
Welcome back to the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Italo Ferreira just won quarterfinal number 1. Italo is into the semifinals. Let's hear from Italo Ferreira.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Yeah, Italo, congratulations. You were amazing out there. And what was it with that aerial? You like came out of nowhere. How did you feel? Congratulations again.
Yeah, that was a stressful heat. I didn't have like good opportunity, you know, and then we missed like 10 minutes or something, like without waves, and I tried to find like those small ones, like have some low scores, and yeah, but in the beginning of the heat, I had like a couple moments, and then kind of had a mistake on a priority, and then my last one I had like a little trick, but that was terrible. But yeah, just like trying to surf and feel like the ocean, and yeah, there's 2 more on the way, so let's do it.
And you look really strong right now, and showing that in your surf, like your surf is really powerful more than ever. Do you feel right now in your best version?
Yeah, for sure. I'm 30 right now. I'm looking better, and then I have been training a lot on a gym and with the guys in São Paulo, the Integral Medical guys, and his name is Cruz. He's a bodybuilding guy, and he's trying to push me hard, and that's why I think my surf is kind of like a little bit stronger and better.
And you have a lot of Brazilian young surfers right here watching you that want to be like you and also watching you on broadcast. Would you send them a message for them, like to believe like you did when you were young?
Yeah, it's a pleasure for the girls, you know, like watching the best surfer in the world. I didn't have this chance before, so I just want to say enjoy, boys, and then working hard if you want to be here. So yeah, do it.
Okay, good advices. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Into the semifinals, our 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira, came from humble beginnings, Bahia Formosa, learning to surf on a cooler lid, and now he's one of the best in the business. We got 2 more of the top-notch surfers, some of the best in the world. Griffin Colapinto up against Gabriel Medina in this quarterfinal number 2, Caipaguro, along with Mitchell Salazar. Been waiting for this one.
Yeah, and Griffin in the live rankings into number 2 right now, Kaipo, and against Gabe, who is searching for his first win in 2024. Remember, Griffin already has the one over there in Portugal. There's a big matchup right now. Pressure on Gabe, though he's never won here at home at the championship tour level.
Medina activates. Here we go with the 3-time world champ. Slashes off the top. Smooth on rail on the Cabianca design board. Roundo and a rebound. Just a soft start for Gabe Medina, but he'll take that. He'll put a number on the board.
I like the roundhouse, though. That was pretty cool, and it's not a maneuver that you see as often anymore, and especially on the section right there, as you said, a bit softer, but the way he brought it all the way around was pretty rad. So drops in, decent-sized wave on the outside, had the one carve, but as you can see, much better right here, all the way around. Love the way that board's been looking. Kaipo, the Cabianca with the Brazilian flag colors on it. And you can see right here, deep off the bottom, 3-time world champion going to work right here on the outside. Great first carve, really put some more emphasis on the first turn. And as you can see right here, the way he compresses and stays compact off the bottom, it really allows to bring him the board around all the way again. So the roundy looking good. It seems like it should be a decent score.
Yeah, 3.33 for Gabe Medina, and you can see the board in that replay, and even on the ski right here, those Cabianca designs. In the recent years, Gabe Medina's had his boards a little bit more foiled out in the past, okay? So when we first saw Gabe come onto the scene and, you know, win a world title in 2014, his boards were pretty volumey, right?
Yep.
And all the way through, there was volume on his boards. Now you can check out Gabe's boards. They're a lot more tapered on both ends, especially in the nose, a little bit thinner nose that Gabe's been coming to. Gabe gets about 10 new Cabianca boards at every single tour stop. So his design team is working on equipment before every stop with specific equipment for that stop. Griffin Colapinto, Gabe Medina, they're no strangers to competing against each other They've been matched up 8 times in the past. It's a pretty even score, 4 versus 4. Griffin got Gabe in Portugal this year, last year in Portugal, Sunset last year, and in El Salvador in 2022. Gabe took down Griff in the final at Margaret River in 23, but one that stands out of those 4 wins over Griffin Colapinto with Gabe Medina is that max heat score of 19.23. That happened in Tahiti in the round of 16 back in 2019.
Yeah, and he also had a perfect 10 on that heat too, but as of late, momentum been shifting towards the American surfer Colapinto and looking for his first win over Gabe right here in Brazil too, and already his best result in his young career here in Brazil too, so impressive stuff already. But as you said, even Stevens out there in the water right now, Kipes.
Yeah, best result previous to this for Griffin Colapinto was a 9th place finish. Medina's best result here, a semifinal, that was back in 2013. So
ooh, right.
Right for Griffin Colapinto, looking for the ramp. Oh, and he slashes the oncoming section instead. Big layback. I love the loading up. He looked like he was telegraphing for an air, but then kept that mayhem board on rail with a big forehand slash.
And in the last hour, Kaipo, the offshore wind has probably increased, I would say, around 3 or 4 knots. It's gotten quite a bit stronger, so smart for him to try to surf on rail and under the lip right here.
You like the maneuver choice here?
I do, oh, for sure. I mean, the way he was able to project down the line, gain some speed with the first 2 pumps right there on the open face. Great maneuver selection, but the emphasis right there on the finishing turn. I mean, you close that up right there, and it looks even more impressive the more closed up you get, but some strong surfing right there. And a lot of people think because of his stature, because of his size, he's not as powerful. I'm telling you, he throws a lot of spray for a kid his size, Kaipo.
Yeah, 5'11", Griffin Colapinto, tipping the scales at about 171 pounds. Similar build with Gabe Medina. Gabe Medina also 5'11", and right about the 170-pound mark. So evenly matched when you look at body frame with these 2 surfers. First quarterfinal appearance here in Brazil for Griffin Colapinto. So he's been on a bit of a roll. We'll be waiting for that score for Griffin Colapinto.
I'd say in terms of muscle mass, though, there's no doubt that the build is much more on the side of Medina. Wouldn't you agree?
I think they're both pretty chiseled, man.
Really? I always felt like Gabe was one of the more muscular guys on tour. But Italo's definitely surpassed him in that sense for sure.
Score came in, a 6-point ride for Griffin Colapinto.
That's strong.
So nice start. Priority sits with Gabe Medina. Colapinto re-enters the lineup after a Red Bull jet ski ride out to the channel.
A 6 for just 1 turn. And out of the 2 quarters so far, Kaipo, that's the highest score we've seen on the men's side so far today.
Medina's on the move here. Offshore winds grooming this left. He's too deep. Priority to Griffin Colapinto. Priority air to Gabe Medina. Unusual for Gabe to make an error like that.
Yeah, but there are more waves on the outside right here, and he might be in position to get a rebate wave. Kaipo, he's looking at one. Griffin's so far away from him right now that Gabe might be able to break away. Seems like that one's going to close out on top of him too, though.
I feel like we've seen Gabe Medina use this playbook before and surf down the beach here in Itaúna. Here we go. Ooh. Pulls it to the barrel, comes out, and gets axed on the way out of the doggy door. Looked like he had that thing in the bag.
He did. He did. I think he just maybe set up a bit too tall when he was coming out of the barrel right there, but now it truly is a priority mistake, though, because paddled for the 1 before, had the rebate wave right here, and just need to straighten out just a bit more to make it a complete barrel, Kipes.
Take a look at it again. Looks like he was on his way.
Yeah, I mean, he just needed to stay a little bit more compact right there towards the end. I mean, he got deep, too. He was fully behind the curtain right there. And as you can see, maybe standing just a bit too up straight. Got guillotined, too, Kipes.
Yeah, not a good feeling.
Not at all.
Fan reaction here.
Well, everything's in favor of Griffin right now. He does have the highest wave of the heat, and that was definitely an opportunity for Gabe to at least break something into the mid-range in terms of the scoreline. And remember, 30-minute heats, Kaipo. These go by real quick, especially at a beach break like this, where you're seeing many different peaks be involved. Also, the fact that he was able to get a 6 on a right with just a single turn tells you a lot about today's conditions.
There goes Griff, and he has to pull out. Pretty wally at this point. You know, I think what the surfer's really going to have to look for, which is obvious, is some corners.
Yeah.
And I've just seen, you know, we got a tide. Right now, the tide's dropping, going to a low. Let's go, let's see, it's local time is 10:21. We have a low tide of a 1.2 feet at 2:40. So we got plenty of time right here for this tide to drain out. This kind of mid-tide you would think would favor the shape of the wave, but it seems like there's been a lot of walls as of lately with all these sets.
Yeah, and you know, not a huge separation in terms of the high or the low. The one thing it does, though, as you said, it does close out these waves just a bit more, and that's why the 6-point ride there from Griff, he saw an opportunity, he took it on the corner. There aren't many of them out there, Kaipo.
Yeah, and look at the positioning. These guys are surfing heats just with themselves, basically. Priority's not going to even come into play right now because of the distance between our two surfers.
Yeah.
So both choosing to surf their own peak, basically surf their own heat.
That guy's extremely intelligent, though, in the blue jersey. Been there, done that many different times. He's won in 3 different, really separate years of surfing, too. 14, he was still a Grom on tour. He won it when he was 20 years old. 2018, he beat Julian Wilson for the World Championship. And then 21, his most dominant year. There was no doubt that he was winning the World Championship that year. So there's been an evolution in the surfing in 3 different championships.
Think about Gabe Medina. 12 years on the championship tour. He's had 7 CT wins on that championship tour. Also a note for Gabe Medina, he's had 18 10-point rides in his career. He just had his 18th actually happen in Tahiti. We saw there at Te Aopo'o, up against Jake Marshall in that round of 16 where he had a banger of a heat, a nearly perfect heat.
It should have been a perfect heat.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. 19.83 should have been 20. Rachel Apollonio. Wait a minute. We're going to check in with Rachel a little bit later because we got Gabe Medina interested in this wave. Medina. Going left again. Speeds down the line. Nice carve on the forehand for Gabe. Looking loose on the Cabianca. Steps on the tail. Seeking a ramp. Rampless. A little frustrating for Gabe Medina. Now we can check in with Rachel Apollonio.
Guys, what a beautiful day here in the sponsor village. The sun is perfect, not too hot, not too windy. It's amazing. People are having so much fun. And this is the Rio de Janeiro government activation, which is amazing because it gives the kids incentive about that sport incentive law. So they can learn about that law in their television. They put some tokens for the kids. And also the people are in the line to win prizes in that machine. So they're having fun, and the best, they are having incentive for sports. That's amazing. Back to you guys in booth.
A lot of activations. Look at all of the vendor village activations. We got a standing wave there. We got the sound stage. We got Gabe Medina up on our right this time, looking for a ramp, and still rampless for Medina, searching, fishing through the lineup, trying to make some opportunities for himself. That was the 7th wave ridden for Gabe Medina in this heat.
Well, and he's realizing that there are a few opportunities out there for any kind of multiple turn waves. He's trying to focus on and emphasize the air too, but as we saw in the last heat with Italo, just over 10 points in terms of the heat total. Both of them are really struggling to even find a backup score right now, Kipes.
Yeah, it's a patient game for Griffin Colapinto. It's a busy game for Gabriel Medina, both playing the game. They're looking for a spot in semifinal number 1 where they will match up against Italo Ferreira. The day is presenting itself. We've got our semifinals set for the women. We're going to set up for the men. More on the way after this Bonsoy brew break.
Da etapa mais alucinante da temporada 2024 no Championship Tour. Voltamos para dentro d'água. 3 pontos zero 5 terceiro Gabriel. O Griffin, por sua vez, tem uma onda bem fraca de passado de 0,17. Muita coisa
Nature gives us everything every single day, and being raised off the grid in Costa Rica, it changed my life.
Surf is about nature, you know, and I feel blessed to be out there.
I think as surfers, we all come from the sea. That's what keeps us grounded, and that's where we find ourselves.
I think a memorable moment when I felt connected with nature was when I first went surfing with my dad on his Dick Brewer surfboard, and I remember falling and just being like washed around with the wave, but being calm at the same time, you know, surrounded by nature was a moment I'll never forget because it made me fall in love with surfing.
Surfing is my meditation every day. It's where I think about my life. You don't think about much, you know, you just enjoy the moment there, you're present.
I think nature constantly shows us what the present moment is. And if we do that more often, do we become better people and the world would be a better place.
Quarterfinal 2 in the water. Griffin Colapinto with the lead over Gabe Medina, Kaipaguro, as well as Mitchell Salazar on the call here. No waves written during that break, so same situation when we left for that break. With Griffin in the lead, Griffin leads a backup score, however. He's got a 6-point ride for one turn on the right and been patiently waiting with priority to gain that backup. There's Griffin.
Yeah, and he's only caught 2 waves, so he's tried to search for a backup, but Gabe has 9 waves, Kaipo. And out of those 9 waves, he only has 2 that are better than a 2-point ride. Really low scoring heat. I mean, just look at that. 10 minutes to go, 9 waves to 2, and the heat total's just above 6 points for both of them. Very inconsistent out there in terms of the quality of the waves. You have to be extremely selective right now and really search for one of those waves that's gonna offer up one good section to kind of blast off on.
Priority have not been in play so far in this heat, it being that both surfers are surfing opposite ends of the bank here, opposite ends of the beach break here at Itauna. Griffin still taking a look at these waves and choosing not to go. 30-minute heats in this quarterfinal, and it has flown by. We're just 9 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, it's extremely confusing out there. As you can see, the main peak probably not even being in use due to the amount of current and the rip that we're seeing out there. I mean, it looks like a defined peak from here, but if these two gentlemen are struggling, man, it's probably really hard to be in position out there, Kipes.
Yeah, the whitewater always seems to be on the horizon and eluding both of the surfers. You can see where they are, and they've actually almost like switched places. Yeah. Now we got Griffin further down the beach and Gabe at the original peak.
Yeah, and it almost seems like this might work out in Gabe's favor too. Second priority right now. He's looking for his best score so far, Kaipo.
Well, let's get our next heat underway and introduced. We'll throw it down to the beach for that.
Número 3 das quartas de final da categoria masculina. Nós vamos ter o confronto agora de mais 2 grandes atletas. Gostaria de convidar John Florence. John Florence. Aqui na passarela. John. Uma salva de palmas para o bicampeão mundial John Florence. 2 vezes campeão mundial, vencedor da etapa de El Salvador. Vamos agora, uma salva de palmas para Iago Dora, o brasileiro Iago Dora, vencedor da etapa do Rio de Janeiro no ano passado. Vem de segunda colocação em El Salvador. Vamos fazer uma reedição da final de El Salvador. Boa sorte, boas ondas para Iago Dora e John Florence.
There you go, John Florence coming up against Iago Dora in quarterfinal number 3. That's a rematch from the final of El Salvador. Gabe Medina engaging in this wave, fades into this left, slashes off the top, throwing a ton of spray there. Medina comes around this section. A little sleepy, looks out the back, wants a little more. Wave giving him a problem as it just backs off horribly, but he did get that one turn in there. I was waiting for something else too.
So was I.
Look at the anticipation, even on the beach between a good friend Ramsey Bukhayam watching Gabe.
Well, it's truly unbelievable how wave-starved they've been in terms of the quality of the waves out there right now. And once again, Like you're just waiting for them to do something sensational. They just can't find the wave, Kipes. They can't find the wave. I mean, deep bottom turn right there has a strong maneuver. Was looking for a 305, he don't get it. It's just another 2, and I mean, look at this. He's waiting the whole time for this wave to stand up, and it just doesn't do it for him.
Frustration. 10 waves ridden by Gabe Medina. This one turn earned him a 2.47, not enough to take the lead.
And you normally don't see him be this active. You normally see him be way more complacent with selecting his waves, knowing that he wants to be on the better waves out there in the heat. They just haven't been out there for him. They haven't been out there for him. He's been struggling. He's been searching for them. And Griff right here is looking to back up the 6.
Colapinto. Check turn there, gets back up into the lip. So comboed it up, and that's all he's going to get before diving off. So it looks like he's going to opt to paddle back out rather than take the jet ski ride.
Well, extremely intelligent. The 2 for 1 right here. A little bit of a softer section right there for Griff. He carves it down and then goes straight up into the lip. Nothing extremely explosive though, but as I said before, just looking to back up the 6, he did just that. He did just that, Kaipo. And it seems like not only is he going to extend the lead, he's going to go pursue Gabe right now with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, 3.2 checks in, backs up the 6-point ride. There's a lot on the line right now as we take a look at our live rankings. Italo Ferreira has moved up 2 spots with the semifinal finish guaranteed into that final 5 situation. Gabe Medina, right now number 7 on those rankings.
Man, that loss of Jack Robinson might cost him here.
Griffin finds this one. Lip glide, nice carve, and the finish. Needs to get through this section and does not. So 2 turns may slightly improve upon that 3.2, I feel, but not by a lot.
Yeah, could be doing it, but agree with you right there. Gabe's only needing less than a 6 right now. First turn wasn't bad, a bit more critical in comparison to the 3.2, but just a carve for the second one. I mean, he pulls out that third one and for sure improving on the 3.2 by a good margin. But once again, the critical nature of the first turn, Kaipo, might be an element of surprise for the judges right there in terms of improving on the 3.2.
Yeah.
Combos it up with the carve afterwards and a missed opportunity right here to capitalize on the finish. So Griffin complete, but it seems like he does.
Yeah, a slight improvement, a 3.93 to kick off that 3.2 that he previously had, but he did increase the need for Gabe Medina, which is the important part. Medina now, 6.6 is the number for Gabe Medina to hit.
Well, out of the top 5, the only person that's lost before this round was Jack Robinson. Griffin at the moment in the live rankings is number 2. So this is a consequential heat for him too, Kaipo.
Medina slashes off the top there, combos it up one more time for the lip glide, solid for the finish, fist bump, and the crowd absolutely loves it. The 6.6 is the requirement for Gabe Medina to turn this heat.
I don't know if I'm fully sold on that score right there, needing a mid-6. It would have to be the best wave of the heat. It was a good combo though, for sure his best wave, Kaipo, and with 3 minutes to go, he's at least, you know, diminishing the requirement right now. I don't know about the 6.6 though. Odd that the 2 best waves in this heat, given that in the first 3 days of competition, the majority of waves you've seen go above a 5-point scoreline have both been right in this heat.
One more look at Medina's wave.
Yeah, first turn was decent, and then a little lip line floater for the second one too. A lot of reverb and a lot of backwash on that one right there for Gabe. Had to really deal with a lot of circumstances around him. Waiting for the score, Kaipo.
Still waiting for the score for Gabe Medina. See if he is able to leapfrog over Griffin Colapinto and earn a spot in the semifinals. Colapinto holding it down so far. Griffin on the paddle back out, so we're actually waiting for a score for Griffin Colapinto. We're waiting for the score for this wave right here, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like he had a deep bottom turn, carve, and then into the lip for the second one too. Again, that's 2 waves in a row now where he's fallen on the last turn. I will say though, the first turn was very strong. A lot of commitment on that carve right there on the open face. A much larger wave right here too, Kaipo. A little bit of variation, grabbing the rail right there for Griff. So I mean, there is a chance he improves on the 3.93 with just the 1 turn right here.
I feel like he would have slammed the door shut if he was able to ride out of that final maneuver. Gabe Medina did not turn the heat on the previous wave. Needs a 5.27 at this moment. Floats through here. Couple of maneuvers. 5.27 is now the requirement. Gabe Medina on his last wave was a 4.67, so didn't take the lead, but he reduced the requirement. Now, we need 2 scores. This is what's going on. We need to score for Griffin Colapinto, and if Griffin improves upon a 3.9, he will heighten the requirement for Gabe Medina. Gabe right now needs a 5.27, but it could be more than that when Griffin's score drops.
Well, the first carve was a bit off, and then he really recovers well with the last floater, the snap right there towards the end. You can see right here, he comes around the corner, and not by default, but he kind of has to cut that turn short, and then eventually makes it around the whitewater right here, and it's the little snap to floater right there, Kaipo. Timmy Ray is special right there at the end, and fortunately for him, he lands in a good position on the face of the wave. I don't know.
Well, it's a lot of math. It really depends if Griffin heightened the requirement on his last wave. If he did better than that 3.93, that's what Griffin did his job. He got a 4.07. So now Gabe needs a 5.41. So the requirement did grow for Gabe Medina with that last score from Griffin Colapinto. We're waiting for the score for Medina.
It ain't a big number, though. It's not a big number, Kaipo. He needs him at 5. The critical nature of the second turn, the impact of it, and especially the dramatics right there towards the end. I think it's right on the line. It's either yes or no.
No indication as of yet from the judges.
Well, they're gonna take their time right here. Heat's over, so this will be decided on the beach. Wow, what a moment, though. Literally right at the end again, Kaipo. That's 2 heats back to back, where this heat will be decided on the sand for Gabe. And if Griffin's able to make it out of it, I mean, his chances of getting the number 2 or 3 seed over there at lowers are huge.
Anticipation, the pacing of Medina, the silence of the crowd. We got a quiet crowd right now. 5, they're under. 2 judges under so far. Needs a 5.41. Under, 3rd judge.
Yep.
And it's not going to be enough for Gabe Medina. Medina, an equal 5th, eliminated in the quarterfinals. Griffin Colapinto on to the semifinals. Wow.
He just silenced the crowd, Kaipo. This beach is quiet right now.
So Colapinto gets it done. So Colapinto, he's moving on into the semifinals here in Rio. Meanwhile, we want to wish Gabe Medina good luck in the Olympics in Tahiti. Semifinal number 1 is all set. It's going to be Italo Ferreira up against Griffin Colapinto. Let's set up semifinal number 2. How do we get there? Through quarterfinal number 3. John Florence up against Iago Dora in a rematch from the final that we just saw at stop number 7 on the championship tour in El Salvador. This is a great heat. It's Kaipo Girl along with Mitchell Salazar. We saw a shocked beach with the elimination of Gabe Medina in the last heat, but the Brazilian hope continues here with our defending champ at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, Iago Dora, up against rankings leader John Florence.
Well, and I would say the most important heat of the round, Kaipo, you have the rankings leader, as you pointed out, but the guy that's just been catching fire the last 2 events in Dora, and statistically speaking, the 2 best surfers out here historically at the Vivo Rio Pro as well.
Great point, Mitch. Heat winning percentage in Rio for Iago Dora, 74%. That's the highest in the field. Second highest in the field is John Florence with 69%. This is a replay of a 3-point ride for Iago Dora.
Yeah, decent little opener. Could easily be a backup for Iago right here at the end of this heat. Cool little combo there for Dora, our defending event champion. Slams the door shut right there at the end too, Kipes.
Yeah, so to reiterate the heat winning percentages that we were talking about, our defending champ, 74% there, Iago Dora, and in the yellow jersey, the number 1 on the rankings, John Florence at 69%.
That's ridiculous.
John, yeah.
74, close to 75. He's winning 3 out of 4 heats he's surfing out here.
Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. He took a big win. He's into the semifinals, Manu.
Thank you, Kaipo and Maida here with Griffin. You just beat the local hero in a very nerve-wracking heat. How did you feel for you?
How did I feel? Well, it was just a crazy one. I was expecting us to just go blow for blow and get a bunch of high scores and have a bunch of opportunity, but pretty much went completely the opposite. And yeah, it was just scrappy. It was really hard to find the corner. There's like these side washes coming through the wave, so when they'd be coming in, like if you were behind it, it was like you couldn't get the wave at all. So you had to be in the perfect spot, and then there wasn't that many waves, so it was really hard. And then yeah, I don't know, it went my way in the end, just the way everything worked out. I even fell on my last 2 waves. I thought, wow, the crowd's going psycho. It's full force today.
So, and this is your best result here so far. How does it feel to break through the finals day here in Brazil?
Oh, it feels amazing, especially the waves. I mean, obviously the waves in our heat weren't insane, but there's definitely potential out there, and sun's out and the crowd's here. I got Italo in my next heat, so another local hero, and yeah, just keep doing my thing.
In the last 2 events, you've been struggling a little bit for finals day and good results. Have you had a different approach for this event?
Honestly, no. I just kept to my same thing, my same rhythm. You know, the last 2 events, like the things, how I got the things went my way, and then in that last heat, the last 2 events, things went the opposite for me, and I ended up losing early. And so that's just how it goes. You know, a full year on tour after 10 events, you're gonna have moments like this and moments where it goes the other way. So you gotta just, you know, trust your process and keep rolling.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. See you in the semis. Thank you, guys. Back to the booth.
All right, Griffin Colapinto. During that interview, we could hear the screams from the beach. And a couple of rides went down, one for John Florence, one for Iago Dora. We're waiting for 2 scores right now to bring you up to speed in the situation. And Florence is back in place. Numbers are trickling through. Opening ride for John Florence, a 5-point ride. Here's a look at the 5-point ride.
Yeah, had one really strong turn on the outside right there, into the lip, down the line, and finishes it off with the 1 carve on the back end. So a strong opening combo there for John. As you mentioned, semifinal last year, statistically speaking, the 2nd best surfer historically right here in Rio. Already 2 victories, he's looking for number 3. Carve wasn't bad either, just got a little stuck coming out of it, but a nice exchange right there. John, and then behind him, Iago.
This is a 6.83 for Iago Dora.
My goodness, that first turn was filthy, and then combos it up with the layback at the end, and he struggled to ride out cleanly out of this one. Fortunately for him, he was able to hang on, Kaipo, and got the completion right there at the end.
Back to live action here. Iago finds a right. A couple of carves on the backhand. Easing through just a couple of cutbacks to back up. That's 6.83. Wants to do better than a 3-point ride. There's Iago's dad, Leandro, up in the Red Bull athlete zone.
It's funny. His father's name's Leandro. His other coach name is Leandro as well, Da Silva. So they came through the same system, Kaipo, over there.
Let's take a look at our live rankings and update you on what's been going on. Look at Griffin Colapinto gaining speed up the rankings. He's a solid number 2. John Florence is way out in front, number 1, but pay attention. Italo Ferreira above the cut line for that final 5, and Iago Dora, he's still in play at number 8 there.
Well, and Jordy Smith, Ethan Ewing coming up in the next heat. Ewing number 4 in the rankings, Smith number 6. Italo, though, could easily win the championship here, especially if momentum's on his side, like it has been the last 2 days, Kaipo.
Italo's been constantly putting up the highest scores. I mean, he got through this quarterfinal on a low-scoring affair with that just a 10-point. Remember, yesterday put in a monster score of 17.5. So we know he's got a lot of gas in the tank. He's got a lot of energy, Italo Ferreira. He's feeling the vibe right now.
Well, and out of everybody in the top 10 right there, he was also the guy that lost in the elimination round at the last event.
Yeah.
So he has a lot to prove, a lot to demonstrate right here at home. But to me, this guy, I'm going back to it, Kaipo, the most important heat of the round. Iago's been heating up, 5th place finish over there in Tahiti. Not only went through his good friend Jack Robinson in the elimination round, Jack had more than 16 points in that heat.
Yeah, it was a high-scoring heat.
He's truly had to earn every single victory in the last 2 events, made the final over there against John at Punta Roca, and he's just been surfing sensational.
He has. He's been getting right into rhythm after narrowly qualifying for the back half of the season. He was the last surfer to survive that mid-season cut, Iago Dora.
I can't believe the kind of first half he had, given that he was a top 10 surfer last year, missed out from the finals just a couple of spots in 23, and his first victory came at this event in 23, and he could easily be a repeat champion too. He has the lead as of right now. I don't mind the approach of staying active either. He found the right, didn't improve with the 2.83. You see the results so far. Last 2 events have been his best.
Yeah. And another thing about Iago Dora in his matchups against John Florence is each time Iago's matched up with John in Brazil, he's beat him. He beat him in 2023 in the semifinal here. And then Iago beat John as a wild card in 2017 here as well. So when we look at that history, Iago's undefeated against John in Brazil. Here goes John Florence. He wants to change that number. Round the corner, throws it away. Offshore wind gets under the board, blows it away.
Yeah, maybe pushed a bit too hard right there on that section. Coach Ross, teammate Tati right there looking on for John. But yeah, it was a missed opportunity. It seemed like it had a good amount of face down the line too, so it's gonna be a priority mistake for Double J right there, 2-time champ. He's looking to get his 3rd title in Rio, Kaipo.
Yeah, John Florence winning in Rio, and Barra de Juca, before we moved the event over here to Saquarema, won it in 2012 and won in 2016, John Florence.
Yeah, and he beat some amazing surfers in those finals too. Joe Parkinson, who won his world championship in 2012 that year, and also Jack Freestone in 2016.
Freestone in 2016. It was a stormy day in Barra de Juca that day, and a young John Florence came through. The crowd loved them. I mean, John actually has a pretty big fan base
everywhere
in Brazil.
Yeah, we are Punta Roca signing autographs all day. Actually here, during the late days, he only could surf either super early in the morning or super late in the afternoon too, because there's a mob that was trying to crowd him the whole time. As you said, extremely popular, and who wouldn't like John? He's one of the nicest people on tour.
There's the crowd we're talking about.
Action. And it's what? Close to 11. Give it a couple hours and it's going to be even double the size over there, Kipes.
Yeah. Streets will be packed.
Good luck walking home tonight.
Yep, and I lost my bicycle. 16 minutes, 45 seconds. Yago Dora with the lead. And priority heat control with Yago Dora, who's spent 6 years on the championship tour. Only one win, and that win came right here last year. Can Yago Dora go back-to-back? That's one of the questions of the day.
100%, and he could easily do it. The only other person we've seen succeed in the last few years here at this event has been Felipe Toledo, and look at the Champions Trophy from Duke Kahanamoku, Kipes.
Oh, we got some title contenders in the water, all vying for that Duke Kahanamoku WSL Champions Trophy. That we award that at the Lexus WSL Finals, kicking off September 6th through the 14th at Lower Trestles. And we got some of the contenders in the water. Can John win a third world title? That's a big question on all of our minds. He's got a big lead in the rankings right now, but he's trailing Yago Dora in this quarterfinal number 3.
And he has also made the final over there at Lowers before. Hasn't won, but he's made the final. Has a lot of experience competing there as an amateur too in the NSSA days. And when you look back at the history of that wave, if it's 4 to 6 feet, he's definitely one of the people to beat out there, Kaipo. And especially with the Paizel connection that he's had moving to Southern California, I feel like those boards are going to translate well over to that wave.
Hey, Mitch, it's time for a Bonzoy brew break. We're going to get back to more conversation. We'll see who's heading to the semifinals. Will it be John Florence or Yago Dora?
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Quarterfinal number 3, John Florence finds a left here, trailing Yago Dora. Nice snap on the backhand for Florence. One more time up in the lip and has to use some flexibility to pull himself back on board for the completion. John Florence, a 4.84 will take him to the lead over Yago Dora. Replay here, Mitchell.
Well, I'd be thinking he's getting the score right here, Kaipo. Really strong opening snap. And you can see right there, the deep bottom turn placed him extremely well in the pocket the entire time. And as you said, that little extra swivel that he has in his bottom turn, it's really something that we've come to appreciate the whole time he's been on tour. Combos it up perfectly with the second turn. Does lose just a little bit of control, but rides out cleanly for the last one.
Yeah, impressive to regain control there. But, you know, the swivel off the bottom and that twitch off the top that he's able to throw those fins. Yeah, he should easily get that 4.84 and take the lead off of Yago Dora.
You know, a lot of people always think of him just of the carves on the forehand over there in WA, his barrel riding skills. He's just as good on the backhand too, Kaipo.
Sure is. 6.27 is the number for John Florence. John takes the lead. Iago Dora on the comeback here. Finds the left. Double pump off the bottom. Slashes off the top. Skits through this section. Long carve back into the whitewater there, a little caught up. Looking for a low road double up. A lot of taper on this wave, hoping for something on the inside here. He's gonna get it, pops it up, and reverts out of that. Nice little air reverse, tidy air reverse, and applause from his support squad as well as the beach.
Well, we should be getting another situation change right here. He needs a mid-4. It was a grindier wave, but he did just enough to be able to get to the inside and throw the reverse right there, Kaipo. Smaller wave too, but made a decision to go on this wave with priority. Down the line snap, comes around the corner, great carve. Does get a little hung up though, as you were saying, and nearly lost the edge of the fins right there when he was coming out of it too, but recovers well right here towards the inside. Timed it great, made sure just to stay on his feet, get enough pump, and get the little click right there at the end. So down the line snap, the carve right here coming around the corner, but you can see right there, loses his fins just slightly. Never looks good in terms of the eyes of the judges. It disrupts flow is really the main thing, but had enough pop right here to be able to get the air reverse right at the end. So mid-4 Kaipo, I feel like we're gonna see another change.
Yeah, we should see Iago retake the lead. I love that lip glide right there, just projection down the line to make sure he can clear the water for this big carve.
Yeah, and truly uses all of his body weight into that thing too. But recovered well right there after the little misplaced carve. Make sure that he stays in a good pace on this wave too, and once he makes it to the inside right here, had just enough pop to be able to get the fins free right there at the end and pull the rotor kipes.
John fades into this one, snaps off the top, vicious backhand snap for John Florence. Some foam to deal with through this section. Looking for some clean water, which he's not gonna find, but one big backhand snap for John. Anything over a 5 will better his situation.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on the score for Iago too, but right here, first turn was very strong. See right there, deep bottom turn as tight in the pocket as you possibly could. And then unfortunately for John, this wave just goes too frothy right here towards the end. Kaipo was able to combo it up with the one carve. I'm interested to see where the score goes though, because the first turn was very strong. Only needs to improve on a 5.
Yeah, Iago took the lead with his last score of a 4.83. John Florence is now looking for that 5.4. You can see the needs column, and we're waiting for the number for that last wave. All of it's going to lean on that first big backhand snap. Was that enough? Was that the 5.4 to go back and forth in this matchup?
There's a really close heat too, 11.66 to 11.27 right there in terms of the heat totals. A lot of distance in between both surfers. Remember yesterday, round of 16, John's best wave was actually on the right, and he was able to find that under priority. Really a little gem that came towards him. Oh, it seems like Iago might have a wave here though, Kaipo.
Dora, good looking wave for Iago.
Uh-oh.
Bigger wave, big snap off the top. Nice wall in front of Iago Dora. Pulls the rail down on the down carve. One more snap. Building momentum down multiple maneuvers. Some variety in the line. Great rail surfing by Iago. This wave keeps on giving. Low road on the end here. Claps his hands, and his support squad goes wild, as well as the beach. Iago Dora is going to start running away with this one after this number drops.
Yeah, and somebody woke up the dragon right there, Kaipo. He is awake right now, and he's breathing fire. Looking to improve on a 4.83. Feel like this, no doubt, should be the best wave of the heat. Much larger wave, combination of major maneuvers. His family loves it.
Yeah, add to that the fact that John just got a 5 on his last wave, so John did not turn the heat. So now it's nothing but open air for Iago Dora. He's going to improve upon that 4.83 that you can see as a backup. He's going to improve in a big way on that, and he's going to put a lot of weight on the shoulders of John Florence.
What you call him in 2017, the skinny goat?
Skinny goat.
Yeah, he ain't that skinny anymore, I can tell you that. 7 minutes to go right here. We're definitely going to see him improve on his lead, Kaipo, and get a positioning out there, and he caught that wave literally as soon as he got back out.
Check this out, and I'm going to give you guys the number for this as we watch this replay so you can appreciate it. This is a 9.17.
The variation right there, Kaipo. Grab rail, Cuddy into the lip once again. I mean, not only the combination of major maneuvers, the flow he was able to keep on this wave right here. Matched the pace of it, had great speed, and of course the power aspect of it on the outside. How about the size of this wave too?
How about all the judges from this, all the scores from the judges? A couple of 9.5s in there throughout the high, the low, way into the excellent range with that 9.17.
Yeah, well deserved for sure, but man, that carve right there was powerful, it was intense, and truly a masterpiece being painted right here by the youngster from Floripa.
What incredible surfing. Well, it's time for us to announce quarterfinal number 4. For that, we'll throw it down to the beach and the announcement of quarterfinal 4.
Uma salva de palmas aqui, galera, pro Ethan Ewing. 25 anos, vice-campeão de Portugal, 4º colocado no ranking. E agora, de camiseta azul, o sul-africano George Smith. Por favor, galera, uma salva de palmas pro George. 17 anos no Tour, 2 vezes vice-campeão mundial, 3º em Sunset. Boa sorte, boas ondas, good look and good waves. George Smith e Ethan Ewing. Iago tá quebrando.
There you go, quarterfinal number 4. It's going to be Ethan Ewing up against Jordy Smith. That's going to be a battle of some power rail surfing between those two.
Oh, look at the requirement for John now, Kibes.
John needs a 9.73. And he's in 2nd priority. Heat control right now with Iago Dora.
Dang, he reached 16 points already in his last 4 waves.
Yeah, this was unfortunate. That was John trying to come back and lost priority right there. After falling, he went right behind Iago Dora. So that's how Iago Dora has gained ultimate heat control. He's got a big lead. He's got priority. He really doesn't have much on the clock, too, given the circumstance, with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. All of our events' top scores, and Iago Dora just went to the top.
Yeah, and Italo has 2 of those. We saw Cole Hauschman with the 8.83 yesterday in the elimination round. I got to be honest with you, Kaipo. The last 2 years, we've seen Iago Dora not only make huge improvements, his confidence looks like there's really nothing else comparable to him right now.
After breaking his foot in 2022, he's come back in a big, big way.
Masterful way. He looks like he's having so much fun right now. He looks relaxed. The boards look amazing as always, but it just seems like when it comes to competition, he's bringing the free surf aspect once again to surfing in a jersey, Kaipo.
Yeah, and it's really impressive. We saw both John and Iago with their performances over there in Punta Roca, where some of the best surfing in the world is done, and some of the most innovative surfing done in a jersey, which is even more impressive because you're trying to impress the judges, you have time constraints, you have the nervousness of the jersey, but you're actually putting out as good or not better surfing than free surfers get after multiple tries trying to put clips together. And it's just, that's why the W sells the show. It's best surfing in the world right here. John takes a look at that. Iago says, hey, you can have that one. It's a closeout. John is still under the priority of Iago Dora. Iago holding court right now.
Well, and there's a sense of satisfaction of when you come in after a good performance, too. Like, it's the best feeling ever. Whenever you put on a jersey and you're able to surf freely the way that you want, man, you come in not only with a big smile on your face, you go to bed happy, you sleep the best night you've ever had before, Kaipo, and you know, historically speaking, the 2 best surfers ever to do it out here, they're matched up once again, but so far, it's been Iago Dora once again. And remember, if he wins, it'll be 3-0 Iago to John here in Rio.
Yeah. A little cat and mouse going on right now. John trying to shake Iago Dora off his tail. Iago in hot pursuit. Iago's gonna let John go on this one. And that's exactly why. No future in that wave, and it's turning into that Eagles song right now for John Florence.
Which one's that?
Desperado. Just a tough position when someone drops a 9.17 on you.
I will say, though, one of the best surfers ever out there in the yellow jersey right now. He has a massive lead in terms of the rankings. He's got a couple of flips in his arsenal, too, in terms of the aerial variation, Kaipo, but I don't see it happening right now. You got a lion on your tail with Yago Dora in the lineup.
Yeah, not under Yago Dora's guard right now. Take a look at our heat check for this matchup, and you can see the massive score on the bottom of a 9.17. All the judges' individual scores, as well as their countries represented, Mitchell.
Yeah, and the Portuguese flag right there, the 8.8, the two high scores from the United States and Australia. Also the waves, Kaipo. Florence has caught 6, Dora's 5. Been extremely efficient, has nothing lower than a 2.83, so even with the 6.83 and the 4.83, he was still leading this heat. And with just over a minute, you look at his best wave, 6.27. He's done well so far, but 16 points, hard to beat out there right now.
Yeah, 16's excellent heat for Yago Dora. Down to a minute, and this should be a basic play for Yago. So we're going to see Yago in semifinal number 2.
Okay. Posing this. All Brazilian final. Italo Yago. Number 5 positioning on the line. Could you imagine that? Especially Italo looking for his 2nd win so far in 24. A massive bounce back after the early loss at Punta Roca. Don't get me going.
I got you. Wound you up. I love it.
Don't get me going.
Keep going. Yago, this is just a formality right now between these two. Yago with the block that should flip priority to John Florence. John with 15 seconds. A wave coming through here, and that wave will not present itself at all for John.
Hey, he has still had an extremely consistent year, another finals day appearance, and once again, one of the best surfers out here ever.
Okay. Thank you, both Yago Dora as well as John Florence. It was a very, very entertaining heat, but it's Yago Dora who is moving on. Sport Squad loves it there.
Yeah, Gian Bernini right there from Team Mayhem.
Some points for Mayhem, too, at the Vista CT Shaper rankings as Yago moves into the semifinals. So congratulations to Yago Dora moving into the semifinals. That's it for John Florence here in Rio. So we want to wish him good luck at the Olympics in Tahiti.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Iago Dora being congratulated by his father, Leandro. Another huge heat win here at Saquarema, the defending event champion, just getting past world number 1, John Florence, with a gigantic heat total and a running left that was comparable to Mundaka at 917 for a wave that kept on giving. And now we have quarterfinal number 4 just getting started. Australia versus South Africa, Ethan Ewing versus Jordy Smith. And the winner will be with Iago Dora in semifinal number 2. Two big regular footers that are super powerful, that have a lot of strengths to break down. Joe Turpel with former CT athlete Jesse Mendez. Jesse watching these guys duck dive and get into position. Let's break down their form from this season and what they're capable of in waves like this, starting with Jordy Smith.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a similar contrast. If you talk about Ethan and Jordy, both of surfers known for their rail surfing and style. Like, it's pretty much flawless, second to none, and both for the backhands used to not be a weapon, but now becoming a weapon. Very powerful. I think the point of difference is maybe Ethan cutting the water a little bit sharper in his backhand, and Jordy definitely getting the power edge on that one because it's a bit bigger, a bit heavier. So it's a pretty evenly match. I think we're going to have a good one in our hands.
And I guess the big take here with just in 2024 with the longevity of Jordy Smith, how many changes he's gone through in his career. Now in his 17th season on the championship tour. And the spotlight's been kind of on Ethan Ewing in the last couple of seasons, especially since he finished runner-up in the world just last year. First wave of the matchup underway. Jordy Smith outpositions Ewing, but goes straight down.
Yeah, going a little bit too lateral on that coping right there. And here, the wave has a lot of wobble throughout even on a clear day like this with clear walls in front of the surfer. So he disengaged a little bit too much and went over the handlebars right there. But it happens, you know, you got to get that over with.
Jordy Smith winning this event back in 2013 down the coast in Barra da Tijuca. One of his real major wins that he accomplished outside of South Africa as he went back-to-back at J-Bay for the first 2 wins of his career. We'll never forget that first chair he had up to his first podium as a championship tour athlete. It was a very emotional moment for the entire Smith family, including Jordy himself. Tears were flowing from his eyes, and he was able to actually return to J-Bay and go back-to-back. First a final with Adam Melling, and then a final with Mick Fanning the following season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for me, growing up a few years younger than him, always looking up to him so much. He had so much success in his career as a professional surfer on competition and also on just free surfing. He set a tone for most of surfers my age, and the type of surfing, the progressive surfing he was doing a few years back, it was so impressive. Obviously now slowing a bit down. Ethan is on his prime of his career. Best results he had so far, it's been in the last 2 years. So it's going to be good because Jordy has a good opportunity in front of him to clinch the top 5 final, and this is important heat.
As we see this set build out the back, Ethan and Jordy trying to put themselves in position so they can join Iago Dora in the semifinals. Down the line, it looks like Jordy's going to hold back. Let's hear from Dora with Maida.
Thank you, Joey. What a heat, Iago Dora. And it looks like you found a really gem right there. What did you think when you saw that huge opening wall for your highest score of the event?
Yeah, I'm really happy that wave came my way. I think that was the one I was waiting for in El Salvador in the final that never came, and it came here to me. So I'm really glad it did. And when I saw that open face, I was just like, okay, just kind of stay calm because it's easy to get too excited when you get a wave that good. And I was like, okay, just stay calm and place the turns in the right timing and go all the way, and you're gonna get a big score. So I just try to like really bring the variety, and I got a good score for it.
Yeah, this is the 4th time you beat John Florence here in Brazil. So how confident did you get here?
Yeah, I'm really confident in this wave. I think it's, historically this is my best event on tour, so I really feel good when I come back here every time.
How do you feel with this opportunity to get a back-to-back win?
Yeah, it's amazing. Of course, I got the semis first, but yeah, I'm just trying to go wave by wave, enjoying each moment and not thinking about too much, just trying to surf and have fun, and I've been having fun.
Nice, and the crowd is loving you. Congratulations. Good luck in the semis. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Maida. Yago Dora featuring in his 4th semifinal and 6 starts here at Saquarema, looking to defend his event title. And looking at the live rankings after that win, once again over John Florence, Yago moves up 2 spots into the 6th position, 1 spot out of the final 5. Italo's moved up 2 into that 5th position. Jordy in the water now, ready to answer back. He's been pushed down to 7th since these guys have already surfed their heats. And the shaded names are out of the contest. Seeing the drop for Gabriel Medina, all the pressure will be on the 3-time world champ at Cloudbreak to make the Lexus WSL Finals. Snapping off the top is Jordy Smith. Little open face hook on a small insider, but still aggressive off the coping. He'll try to find a little reform on the inside section. Redirects it one more time, so really engaged on a smaller wave there, but might be looking for a board change. The guy in charge of the equipment for Jordy, right there on screen, is Father Graham Smith, looking on for the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, I wonder what's the reason behind that. Maybe that first wave looked like it was a bit loose on the lip, so maybe he's wanting a little bit more grip, didn't realize. But this is just me thinking, you know, I'm trying to figure it out. Why is he changing his board? I guess we'll find out if he makes the heat and maybe tell us on the post-interview heat.
Yeah, totally. Sometimes you'll find a little buckle on the bottom. Maybe it's just a different feeling that he's looking for. And there's the race down the beach with the backup sled. Looks like Matty McGillivray doesn't worry about his shoes. That's a great effort for someone representing South Africa on tour alongside Jordy Smith. Jordy will be a long-time hero of Matty McGillivray. We'll get someone to ask Matty what's up with the backup board in a second there.
Yeah, like looking at the back of that board, obviously I couldn't see the whole board, but it seems like there was not any buckles right there. Usually that happens right on top of the fins when you have those type of lip lines turns that Jordy had on that first wave. So maybe just board selection was changed.
Well, a lot of people started running upstairs out of that VIP zone. Mitch, what did you see? Catch up with Mitch in just a moment. He has scrambled down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and right there he saw some pretty exciting movements upstairs. Graham Smith, the father of Jordy Smith, just sprinting out of the room. Pass the torch to Matty McGillivray. McGillivray, top form athlete. That guy's shredded. Just sprinted down the beach, soaking wet to make sure Jordy is going to be prepared for Ethan Ewing here. Jordy 3.83 and a 0.63, while Ethan is doing his normal thing. Patience, doesn't mind running down the clock, identifies certain waves to make a move on, rarely falls or makes mistakes, and now it's go time for the Australian. Catching up to the tail end of that one, but now getting on the board.
Yeah, it's obviously a mistake there for him, kicking out kind of a short wave, smaller wave in size as well. And it's crazy how things roll in surfing, right? Like you see Jordy starting with that first wave, falling off, going for a board switch, wasting time, but all of a sudden his opponent commits a mistake, takes off on a wave that is too shouldery, and he's back out with first priority. And he had all this time in the world to make everything happen. And sometimes it's the opposite, you know? This is the smallest wave he had a little bit ago. First turn, nice. The wave's just very flat. Gets vertical right there. It's pretty impressive, the skills of Jordy being that tall and that heavy on small wave surfing. Obviously, growing up in Durban, which there's a lot of beach breaks, so really developing that ability.
Well, a bit of excitement to kick off quarterfinal number 4. Mitchell Salazar on the VIP headset. What did you see on that board change?
Yeah, guys, I was just up here with Graham a while ago, and he sprinted out. We're talking about a guy in his 60s, Joe, and he literally ran towards the beach to be able to get the board to Maddie and change it up for Jordy. Seems like he might have wanted to go out on a larger board out there right now, and, you know, to be perfectly honest, looking at my perspective right here as he's up and riding right now, right back out there, Joe, and it seems like he has a good combination going right here.
Thank you very much, Mitchell Salazar. And check in on McGillivray's shoes for us, because he is soaking wet, but I think he's proud of himself. He was kind of nodding his head in the background of that shot as Jordy will finish the wave that Mitchell saw get underway just moments ago. We'll give you that complete ride in a second as he shuts another one down. A hard-working heat so far with Jordy changing his equipment and probably just trying to adapt to the conditions at the moment, as we'll see the takeoff here, Jesse.
Yeah, I think you called it great, Joe. That was a beautiful release off that first turn, but once again, the wave on the smaller side, I think he's trying to probably figure out his equipment, and he doesn't want to sit down. He wants to build on the scores and keep applying pressure into Ethan, but I think those waves that he chose were a little bit on the smaller sides and not enough scoring potential for him to actually maximize, because you don't expect Ethan to, in the next 15 or 16 minutes, not get a couple of three-point rides, you know. But that was a beautiful backside tail blow right there from him. Not the typical nose pick, but more of a drivey type of blow tail with lots of spray out the back. And then here the wave just dies. It's kind of a smaller wave, and Ethan up and riding.
Ethan up and out. Before this quarterfinal started, Ethan had only had 6 waves scored by the judges. He's just so efficient. Caught 4 waves in the opening round, and one of them was on his way in, but still counted as a number. Only caught 2 waves in the round of 16. This one's starting a little differently, where he's actually kicked off the heat with 2 throwaways instead of 2 keepers.
Yeah, and it's kind of impressive for you to see. Maybe because he had the freedom of being out the back by himself, so he knew he could give it a go and get back before Jordy without priority if the wave wasn't good. So as you see it right there, he's paddling back out. But actually it seems like Jordy got back pretty quick with the skis. So Jordy was sitting with priority right off the point right there, close to the rocks. You can see in the top of the screen, and Ethan kind of positioning a little bit more towards the middle of the beach. So yeah, Jordy's building. Nothing special so far, but you know, he's in the lead and with priority now.
Couple of 3s so far for Jordy out in front. Let's find out where Rachel's hanging out.
Well, guys, so inside the Red Bull Athlete Zone, there is a very important area. It's the Vivo recovery area. And here is where the athletes can come with Dr. Jason there and all the high technologies that they offer. Hi, Dr. Jason, how are you?
Pretty good.
Good. Can you explain us a little bit of what the athletes can find here?
In the recovery area, what we've got a situation for athletes to come and recover, often from their trips here or even after a surf. We've got the compression boots over there. We've got laser. We've also got other situations where people get injured at the contest, and then we're here also to look after that. Now, when we can't, Dr. Carlos is here. We make a decision if they need something more serious. Often it's just flu and stomach problems. And then we continue on if they're in the contest to get them to the final.
I hope nothing serious happened, but they're in good hands for sure.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Dr. Jason is an amazing surfer as well. Loves being in the water, loves living a healthy lifestyle. And when you got a doctor like that who looks younger every year, you always trust all the wisdom that he passes down to you, just how to take care of yourself, mental health as well. Great support for all the best surfers in the world. Right upstairs in the Vivo Recovery Lounge, a part of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jordy Smith and Ethan Ewing. Still looking at some small numbers. Jordy a 3.83 and a 3.5 has the lead, but an opportunity for the semifinals. With all this experience, I mean, Jordy's been in more quarterfinals than Ethan's been in CT events, where you look at Jordy in his 63rd quarterfinal appearance in his amazing career. And for Ethan Ewing, this is just his 49th championship tour event.
But let's mention that this quarterfinal has to be one of the most important quarterfinals in Jordy Smith's career, because obviously going up against Ethan Ewing, which is in front of him on the top 5 chase. And it's a special day, an important day for us, because one of these surfers is going to go against Thiago Dora. And it's another heat that is going to be broke to broke for that, and very important for the top 5 final.
I was catching up with Mitchell Salazar moments ago, and he was saying that Matty McGillivray was in the middle of eating lunch when Jordy needed the assist on the backup board. I think Graham, Jordy's dad, knew that Matty would stop everything, so shoes soaked, shorts soaked, but he's happy to be supporting the South African on tour. Matty's from Jade Bay. Jordy growing up in Durban, South Africa. A lot of incredible surfers coming from that area, past and present, going back. Paul Canning, Simon Nicholson, Davey Weir, Warwick Wright, one of Jordy's good friends, Daniel Redmond, Shane Thorne, Travis Logie, of course. And obviously more current, you talk about Luke Thompson, Chad DeToit. A lot of great athletes supporting Jordy Smith all the way from South Africa. He's out front. Be back for more on finals day after this.
To protect all these beautiful places and the ocean and all these insane rivers, you know, it's huge. This is the first one I've came and done, and I'm super stoked to be down here.
Thank you everyone for coming out to another WSL1 Ocean gathering.
We are here to follow up on the work we've been doing for the 2nd year in a row. We'll clean up a stretch of mangrove and plant some seedlings.
We're just picking up some trash along the riverbank here.
Protecting it here helps protect it also on the shoreline.
It seemed like there was more trash last year. This year it's a bit cleaner, so that's always a good sign.
All across the world, there's thousands of locations where great waves overlap with high biodiversity, and they're all under threat. So because surfers are so passionate about the ocean and so passionate about their sport, we can mobilize surfers across the world to protect these special places. And if we don't do that, we'll lose them.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL1Ocean in your posts.
Rolling in with Ethan Ewing, last year's world runner-up, with a cool slice back into the pocket, belts the lip into his 3rd maneuver, tracking back into the power source. As this thing now is going a bit off speed, real full on the inside corner, but some cool hooks from start to finish for Ewing. His best numbers so far, hoping for a 5.83 for the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's the difference that I was saying that Ethan's going to have. Look how much rail engaged throughout that turn. Getting vertical right there. Able to cut a little bit shorter and get vertical on only that little pocket that he was able to find. And that wave kind of died out after, but it was a well-surfed wave for him. But they still haven't found a wave, like a wave of substance that had 2 critical sections, and maybe this is it.
Much bigger turn for Jordy Smith, and getting to the end section early to get out there to safety for the completion. A veteran type move, just understanding the scoring that's been unfolding so far. And Jordy looking to better a 3.5 Ethan Ewing turning in a 4.4 on his best so far. So both athletes building now. This was Jordy's wave.
Yeah, I love how smart Jordy was. Nice spray turn right there, and right here, getting in early. Obviously, there's way more risk when he hit the lip, but he doesn't need that right now. He identifies that the wave had quality and had 2 big sections compared to everything else that those surfers got. And he was just smart surfed the wave, and that's just show how much maturity. But look at that beautiful bottom turn. Bringing the board all the way around. And right here, he cuts the bottom turn short, gets in early, drives through that turn. Critical section, a lot of curve on that wave, and comes out clean. And this is what it takes for a surfer sometimes, identifying what type of wave I have in front of me. Is that the wave that I need to go huge, or it's just a moment of the heat that I have the quality of wave and I just need to be smart and strong? And that's what he did in this wave.
Now the beach announcers are going to introduce women's semifinal number 1.
Olha só.
Vanessa Blue, 6.17. 6.17.
Olha só, galera.
Now, Surfing Red needs 5.61.
Ok, vamos então agora apresentar as atletas da primeira bateria semifinal da categoria feminina. Eu queria uma salva de palmas para vocês, para Sawyer Lindblad. Vamos aplaudir, galera. Sawyer, 18 anos de idade, local de San Clemente, Califórnia, vice-campeã de Margaret River. E agora a torcida brasileira, eu sei que vai fazer barulho, para a brasileira Tatiana Westron Webb. Nota 10 em Teahupa, atleta olímpica, conta com o apoio da torcida brasileira. Está aí, portanto, Sawyer Lindblad e Tatiana Westron Webb. Uma salva de palmas para as duas, galera!
Sawyer Lindblad taking on Tatiana Weston Webb. Coming up next, here comes Ethan Ewing. Vertical snap. Wave getting full, sets up the wrapping turn. Bowling up on the inside, has some speed to wrap through the top turn section and shuts it down. Fluid motion from one of the best styles on tour. And the man from North Stradbroke Island in Australia starting to really heat up and surfing in a different type of strategy than what we've seen in the earlier rounds. Jesse, how'd you like this one?
Yeah, this was clutch for Ethan because there was just a moment for him to answer it back. First turn was very critical and vertical. The wave really kind of had a few ribs on the downtime. Transition was hard to manage, but he finished it off strong. As you see right here, this first bottom turn. Getting it very vertical, bringing it all the way around. Coming out with speed, and then the wave gets flat right here as you see it. He has to kind of wiggle around, always keeping the board on rail. That's how he generates speed. See it right there once again. Driving through those fins and generating speed and finish it off strong. This is going to be a nice score for Ethan. My personal opinion, obviously, Jordy having a knot on that because his wave was cleaner, has 2 steep sections. Ethan had that one first critical, and then the wave kind of died out a bit. So I think in this exchange, Jordy's going to get the knot.
So Ethan Ewing feeling the heat. He's been undefeated over Jordy in the past, but Smith feeling the sense of urgency with the rankings, knowing that Medina's been knocked out of the event and how important it is to feel this format for the first time of his career. He's always been a world title threat ever since he qualified. But being on tour now for his 17th season, I think he'd really have to take advantage of all he's accomplished this year, you know, especially with a brilliant start to the season over in Hawaii. Quarterfinals at Pipeline, semifinals at Sunset. That was an incredible way to kick things off.
Yeah, that's very impressive from him, and he's just always so consistent over this past how many years he's been on tour. And it's gonna be a good heat too, Joe. Like this next 3 minutes we have, like Ethan sitting in second, only needing a 4.68. Jordy's kind of bit away from him, but starts to move forward, to move more towards the corner. As you see him, not him, but previously seeing him battling towards Ethan right there. Let's see if he's gonna get there in time before next wave comes.
Ewing went from a 4.4 to a 5.33. Jake the Snake Patterson hanging out with Mark Lindblad. Snake doing a lot of great work with obviously Sawyer coming up next, but also Ethan Ewing. Ethan taking a look, holding back. Jordy's last, the 6.17. Now a 10-point total out front. And has priority.
And also for Jordy's advantage right now, he sits with the highest score of the heat. So he's trying to play defense against Ethan. But whatever he blocks Ethan from, there's big chances of him bettering his position and put Ethan in an even tougher condition. So for him, sits in the driver's seat right now. And a big advantage. Looks like Ethan's going to have a look at this. Kind of desperate because he knows Jordy's catching up to him and he's going to block him as soon as he gets there when the next wave comes. Let's see if he has the opportunity before that happens.
The first heat where Ethan's really been tested to try to scrap and look for waves to try to really recover a heat. His decisions have been so solid, very consistent, rarely falling. Kind of started on the back foot with a couple of misreads just on wave selection. Got himself back in with a 4-4, then a 5-3-3. Still isn't chasing too much. Now he's on the sprint. Snake starting to bite his nails. Jordy's just going to track the Australian down here with priority and play some defense.
Yeah, I love the intensity right there from Jordy pedaling down. Obviously, you don't see the same intensity on tour that he used to have maybe a few years back, but he knows how important this heat is. This is basically deciding the top 5 final, so he sees the opportunity and he doesn't want to give an inch to Ethan.
Such a change in a career where you're always in the highlight reel, you're always one of the favorites to win, you're always featured on the morning show and the post show for just tearing apart the highlights. But he's fit, he's more focused than ever, and he might be liking this little underdog role for really kind of the first time of his career. Now Jordy's gonna let him go, Ewing up and out. Nice lead from Jordy. He's able to hang on to priority, and less time on the clock. Snake's frustrated as he's in the corner of Ethan. And now we're gonna run out the clock. Jordy will use priority on this wave. He might take a little snap and a glance at the next opportunity. We're into the countdown. Ethan will take off and stand straight as the horn already went off. Jordy Smith gets his first win off Ethan Ewing in his career. And Snake's doing some cleanup. I think he spilled his lunch all over the table there with the stress that he went through in that matchup. How important and intense things are getting round by round for the final 5. Jordy 617, 383, and Ethan just taking a ride into the beach. Jordy finished a round ahead of Ethan even at the previous event in El Salvador. He's done the same thing now here in Rio over the Australian. Jordy Smith, congratulations, you're moving on into the semifinals to take on the defending event champ Iago Dora, his second semifinal of the season. And that'll be it for Ethan Ewing in his run here in Brazil, but we want to wish him the best of luck in Tahiti in the Olympic Games.
It is the Pulse getting you set up with all of this morning's action for the women's quarterfinals. The rookie, Sawyer Lindblad, went out there and defeated Caroline Marks, a 7.83, a 3.23 backup for the San Clemente Surfer. And Sawyer's on to the semifinals. Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's a crowd favorite. And Tati found some long lefts here. High-scoring affair for Tatiana Weston-Webb, 15.77 heat total, an 8.17, a 7.6. Tati defeated Brisa Hennessy. She'll be in semifinal number 1. Katie Simmers came up against a local favorite in the way of Luana Silva. Simmers strong on the backhand. The Boar Surfboard looking smooth as ever. Our defending champ here continues her run on finals day. Katie Simmers, she'll be in semifinal number 2. Gabriella Bryan, the power surfer from Kilauea on the island of Kauai, came up against Molly Picklum in quarterfinal number 4. It was a close match between the two, but it was Gabriella Bryan moving on into the semifinals. Now you're caught up with the Pulse, and we're straight into the semifinals. Let's check out our semifinal brackets right here. Sawyer Lindblad up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in a battle of the Goofy Foots. And in semifinal number 2, number 1 in the rankings is going to come up against Gabriella Bryan. Now remember, Gabriella Bryan, when we talk about that final 5 situation, Bryan currently below the cut line, but has an opportunity to get into that final 5 going into the last event of the season. Good stuff. Off we go to semifinal number 1 for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona's Kuiper Guerrero, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar on the call. Maida, your thoughts on this first semifinal?
Oh my God, Tatiana Weston-Webb been ripping so bad, but also Sawyer Lindblad. I think she grew along the competition, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch both of Goofy Footers.
You have guaranteed a Goofy Foot in the final match? You got like that.
Finally. It's been a while, and you know, Caroline Marks had a good performance last year. She made it into the semis, but at least having either Tati or Sawyer in the final. Still going with Sawyer as my champion here, Kaipo, and I think not only have we seen maturity, as Maida has really alluded to, but the most important thing, comfort too, in a difficult place to compete at.
Yeah, well, think about the history here in Goofy Footers. We haven't had a Goofy Foot champ since 1999. Andrea Lopez won in 1999. Nirda Falconer did win in 1993, but that's only 2 of the 21 times that this has been run for the women that a Goofy Foot has won. 3rd semifinal appearance this season for Tatiana Weston-Webb, Maida.
Yeah, she's again in the semis. It would be great to see Tati break through to the finals here in Brazil. She has the crowd with her, and I think she's performing pretty well the whole event. She looks very in tune with the ocean, getting the best opportunities. So yeah, let's see what she can do in this semis, and maybe finally she can break through the final.
Yeah, she's matching her best result here in Brazil. She was in the semifinals in 2018 as well as 2022. See if she can do one better and make her way into the finals, Mitchell. But she is up against a feisty rookie on tour in the way of the 18-year-old Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. Had a pretty grueling first half of the year on the championship tour, but came out swinging at Margaret River, where she was a runner-up there. Best results so far on the season.
Yeah, and was able to drop a 9 in the semifinal over there too to make it into the final. As you said, 2nd semifinal at least this season for Sawyer Lindblad. And also, another thing too, Kaipo, only 2 surfers from mainland United States have been champions here before. One of them last year, Caitlin Simmers, the other Courtney Conlog.
Yeah. Taking a look at our heat win percentage between the 2 surfers out here, given this venue at Itaúna, well, pretty evenly matched. 42% heat winning percentage for Tatiana Weston-Webb, 43% heat winning percentage for Sawyer Lindblad. So on paper, when we look at the analytics, Maida, very, very even. We're going to actually continue that conversation a little bit later because we'll get straight to an interview. Let's hear from Jordy Smith. He's on to the semifinals.
That's it, Kaipo. Congratulations, Jordy Smith. You're into the semifinals. How was it for you to compete against Ethan in this heat in such an important moment for both of you?
It's difficult. I mean, we both know what's on the line. And yeah, the conditions are really tricky. Obviously, the wind's a lot better today, but just finding those right waves are really kind of the task. We're both backside surfers, both internationals, so equally the crowd was going to go for us no matter what. But yeah, now I've got Iago in the next heat. He's obviously Brazilian. The crowd's going to be going crazy, crowd favorite. And yeah, I've just got to keep swinging and hopefully it's enough.
And after watching these two super tight heats before yours, how did you make up your strategy for this one?
I'll kind of just assess the conditions. I think the tide's dropping out. Yeah, and just go for it. I mean, there's nothing to hold back now. It's finals day, so just give it everything.
And what happened with your surfboard that you decided to change? Tell us a little bit about it.
I started out on the 6.3. The judges are really rewarding, like big single maneuvers. Also, if you can combo them, great. So I took out my slightly bigger board, and then on my wave, it wasn't as big as I expected out there. So then came back down to 6.2.5, even though it's only half an inch, it does make a big difference.
You need to be ready for everything. Congratulations, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
And a quick up and out for Sawyer Lindblad as we cut back to live action after that Jordy Smith interview. Jordy in semifinal number 2. And Sawyer on the paddle back out. The rookie gaining momentum in the back half of the season, but she's faced against Tatiana Weston-Webb, Maida, who is certainly a favorite here in Brazil.
Yeah, she is. I think when Tati came up with the Brazilian flag, when she decided to represent Brazil, people started to get to know her. But now the Brazilian crowd very embraced her because she is. Now we have Lulu, but first let's check it out this wave.
Here's Tachi. Just a little carve there. Not much going on, but continued. So she moved from the Hawaiian flag to the Brazilian flag, Tachi.
Yeah, but I think like the Brazilian crowd now embraced her so much. Like we love to see Tati surfing all over the world and her powerful surfing that she built in Hawaii. And now she speaks pretty good Portuguese. In the beginning, everyone was kind of, oh my God, is she Brazilian? But now, yeah, full force, full Brazilian force.
Yep, and representing the Brazilian flag proudly. We're going to see her also representing Brazil in the 2024 Paris Games over in Tahiti. Wave coming through here. Let's see if Sawyer Lindblad's interested at all. And a couple of straight lines, Mitchell.
Yeah, and it seems like Sawyer right there might be looking for a right 2 on the other side of the peak. But once again, low-scoring heats, Kai, but we've seen very few break the 10-point mark so far today. I maybe could count them on one hand, but you know, as of right now, you just got to do enough to be able to get the win and secure a final appearance. And Tati's looking for her first one so far in 24.
There's a nice left that if you could mind surf and just teleport yourself into the right place, you could have got there, but neither surfer around there. Yeah, it's right now, you know, for someone like Tatiana Weston-Webb, looking at the final 5, this is the sprint for the final 5. Speaking of that, let's look at our men's sprint for the final 5 and our live rankings for the men. Jordy Smith momentarily dropped below that line, but with his win in the quarterfinals, back up above it, Mitchell. Look at Jordy Smith, Italo Ferreira, Iago Dora, all tight racing for a spot in that final 5.
Yeah, just around 1,200 points separating Jordy from Iago, but they're going to match up in Semi 2. Italo's in Semi 1 against Griffin. And of course, got to be thinking that for Jordy Smith right now, it's now or never, Kaipo. I mean, he needs a win desperately. He's won here in Rio before, and imagine if he goes into Fiji being one of the top 3 surfers on tour right now. It would be huge for him, having won at lowers twice before.
Italo, he's been singing all day in between heats. He's just got things blasting, rapping some Brazilian rap music, because I've been listening to him, and I know he was just like rapping in Portuguese. So I knew it wasn't any, you know, Kendrick Lamar or anything like that. So probably
Team
not.
Kendrick.
Sawyer Lindblad finds one here. Nice snap off the top, a little off balance, and that put her way off balance for turn number 2, Maida. Things didn't look good on that one. Things went wrong.
Yeah, I think she slipped her back foot right there. I don't know. Let's check the replay. But you were talking about Italo, and he's really close friends with Lina, our rapper here. So yeah.
Okay, we'll see what the problem was, Mitch. A little off here, but then it got worse.
Well, she set up and she lost control coming out of the first turn right there. But I think, as you said before, though, Kaipo, she was trying to mind surf that wave a little bit too much and got ahead of herself right there. Instead of looking for the one strong turn with the finishing snap, she tried to get the 2-for-1 in. Didn't work out.
Yeah. I want to get back to this linen and the
Brazilian rap.
And the Brazilian rap, because I consider myself kind of a hip-hop rap connoisseur. So linen.
Yeah, yeah. He did a show here this week. Was completely crowded. He's really good at it, and he's pretty close to Italo Ferreira. So they're all
stars together.
Stars together, and actually I think like Italo Ferreira really contributed to spread his music all over, because he's always like listening and cheering him. So it is nice. They're both from Red Bull. Lina is the first rapper to be in the Red Bull team.
You're on Red Bull and you're rapping. That must be some rapid fire lyrics right there. I'm sure the bars are flying out, Mitch.
I'm searching it on Apple Music right now. I'm going to listen to it after we finish work.
You get back now. So right now, back in the action, Tatiana Weston-Webb with priority and really, looking for the first meaningful score, right, of this heat. We had a 35-minute semifinals. We're down to 21 minutes right now, Mitchell, and no one's broken the 3 mark.
Well, this looked like one of my heats back on the QS. I was getting maybe a 4-point heat total, and dude, as I said before, this is one of the hardest venues on tour, in my opinion, to compete at, not only because of the pressure, but because the waves and the variables change so much, Kaipo, day in, day out. Even throughout the day, I feel like we've seen 3 or 4 different faces of what Idona really presents, and both of these women, they're having struggles right now, and I think that's why it's even more impressive when anybody gets anything better than a 6. Like, they're truly earning that score out there in the 35 minutes that they have. But the extra 5 minutes out there in the semi should be helping right now. But it just comes down to positioning, Kaipo. It's simple, and you try to simplify things as much as you can. And if it takes a couple of 4s to move through, then that's enough.
A W is a W. A win's a win. We've seen on the men's side, on those quarterfinals, 10-point heat totals moving on into the semifinals.
2 of those.
Yeah.
I mean, Italo won with just over 10 points, and Jordi just won with 10 points.
Yeah.
We're talking about 2 of the best 5 surfers in the world right now.
Here we go. Under priority, Sawyer Lindblad finds this left. Snaps it into the air right there. And she's going to ride this one down, get a jet ski ride. That should be a good score for Sawyer Lindblad. Just a single maneuver, Maito, but impressive.
Wow, she's so stylish. She went for this movement so compromised. Look, so committed.
That was committed.
Wow, she kicked the tail. A little slide right there. Love it.
Mule kick on the tail there, Mitchell.
Yeah, pretty strong stuff right there. And as Maeda was pointing out, the commitment aspect is one of that. But I mean, she really integrated all 3 aspects of the judging criteria perfectly, just within one section, one maneuver. Speed, power, flow, we talk about it all the time. But the X factor, Kaipo, the little bit of variation right there with that little mule kick towards the end right there of the tail. Awesome stuff. Should be the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah. Waiting for the number for Sawyer Lindblad. And she takes the Red Bull jet ski on the way back out. And she chops her way into a 4.67. Lead with Lindblad, priority with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tati taking a look here, decides not to go. There's going to be a couple waves in this set, and Tati's going to have some decisions to make holding on to that priority.
Well, seems like there was a right there on the corner, too, and she decided to let it go. And it obviously seems like the lefts are still the option out there for both of these surfers right now. But as we saw Griffin do a couple of heats ago, there are rights on offer, Kaipo. They may be shorter, but every now and then there is a section.
Quick shot there of Ross Williams, who's Tatiana's coach, and as well as Yufu from Sharp Eye Surfboards, who supply Tatiana with all of her equipment. She's been on the Sharp Eye program for quite a while, and they look sharp under her feet.
Yeah, they do, and she's riding the 82 right now, which is one of Philippe's favorite models and one of the most successful boards that Sharp Eye makes as well. But yeah, as you said, they have a complete team. They are missing a key piece in terms of the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings right now, which is the 2-time champion Felipe Toledo, though.
Let's have more board talk. I'm going to bring Strider Wazalewski into the conversation. Strider.
our lost team manager. You've been on the road. You bring all these people boards. I mean, the women and the men. We're flying the flag for Mayhem. You know, he's basically out front with the Jeep leader's jersey on, as you know, to speak. But it's pretty cool to see, you know, all the boards and everything that you guys bring out.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with all the athletes in this competition. My mission here was to come and make them feel like they're at home. And we got 2 girls in the semifinals and 2 guys in the semifinals, so it's a really good results for us.
What, did you have to bring boards for Sawyer?
No, Sawyer, since our factory's in San Clemente, Sawyer lives there, so she got her boards and brought her own. I brought boards for Iago because he went straight from El Salvador to here, so I had to bring the boards from California to him. And a couple of boards got dinged on the way here, so it got fixed. Good guy here in Saquarema that was able to help us. Iago buckled his boards yesterday, the quarter. We had to fix this overnight, and he used at the quarters and made the semi, so pretty sick.
Also, you've set your surfers up, the athletes, with an epic house and you know, full chef and meals and everything else. Everybody seems to be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, I know a guy that has a house here just 2 streets down, so it's quiet. The beach can get pretty crazy during the day and the night, so we got a little house. We have a chef cooking for us every day, so the guys don't have to worry about going out and looking for food or anything. Just making them comfortable and focusing on the job of making the heats.
All right, on. Thank you for your time. We'll get back to the heat. There was some action right there. It looked like Tati was pulling rank.
Go Sawyer.
Gian Bernini, the team manager for Lost Surfboards by Mayhem, also has a lot of local knowledge here. He makes all of his surfers feel very comfortable. He did that on the Challenger Series event at the last October with all of those team riders, and he's doing it again on the CT level, bringing some comfort to that whole Lost team. Speaking of Lost, Lost is in the lead of the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, and it's not a small lead.
No, they're not losing it either. They ain't
Whoa,
losing
whoa,
it,
whoa,
Kaipo.
the year's not over yet. We got one more. We got one more event, but Mayhem's got a giant lead there, 158,000 points.
Kaipo, they have 2 surfers on the women's side in the semis. They have 2 surfers on the men's side of the semis.
I was just trying to bring up some drama, yeah. Okay, Matt. Matt Biolas. Somebody put that man in yellow, I guess, somehow. Again. But look at TNC Surf. They do not have a big program. And look at how well TNC is doing there, making it into the top 5. And that's all by nature of Brisa Hennessy, yeah.
Well, DHD's missing from there too. And last year, who was very vocal about his participation on this, Kibes.
Whoa, what a swoop on the Mayhem right there by Sawyer Lindblad. Building momentum down the line and a nice exclamation mark to finish, Maida.
Whoa, nice wave for Sawyer Lindblad. She could place 3 turns right there. Very nice looking wave. Solid, connecting the dots. I really like it.
Yeah, that was some smooth rail surfing for the San Clemente Triton. Sawyer Lindblad, we get to look at it again here, Mitch.
Yeah, especially the commitment on the first turn too. Great wrap, brought it all the way around. Once again, a little bit of a softer section, but was able to combine it well with this last turn right there, Kaipo. So should be improving on the lower score, I feel. Right here is Lindblad. Just under 15 minutes to go on the clock too.
Previous score for Sawyer was a 2.6. That was just for a single snap, and then she had to give way to Tatiana Weston Webb, who used her priority. But that wave right there, she had the whole field in front of her and was able to perform, Maida.
Yeah, she's keeping trying and getting some opportunities because the conditions change a little bit in this time, and so she knows that it's better to try catching waves and see what these waves can offer to her.
Yeah, stay busy seems the theme. It's 12 o'clock right now, local time. We have about 2.5 hours more of a tide pulling out to sea. A low tide at 2:40 today, local time, and that low tide's a 1.2 foot. So I think with the shallower tide and the shallower bank, there's our tides right there, Mitchell. We should see more of the breaking waves.
Yeah, and hopefully not more straight closeouts either, but as of right now, it seems like every now and then there still are some corners, but you know, I still think that the way to go is one big maneuver on the outside. You get on a set wave, you get on one of the larger sections out there available in the water right now, you're going to drop a 6. And you get 2 of those, your chances of winning the heat are huge.
Yeah, but Tati, right now, she needs a 7.5 because last score for Sawyer Lindblad, a 4.27. Tatiana Westenweb sitting out there patiently with priority, but she needs, in the scope of today, she needs a big number, that 7.51, Maida.
Yeah, almost half of the heat, most of the half of the heat already passed. I think like pressure is something that Tati will need to deal with. Look, this beach completely crowded, everybody cheering for her.
Pressure's a privilege. Lots of balls in the air. We'll be going to bounce back after these quick messages. Sawyer Lindblad, she's on the lead over Tati Westenweb.
Privilégio, cara, poder sair de casa aqui em Saquarema, pegar a prancha, a bike e ir pro sul, conectado ali com a natureza. A geografia local aqui de Saquarema é diferenciada, assim, cara. A gente tá numa cidade que ela fica entre 2 praias gigantescas, assim. E o diferencial aqui de Saquarema são essas pedras, essa laje que tem aqui, que é a laje de dentro e a laje de fora, que dão uma quebrada assim nessa praia de sei lá quantos quilômetros. E por ser uma vila pequena, assim, né, uma cidade pequena, a galera local ela tá unida, ela tá de olho em como preservar, em como tá junto, para tentar ali viver em harmonia com a natureza, né? Tanto na praia, quanto na lagoa, quanto na cidade, ter um crescimento mais ordenado, assim.
Tatiana Westenweb with priority. Needs a 7.51 to take the lead off of Sawyer Lindblad. Lining up down the line, throws the fins, gets loose, disconnected, and hands over priority and heat control to Sawyer Lindblad. Kaipagura along with Maida Plaps and Mitchell Salazar on the call. And Maida, you were talking about the pressure coming to Tatiana Westenweb. This is a sign of pressure.
Yeah, it is. Look, she lost her tail right there. In 2022, she lost for Carissa Moore here during the semis, and Carissa ended up winning the event. And also in 2018, she lost for Lakey Peters in the semis as well, in pretty similar conditions as this. So she might be overthinking those scenarios and everything with all this crowd, with hers. Yeah, hopefully she will find an opportunity to show her surfing.
Yeah, Mitchell's crowd support can uplift your energy, but at the same time, it can apply some pressure to you with those expectations.
But I do want to counter that, though, because she's coming off of her best performance in the quarters, you know? So it's like, what happened in between then and now?
Right.
Why are you feeling the pressure in this heat and not in the previous one? And it's not like she's losing by a good margin, you know? She does need a 7. There's 8 minutes. You need 2 4s. I mean, that's an attainable situation right there, Kai. But we're talking about somebody who came through the rankings as a youngster, 2016 made her debut, has won multiple events in different parts of the globe too, and finally in this situation right here, she's not even able to complete a turn. Like, it's pretty odd to me. Like, I'm kind of baffled, to be honest, right now. 8 minutes to go, your best score is a 1:43.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's changing the situation. Wants to complete a ride here. So eases through a cutback there, Western Webb. This is going to be another roundhouse cutback. Looking for a little steepness on the inside here. Has to tic-tac through this flat section. And this section is going to present a challenge. Tries to get over the curb there. Gets it. Going to have to redirect on the backhand. Bonus on the inside with one more little snap and hailing a Red Bull jet ski for the ride back out. So maybe there you go. Cutting it into bite-sized pieces, Mitchell. Get your 4-point ride right here. Get back out and get back out into the lineup. Well, it's time to introduce semifinal number 2. Let's have those semifinal number 2 introductions on the beach.
Seguiu a transição, trocou de direção, veio para a direita, mandou uma batida, que foi a melhor manobra dela de toda a onda, desde o outside. Vamos aguardar a pontuação.
Vamos lá então, galera, a apresentação para vocês da segunda bateria semifinal das mulheres do Vivo Rio Pro 2024. Vamos ver quem vai conseguir também uma vaga para a grande final da categoria feminina. Com vocês, de lycra amarela, Caitlin Simmers. Uma salva de palmas para Caitlin, campeã do ano passado.
Olha aí, americana. Rasga forte no alto, inverte a prancha.
Líder do ranking.
É, manobra bem feita, manobra única e saiu. Ela preferiu ali conquistar a prioridade 1. Vamos ver quem vai conquistar.
E agora vamos...
A Tatiana acabou de sair do jet. O árbitro de prioridade está de olho. Vamos ver. Importantíssima essa prioridade a 6 minutos e 20 do final.
Vamos lá então agora a chamada para
6 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Gabriela Bryan. Vamos lá, Gabriela Bryan, 22 anos, campeã de Margaret River no Hawaii.
Priority Blue, prioridade azul, 6 minutes to go.
Tá aí, portanto, as duas semifinalistas. Caitlin Simmers venceu no ano passado. Gabriela Bryan foi a campeã de Margaret River nessa temporada. Boa sorte, boas ondas.
All right, well, that's going to be semifinal number 2, Gabriela Bryant and Katie Simmers. That was a big LED screen right there, Mitchell. Lighten it up.
I kind of like to have that at my house, personally. Maybe watch a movie over there, watch some Star Wars Kaipo on that thing.
Good stuff. All right, well, out in the water, 5.5 minutes with Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, on top currently in this heat. The last score for Tati, really needed a 4 to get back into this. 2.73 for this ride right here, Mitch.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. And, you know, as you mentioned, in the bite-sized pieces, at least she's completing a turn, much smaller wave and much softer, but I really like the way she was able to make it to this double up right here on the inside. It just seemed like they didn't appreciate it as much because it was so far inside of Kaipo, and a smaller turn right there, so she's gonna have to settle with the high 2, still needing something in the 6s. Seems like Sawyer was also up and riding too. Didn't improve right here, Kaipo, but she's been on the better wave so far outside.
Yeah, that was a 3.1 for Sawyer Lindblad, but she's looking so sharp. Those forehand carves, Maida, are very impressive.
Yeah, they are, and she's finding the best waves of the heat, and now Tatiana's open riding.
To the lip there, and again, getting bucked off. That was a difficult section for Tatiana Weston Webb.
Definitely was. A lot of backwash right there on that one, and still struggling to be able to find a turn that's completed on the outside of Kaipo. She still has over 4 minutes. A 6 is attainable, especially with a significant maneuver on the outside too, but she just did hand over priority to Sawyer, and I'd be thinking right now, if you're Lindblad, you're gonna be moving over and trying to play some defense right here.
Beach crowd trying to build up the spirits of Tatiana Weston Webb, raise her energy. There's cheers on the beach for the surfer representing Brazil. Needs a 6.21. Under 4 minutes to go, Maida.
Oh my God, Kaipo. It seems that the conditions changed from the last heat that she did pretty well, Tatiana Weston Webb, and she couldn't adapt that good to find the opportunities. Now we see this nice set coming in, and they are all out of position.
Surprise set. Tati has to bail her board even.
This is best case scenario for Sawyer though.
Yeah.
If you're her, you don't have to do anything right now, Kaipo. Just let time wind down, regain priority, establish positioning.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. That was actually Sawyer out there, out the back, bailing her board. Looks like Tati, she's done the spin around instead and decides to take the path of least resistance and catch a Red Bull jet ski. But she, I don't know if she's waving the white flag right now.
No, she's trying to make it back out. She's just frustrated, though.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, clear frustration when you read the body language, Mitch.
Yeah, she still has time, though. 250. Remember who you are, where you've been before, what position you've been in the rankings. Runner-up to the world title. A 6 is attainable, Kaipo. I've said it before. It's just going to take a single turn. Don't get ahead of yourself right now. Try to breathe, and I know it's much easier said than done, but there's a chance. As soon as Sawyer gets a 6 or above, then I'd be saying, okay, now you need something excellent. But as of right now, door's still open. That's the smart move, though. You move over to the main peak where she's going to get dropped off, the Kaipo.
Yeah.
A lot of experience right there from Lindblad.
Well, Sawyer actually holding ground over there. We're going to play some offense. She's not even thinking about defense at the moment. Looking for corner on the left, improve upon her situation. Anything over 4.27 will do so for Sawyer Lindblad. This is going to be a fast drill right now, Maida. It's under 2 minutes for Tati.
Yeah, it's always about this, like the perspective of timing for Tatiana. Very short time for her to get an opportunity, and on the other hand, for Sawyer Lindblad, these times sometimes feel so long, like 1 minute left. For her, she's really looking forward to the time pass.
Yeah, so 90 seconds remaining in this heat, and Sawyer is kind of powering up the beach to try to meet Tatiana Weston Webb to keep guard.
Yeah,
Mitchell.
no, she's trying to do that, and Tati, she's trying to look for a rogue wave that just breaks in the middle of nowhere. Kaipo, she's closer to the peak right now. She just has over a minute, though, and I don't see too many lines on the outside. And a smart move right here by the youngster Lindblad, who's looking for her second final appearance in a rookie season, too. Talk about rookie of the year already. Having a fantastic 24 so far, Kaipo.
And a big future, just 18 years old. Sawyer Lindblad is getting really close to another finals appearance on the 2024 Championship Tour. There she is cozying up, and she should be able to do the block if a quality wave comes through. She's going to let Tati go on this one, and that's why.
30 seconds left.
Here goes Sawyer. Off the bottom, slashes under the lip there, and that was a forceful maneuver, spun out a little bit, and so that will not change her scoreline, but it appears that 8.94 scoreline is going to be enough to move Sawyer Lindblad into the finals.
She did her job, Kaipo. She did her job out there, played some defense towards the end, kept her opponent off of the last opportunity right there towards the tail end of the heat, and she's going to move through to another final appearance in 2024.
Yep. What a rookie year. Great numbers, all event long. This one, sparsely scored at 8.94, but that's enough to get Sawyer Lindblad into the final here. So congratulations to Sawyer Lindblad. Tatiana Weston Webb, we wish her good luck. We'll see her in Tahiti.
For over 40 years, the world's best surfers have ridden on the shoulders of history. From pipe to bells to all the points, slabs, and bars between. The road to the Final Five has been fought wave by wave, heat by heat, stop by stop. This September, one day will decide it all. History will be made, legends will be crowned.
Mitchell, can I get a whoop whoop? Whoop whoop! That's right, history gonna be made. Lexus WSL Finals, September 6th through the 14th, lower trestles. Will Gabby Bryant be there? Will Katie Simmers be there? It's the race towards that Final Five right now, and we're in a sprint. This is semifinal number 2 on the water. Katie Simmers up against Gabby Bryant. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. Tatiana Weston Webb is going to walk away from Brazil with an equal third. And she's getting some, this is kind of the download, Mitchell, from Ross Williams, her coach.
Yeah, and he's usually super mellow about things afterwards, gives them a good breakdown, insight into what they did well, but also what they could have improved on. And you usually never want to use negative talk when you're doing the breakdown like that too, Kaipo. You want to reinforce what they were able to do well, and that's how Ross is one of the best in the business out there. Shout out to post-production. That edit of the finals was sick, by the way.
That was Sierra Kerr's voice on that, if you wanted to know. Here we go, Katie Simmers. Wow, that was a lip glide and a half. Wound up off the bottom, patient there, great time. Backside lip slide by Katie Simmers. I'll continue to be impressed by this 18-year-old and her ability. She's our defending champ here, and she looks like in great form again, Maida.
Yeah, I really like the way she timed all those movements, like here in Saquarema. She really holds right there and wait for the leap and just bang it. Really good.
She showed a lot of patience on this one too. I mean, she could have tried to force it a bit earlier too, Kaipo, but I think the most impressive part about it is that she's still a teenager, you know? The two people that we could potentially have in the finals are both teenagers.
Yeah. Here she is, 76 on her back. That represents the 760 area code of O-side, where she reps that hard. Her shapers from Oceanside, Chris Boris. Chris Boris, not only an outstanding shaper, an incredible vert skateboarder. Might have caught Chris Boris if you want to do some skate nerd stuff. He was in Powell Peralta's Animal Chin. There was a section where everyone visited Chris's ramp. Lance Mountain broke off over there. You can catch it on Animal Chin. Someone probably can YouTube all that stuff. That's old 80s skateboarding, bro.
Sorry, I was like
I know.
trying to think 90s if I maybe saw when I was a kid, and obviously way before my generation. Kaipo scores in for Katie.
A 5.83 for Katie Simmers. So nice start for Katie Simmers. Who is Sawyer Lindblad going to face in the final? I don't know, but let's hear from Sawyer Lindblad because she's in yet another final, Rachel.
That's it, Kaipo. Sawyer Lindblad, you're into the final. Last year you qualified here in Saquarema for the CT, and now you're making it into the finals. How special is this place for you?
Yeah, it's really special. That heat was really tough, and I knew coming up against Tati it was going to be a hard heat. But yeah, it was a struggle out there. It looks really fun, and then you go out there and it's just such a big beach break, so it's hard to like find a good peak, but happy I squeaked through.
This morning you defeated the world champ, and now you just defeated one of the favorites here. Do you think you're going to win the event?
I mean, that's the plan.
Keep going. I'm going to let you rest and come back for the final. Good luck. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Rachel, that was a great question. I love that. I love those straight to the point, you know? And then, of course, you got to manifest it, Mitchell. Manifest it. And what does Sawyer say? Yeah, of course. That's the plan.
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing she came here to do. You can't settle for anything else in first place. And I want to point out that all 4 semifinalists in this event on the women's side have come through the amateur programs of the United States as well.
Oh.
NSSA, USA Surfing, WSA, because, you know, Tati grew up in the Hawaiian Islands primarily, so shout out to all the amateur organizations, not only in the U.S., worldwide, for developing a lot of these surfers that eventually make it to the CT.
Gabby Bryant on this replay, Maida.
Yeah, a smaller wave right there, just one snap, not what she's looking for, but trying to build some momentum for her.
Yeah, 2-point ride for Gabby Bryant with that backhand re-entry.
Going back to the O-side conversation,
Yeah.
Kaipo, probably outside of Huntington, in that SoCal area, maybe the most consistent area in terms of waves.
Yep.
You can surf anything there year-round.
Yeah, I love it. It's the West Coast's longest wooden pier, by the way, Oceanside. So you got the pier.
Yep.
But you got the North Jetty, you got South Jetty.
Well, don't blow up all the spots.
I'm going to blow them all up. You got Buccaneer. You want to head south to Buccaneer? All right, well, Gabby Bryant purling there, so still trying. She's just surfing under the priority of Katie Simmers, so she's a little more free to roam, Maida.
Yeah, we saw the last heat, and Tatiana Weston couldn't find many good opportunities for her. So I think this is the best strategy right now, just trying to find opportunities, keep busy, and that's exactly what Gabriela Bryant is doing under priority.
As we look at the live rankings, Gabriela Bryant is right on the line when we talk about our final 5 and being able to clinch a spot in that Lexus WSL Finals. There's Gabby Bryant, there's the line, and there's Sawyer Lindblad on the rise, Mitch.
Well, as of right now, Gabby can't get knocked out of 5th place at the moment. Sawyer won't have enough points with the 10,000 on the line in the final to be able to overtake her. So at least 5th place guaranteed heading into Fiji for Gabby. She could be overtaking Molly Picklum and potentially go up to number 4 right here, though. Caitlin Simmers, though, outstanding stuff. Just around 2,000 points separates her and Caroline Marks in number 2.
Yeah, Katie Simmers, our defending champ. She's been in form, and she's also, Mitchell, and I want you to comment on that. She's also been very, very patient. She doesn't seem like she panics, and she's had a number of, buzzer beater, turning heats right on the last wave. It seems she's very, steady for such a young surfer, just 18 years old.
And I like that she's traveling with both her dad and her brother at this event too. Having that sense of familiarity with her is also super important when you're traveling at such a young age. And once again, she's been able to be successful at various venues on tour, Kaipo. She's looking at another wave here with 25 minutes.
Speeding down the line, Katie Simmers. High-speed carve off the top, straight back down to a bottom turn, stabs the lip for the finish, and hangs on. That's the kind of surfing that we're talking about from Caitlin Simmers.
And Kaipo, do you know what I think it's cool? Because she's always seems very calm, but then when she gets to with the mics, she's always says, oh my God, I was so nervous. So this is really nice.
The combination was really strong too. Second turn might be one of the best we've seen all day long. I know the section was a bit smaller, maybe not as far on the outside, but still as critical as you possibly could have gotten right there towards the tail end. And coming off of the semifinal finish over there in El Salvador, Kaipo, she's looking for another final here in Rio.
All right, well, I suspect she's got 5.83 already. I suspect another good number for Katie Simmers to be showing up on our score screen soon.
Yeah, maybe BOH too, but once again, the patience is one thing. I think the maturity is another thing too. She qualified, she denied the spot on the championship tour. She eventually had to requalify. She's won many different Challenger Series events, and obviously she's been successful on CT in the short period of time, Kipes.
Yeah. Manu Callado seems to be everywhere. Let's see where Manu is right now.
Hello guys, I'm back here at this amazing place that is our sponsor villa, and I'm right at Vivo spot. Look at that. You can have a massage and relax a little bit. Everybody can, but especially Vivo clients like me. Maybe I'll just do that later. And you know who has been in this place? Gabriel Medina, Sofia Medina, and Italo Ferreira. They are sponsored by Vivo, so they hanged out here. Isn't that very cool? But what is really, really cool is what you're gonna see right now. The pool that has a wave inside, and people can surf as if they were really surfing in a wave, but they just stay in this line for a little bit. Look, it's not a big line. And then you are able to feel the power of Vivo Wave that I'm gonna show you right now. Look at that. Isn't it so much fun? That guy's gonna try right now. Let's see. Whoa, he's got it. I think I'm gonna be wet right here. Oh no, he's doing very good. I wouldn't do it so good like that. Last year I tried. Do you think I should try, guys? I think you should.
Yes.
Come here. Bye, see you. Look at that, look at that.
You gotta love her.
She's the best.
She's
the best.
You absolutely need to love Manu Gallardo. She gets amongst it.
I don't know if I could do that wave thing though, right there. That seems kind of difficult, Kipes.
Oh, dude, I'm doing freaking. I got some shove-its on that thing.
I like the massages though.
Yeah.
I'll go and do the massage.
So do I, Mitch. I'll go with you.
Look at this set. This is the unpredictability, right? We've had like lows, we have small waves, and then all of a sudden the monster set comes and just tears through the lineup, Maida.
Yeah, very unpredictable. Caitlin Simmers talked about this in the previous heat. How big is this lineup? And they were caught inside.
Yep, completely caught inside underwater, Katie Simmers. But when she comes up from underwater, there's Gabby Bryant on the paddle back out. Gabby's going to hear the news as well. A 6.67 for Katie Simmers on her second wave. Gabriella Bryant now is in a soft combination, needs 2 waves of 12.5, Mitchell, to take the lead off of Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers has done some quick, efficient work at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, and Gabby is one of those surfers that I wouldn't count out just due to the power aspect of her surfing. She gets one big section and she could easily capitalize on a 6 or a 7 Kipes.
Well, I hear the whistle right now. That means it's time for us to take a Bonsoy brew break. You can choose if you're going to do oat, soy, or almond. All 3 are available for you. We'll be back after this brew break.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Back semifinal number 2, Katie Simmers out in the lead over Gabriella Bryant. Spot in the final is available. Number 1 on the rankings, Katie Simmers has been very efficient. First 2 waves, first 2 scores, enough for a lead, a 6.67, a 5.83 is Kaipo Guerrero, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. Gabby Bryant, Mitchell, what's she need to do?
Well, she needs to be looking for a corner as priority out there. She's in the right positioning right now for that one left that's coming through that offers up a big section. But as both of you pointed out a few minutes ago, there are some rogue sets that come through and do have a good amount of scoring opportunity. Rematch, really, of the last event we had in El Salvador. They met in the same round. It went to Gabriela Bryan. Remember, Katie had the one turn towards the end of that event, Kaipa, where she easily could have turned the heat. It didn't go her way, but when it comes to that powerful surfing, Gabby definitely with the advantage on the back end.
Yeah, these two surfers are actually tied. You know, when we look at their history, their head-to-head history, one apiece on their matchups. Of course, Katie took out Gabby in the quarterfinals in Bells this year. And then Gabby, like you talked about, in El Salvador, paid her back in that semifinal.
Yeah, and Gabby a few years older than her, but they met before in amateur events. Obviously on the championship tour, they see each other quite a bit. They're good friends, but also strong rivals against each other. But surprising that they hadn't matched up too much in the last few years, given that Gabby's been more of a veteran, Kaipo. Multiple finals for her already. She's already got her first win over there in WA earlier this year against Sawyer. And once again, I think Gabby at number 5 in the rankings right now, if she's able to get another final appearance, which would be her consecutive one, would be huge for her points-wise. Oh,
what a turn on the backhand for Katie Simmers. Wound up that Chris Borst design on edge, on rail, straight up, and hooked it around Maida. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it was beautiful and really interesting how she managed to bring back the board. Look, very vertical right there. Wow. And then how she could bring the board.
That
she
is
almost,
amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
She almost got hanged.
Do you see how her back foot came off because she threw the tail so hard out the back, fins free? She was one-footed for just a second. Little bit of a pop on there,
Dude,
Mitchell.
She weighs like 90 pounds. I don't know how the backwash didn't just knock her off with a wave right there. That's absurd.
Yeah, well, we're impressed, but the judges were not that impressed. The 3.33 does not change the situation.
Yeah, still, I mean, what that does for your confidence, you haven't fallen so far in the heat. Dude, she's on one right now, Kaipo. Let her cook.
Yeah, glue foot right there.
Yeah, and she's being very precise in wave selection. She's finding those corners that you were mentioning, Mitch.
Yeah, but most important thing, though, Kaipo, confidence-wise, defending champion, act like it.
Yeah.
And she's been doing so far in the event.
And, you know, just kind of a cruisy little paddle back out.
Can we get it into the conversation of the changing of the guard, though?
It's always, yeah. It's a good conversation. She's at the top of the change of the guard because that's why she has the yellow jersey on. But look at her just cruising on the way back out. It's just like, you know, she listens to Letta Mbulu to kind of calm herself down before heats.
What's that?
And Letta Mbulu,
yeah,
is a South African jazz artist that Katie likes to get in her headset and get a little jazzy. And you can see her preparing with that music before she goes out there and dances on water, Maida.
Wow, she always looks so mellow and relaxed. That what I talked before. And she kept saying that, oh, I listen to music before the heat, and it's really paying off. And she can show this, the groove and everything in her surfing.
I agree. Wow. There's the year of results for Katie Simmers. Outstanding.
She's the only person with multiple wins on the women's side, so that says one thing right there. And outside of the 2 nines, it's been outstanding. A lot of 5th place finishes among there. And then, of course, the semifinal for Katie over there in El Salvador after she lost in the ER last year, Kaipo. So when does she switch from the South African jazz into Billie Eilish? Like, is it a few minutes before the heat starts, or like does she just do Billie Eilish for like certain heats?
We're gonna have to ask Katie Simmers that.
Okay.
And how the playlist works out. I just thought that listening to Letta, it was really interesting because it's a really cool genre of music, South African jazz.
Gonna have to get into it now. That might be my preheat thing for the broadcast booth too. Learn something new every day. You know?
It's true. She's being so successful doing that. I'll do this as well.
Gabby Bryan, this is a good-looking wave for Bryan on the comeback. Here we go. Gabrielle snaps off the top. Powerful snap there. hangs off the bottom and hangs one off the top again. You saw the nice line on this wave when it presented itself. Hippity-hoppity into the inside section. Wants a little bit more on the shore break with a little redirect. She's just going to take a jet ski ride in for the pickup. But that's going to get her right back into the game. That's going to get her right out of combination, Mitch.
Yeah, what a way to respond to Katie too. Great first snap right there in the pocket. Managed the backwash greatly the first 2 sections. And then a third strong turn with the variation out of 2. More of a carve right there on the backhand. So should easily be one of the best waves of the heat right there. 12.5 heat total is what she's looking to beat right now. But once again, look at the way she's able to bottom turn through the backwash right there. Keep her composure throughout the turn. Has to cut it just a bit short. Then eventually is able to get this second one in. Very powerful too. Look at the rooster tail on that, Kipes. And then the variation to bring it down just a bit more, cut it through the face of the wave. Great stuff.
She got this right behind Maida, Katie Simmers.
Wow, the answer is right there. 2 good first movements, and then the wave kind of flattened down. But she was trying to capitalize in every single section of it, and it was a nice finishing turn.
Yes, it was.
I love when we look at that replay of Katie Simmers, and we'll check it out in slow motion. Not just the line and the extra punch that she gets, but the quiet upper body on those bottom turns, and then the explosiveness off the top, Mitch.
Yeah, and how subtle everything is too. And that's one thing that we've noticed with her in her young career. But look at this, it's so explosive. It comes out of nowhere. Like, she has no speed right there, and all of a sudden just goes in a lip. To be able to throw the tail that way with that small amount of speed is just absurd. And it's really cool to see. She's looking to improve on a high 5, Kaipo. And it's a big answer to Gabby right now, because look at the score for Bryan.
Gabby Bryan, 3 big turns on the backhand. She's out of combo in a giant way. 8-point ride drops for Gabriella Bryan. However, we're still waiting for the last score for Katie Simmers, and that may add to Simmers' scoreline. But Gabby Bryan with the highest single wave of this heat for that beautiful lined up left-hander. Score in for Katie Simmers, a 6-point ride. So situation, Gabby Bryan is ready to topple Katie Simmers over, because all she needs now is a 4.74, Maida.
Yeah, what a comeback for Gabby Bryan. She's been patient the whole heat, and then she found this good wave just to connect very, very well those tricks right there. And also the link that she had on that wave was good. 8-point ride for her. Nice comeback.
You could see that, Mitch, when that wave lined up, it had, this has been, you know, really the tail, a lot of these sets of the straight-handers, and a lot of straight-handers coming in. But that one wave that came in for Gabby Bryan, while she's sitting with priority, had such a beautiful line. It wasn't a full taper. It was a nice long wall, but that you could see was going to keep on giving.
Yeah, it had the formation on it, as you're mentioning right there. And I really like the sense of urgency I'm seeing out of her right now, too. She made her way back into the lineup, establishing priority, making sure that she's trying to get the lead right here as quickly as possible. Kaipo had a look at a wave right there. She's going to let it go, but she doesn't need a huge number, close to a 5, to move up into first place. And if you're Simmers right here, you should try to improve on the 6 as quickly as you can, too, because an 8 is a huge score by today's standards.
Giant score. And here comes a wave. Katie's going to be in a better position for this one. But Gabriella will have the power of priority. See how this one swings.
She is on the corner of it. Let's see what happens. Oh, a bit too deep.
Yeah, another absolute straight-hander.
We've seen a lot of those today.
You can have a right-hander, you can have a left-hander. Those are both fine. It's just the straight-handers that you don't want.
No closeouts. No closeouts.
No closeouts.
Ooh, here we go, Kipes.
Simmers decides not to go. That one probably just ran away, so doesn't go. Well, let's introduce our semifinal number 1 for the men. With that, I'm going to throw it down to the beach.
É isso aí, galera. Vamos então agora à apresentação da bateria semifinal dos homens. Bateria essa que levará um dos atletas à grande final do Vivo Rio Pro. Gostaria de convidar aqui na passarela Ítalo Ferreira. Vamos aplaudir, galera, o Ítalo Ferreira. Potiguar, campeão mundial de 2019, campeão olímpico, primeiro brasileiro no Hall da Fama. Tá aí o Ítalo. Queria também a presença do californiano Griffin Colapinto. Por favor, Griffin Colapinto, vencedor da etapa de Portugal, um dos atletas que brigam pelo título dessa temporada. Boa sorte, Ítalo, boa sorte, Griffin. É a bateria semifinal, galera!
Well, there you go. Semifinal number 1 is going to be Ítalo Ferreira coming up against Griffin Colapinto. Semifinal number 2 for the women. We're under the 7-minute mark. Katie Simmers with the lead over Gabriella Bryan, but it's turned into a slim lead after Gabriella was able to put together an 8-point ride.
Well, Katie's looking for a specific wave now. She identified that Gabby was able to get that 8 on a quality wave. She's really looking for the one major turn on the outside of couple. She's let 2 waves go by already that maybe she would have gotten up into the lip in time, but right now in second priority, you got to be aware that Gabby's going to have right away on any wave she wants, trying to sell her on something out there.
Let's take a look at our heat recap. Katie Simmers looking strong, Maida, carving on that Bourse board.
Yeah, very in tune with the ocean. Found those waves right in the beginning. Nice place, movement, and now Gabriella Bryan on the answer, Mitch.
Yeah.
This is the big one, all right? Look at the wave quality, Mitch.
Yeah, who knows where she was able to find this thing too, because we hadn't seen a wave like this in around 30, 35 minutes in. Dropped the hammer right here, the 8-point ride. Still trailing, but a big answer. But once again, Caitlin Simmers, Kaipo, she's been on a roll. She hasn't fallen on any of her waves so far and was able to improve her low score on this one. The 607, casual, smooth, and of course, as always, as critical as possible with these end turns.
Love the last stab there for Katie Simmers. That's our heat recap. Back to live action here with 5 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Gabriella Bryan, again, just needs under a 5-point ride, a 4.74 to turn this heat. Gabriella has priority in her favor as well.
It's been a long time since we've seen a world champion from California too, so both on the men and women's side. Be huge. Imagine Katie, #1 seed over there. Best of 3 chances over at the Lexus WSL Finals. Already got used to the format last year, was able to win a match against Molly Picklum. Major momentum shift if she's able to elevate that kind of significant, you know, score line between her and Caroline Marks, even between her and Brisa too. What about 3,000, less than 3,000 points separating Brisa and Katie, #1 and 3 in the world.
All right, Ferreira's gonna hit the water. And he will be followed closely by a meditating, calming Griffin Colapinto. How's the contrast in preps? You have like someone like Ítalo Ferreira that just like amps themselves up, gets crazy, riding the bike, jumping up and down. Then you have someone like Griffin Colapinto, who's actually goes into the locker room, sits down, and meditates. He actually brought kind of blackout sleep.
Yeah.
You know those sleep
those
sleep
things,
those sleep masks that you have on your plane.
Yeah.
Puts them on, blacks everything out, and yeah.
It's really unbelievable how he can do this, like in this huge event.
Yeah.
Like very loudy, people screaming, going crazy, and then he can like just meditate, focus on his heat. Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah.
It's obviously worked.
Well, I don't know when it's louder here, midday or midnight. Can't tell.
Midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tonight's gonna be
very loud. Yeah. I'm gonna try to meditate. I'm gonna have a problem. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Here we go. Katie Simmers up on the lead. Gabriella Bryan with that priority. Simmers has been sitting very calmly. And she, like you said, Mitchell, she knows the wave that she wants, but she's going to have to wrestle that wave from under the priority of Gabriella Bryan. Now, Bryan, on the other hand, can run down the clock, get just a 5-point ride, and not even give Katie Simmers a chance to respond right now.
That's true, but pressure is definitely on her right now. She's still looking for the wave. 4.74, basically a 5, and that is, you know, an interesting score to get right now. It's not like you're surfing for a 2 or a 3 or an 80. There's like a specific wave for those kind of scores right there. A 5, that's a difficult wave, and it's a specific one, Kai, but you need at least a single good turn on that wave right there.
Yeah, a few minutes before, there were like 2 waves that went through. I don't know if she missed.
Yeah, I mean, this is
So
when
hard.
frustration,
Yeah.
you know, kicks in, right? For someone like Gabby Bryan, who did the hard work, got an 8-point ride. I mean, this should be an easy heat to close out, but just no opportunity. Couple lines here. Let's see if there's a corner on any of these waves, Mitch.
Yeah, and she does have priority right here. It seems like she's gonna eye this one. Katie also interested. She might be turning around on it. Oh, Gabby might be going right, Kipes.
Gabriella Bryan finds this right. Needs to get moving. Back up into lip. Big bang on the forehand. And did that big bang do the number? 4.74, single maneuver. I'll go to you first, Mitch. What do you think?
Yes, no doubt. 4.74 is what she needs. Composure, obviously, right there, but intact turn when she was able to hit the lip line. No real difficulty being able to get there with the bottom turn, steep section, a lot of commitment, and of course, as always, as we know with Gabby, a ton of power, Kipes.
Power. That was a powerful turn, Maida.
What did you say, though? What did you say? Gonna burn the clock?
Burn the clock.
And
no
get the
time
score.
to respond right now.
You're right.
So she's going to get the score, and Katie Simmers will not have a chance to fight back, is the feeling that how this is going to play out in my mind. 45 seconds, though. Katie Simmers could prove me wrong, but I'm pretty sure, Maida, that Gabby got the score.
Oh my God, she really surprised me going right, and then she just banged it. It was really nice.
Oh, hold the horses. Hold on to everything. It's going to come under that 4.74.
Wow.
A 4.4.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I was impressed. You were impressed, Mitch, but
Well,
the judges not quite impressed enough.
You know what happened? Things went Gabby's way over at Punta Roca. Things went Caitlin's way in a close heat right here at this event. So, but contrast of opinions, we hadn't seen a right ridden all heat long. And guess what? She's able to win the close one right here, Kaipo. Wow. Major moment for Caitlin Simmers and for Gabby Bryan, who's now number 5 in the world. She could have kept adding points right here, and she's going to bow out with the semi-finish.
Well, Katie Simmers making the final right here. And Katie Simmers, guess what? Has clinched her spot in the final 5. So we're going to see Caitlin Simmers at the Lexus WSL Finals, September 6th through the 14th. Congratulations, Katie Simmers, with that clinching of a final 5 spot. First woman this year to clinch that spot, Mitch.
Yeah, big one right there for Caitlin Simmers, obviously going back home, and she already experienced the finals format last year. Major moment for the 18-year-old from Oceanside, California, Kipes.
Talk about a quick trajectory to the top. Katie Simmers is on the top. She's got more work to do in front. She's got a final coming up against another exciting Southern California surfer in the way of Sawyer Lindblad. Maida, I am been so impressed by Katie Simmers. Actually, you know what? We're going to calm on down, but we're going to be back with more action. Men's semifinal number 1 in the water when we return.
For over 40 years, the world's best surfers have ridden on the shoulders of history. From pipe to bells to all the points, slabs, and bars between. The road to the Final Five has been fought wave by wave, heat by heat, stop by stop. This September, one day will decide it all. History will be made, legends will be crowned.
Can't wait to see everybody at the Lexus WSL Finals. Katie Simmers will be there for the second time in a row to compete for her first world title. Just 18 years of age. Katie getting past Gabriella Bryan to move on to the final in a good spot to go back-to-back as we kick off the men's semifinals. Italo Ferreira taking on Griffin Colapinto, followed by Iago Dora and Jordy Smith. Joe Turpel and Jesse Mendez, a Triple Crown champion, just like Griff. To break this one down, Italo's been looking very happy, pretty smooth as well today, even in the changing conditions. Wasn't trying to outperform the wave itself. We'll see how he can handle all the energy and the hype that's behind him on the beach right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a different contrast of personalities in surfing. Obviously, one right foot forward, goofy footer, and Griffin regular footer. One very energetic, the other one more calm and collective, and also during this time of your career, seems like to be even more patient. So it's going to be an interesting one. We saw right there in the beginning of the heat already, Italo being a little too deep on the wave, but wanted to block. Griffin probably sitting in a good spot for that wave, and Italo's going to ride a lot of waves right now.
Italo feeling this one on the right. Glassy, open face, already starting to jam down the line. Loves a backhand rotation. So much height. Perfect landing. His good friend and manager Marcos is celebrating on the beach. A signature move for Italo that he can provide on demand. Incredible execution.
As I mentioned, like, of course, like, without priority and someone like Italo so fired up as usual, he's of course going to get a bunch of waves, and that's why. You talk about full rotation, this is over-rotated full rotation. As you see right there, he's landing it with the nose inside more. That was beautiful, so much loft. Perfect execution from him. You're going to see it in slow motion, be able to really break it down. You're going to see his head right there halfway through. He's going to look to the tail. And that's what's going to bring all that momentum to flip, not flip the board, but to keep the board rotating all the way around. And he overdid it. That's psycho how much control he had on that wave.
That was insane. We've seen Italo do that air so many times since his rookie season on tour. That was one of the more perfect ones that he's executed. How glassy that ramp was. He knew right away after his first few pumps that he was going to bring that air down. And this is kind of why a lot of our friends in skateboarding and snowboarding started trying to attach the degrees of the rotation for surfers, you know, and that full rotation, because they said one day they're going to over-rotate, so beyond full, and you want to be able to give it credit. So a lot of skaters and snowboarders watching that might be calling that a 540, and maybe even adding more degrees to it. As we look at the numbers from the panel upstairs, it's going to be an excellent score, a huge statement in this semifinal against Griffin Colapinto. Comes out at a 9.
That's a great way for him to start, obviously applying so much pressure. And let's mention that he caught that under priority on a very average or below average potential scoring wave. So this is impressive from him, and judges identifying that it was even more than a full rotation, rotating probably a good 5 to 10 degrees over what we usually see it, and just the board control right there was second to none.
Katie Simmers is down on the beach with Manu.
Yeah, guys, and I've already said yellow jersey, defending champion in Saquarema, and now you're in the Final Five. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
Yeah, that's pretty cool to hear.
And well, you were there last year. Now, how are you going to be ready for that this year?
Wow, I can't even hear anything from the cheer, but yeah, I mean, me and Sawyer have been competing against each other since we were like 12 years old or 11, so this one's going to be like, it's going to be a really fun situation out there. Like, I love Sawyer. She's like the sweetest girl ever, and she's just like, I've been hanging with her pretty much every day, like bothering her, just like annoying her probably, but yeah, she's the sickest, and this is going to be pretty fun. So I'm excited, and yeah, the fact that I'm in the final 5, that's, yeah, I'm pretty just, kind of just like remind yourself that we're just kind of in a surf contest. We're just kind of like figuring out the ocean and like really just playing around on waves. So not really think too much of it, but the fact that that's gotten me here is like really the most surreal thing ever. So yeah.
And also listen to the music, because I think the music thing worked, because you did great out there hanging even in the harder waves. How was that heat for you?
Yeah, that heat was like, it was cool because me and Tommy, like the whole year I've kind of just been working on like doing just a heat, just like get a couple 5s or get a couple 6s kind of, because like I'm usually kind of in the situation Gabby was in where she had the 8. Oh my God, wow.
Something's definitely going on out there.
But I like totally forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, at the end there I was kind of just thinking like, surfing as if I needed a score, like acting the last 4 minutes of the heat, she only needed a 4-5, and like I was pretty much surfing as if I was in second, like needing a score, so I was kind of just really nervous at the end, and then she got that wave. I saw all 3 fins, so I was like tripping, kind of like, oh, she got it, like hopefully there's a wave out there, but sometimes like the ocean goes your way and sometimes it doesn't, and that time it went my way, so hopefully this one does too.
Great, thank you very much. Good luck. Back to you guys. It seems to be good there.
Thank you so much, Manu. Caitlin Simmers, just trying to even hear her thoughts there was hard with all the energy that Italo is bringing to this semifinal, but she's obviously the coolest cat on tour and happy to be competing for a world title and an event win. Later on today, Italo just did this, Jesse.
I mean, that's so commitment right there in that floater. Obviously, floater is a transitional turn usually for us surfers, but that was so critical. This first one, very smart for him. Eyeing it down the section, down the line, so he cut it short right there to make sure he was able to get in time for this massive floater right there. He's gonna land perfectly on his foot, have to absorb all that impact falling off the skies from probably like 5 foot tall. That was beautiful execution for Italo.
So much speed to sit on a roof of a hollow cave is one of the coolest floats you could do. You know, there's a floater on a mushy section to beat it and get into the open face, and then you have a closeout section like that, and with all the speed he has and his ability as a great aerialist, he can jump into the flats and absorb a landing.
And I like how you mentioned the speed. So when you're doing a floater in that critical of a section, you have to have that speed match the speed of the wave. So you got to carry your momentum very well in order for you to land it. Otherwise, you're going to get a little bit stuck on top. And as you're landing, the lip's going to be coming back up already. And it's going to be pretty hard to, or almost impossible in that section for you to land it. So very, very perfect execution for Italo to match the speed of the wave right there.
So remember, Italo did the backhand full rotation, 9-point ride. Then Griffin went to the air, 717. To get in the mix, and then Italo just backed up the 9 with a 7.6 with that big finishing float. So Griffin holds priority, needs a 9.43 now to answer, and Griffin's gonna really try to rise to the occasion in front of this Brazilian crowd, and including Italo's father. The guy used to sell fish to the community up north. And so proud of his son as being a world champion, an Olympic gold medalist. A chance to win this event for the first time. That was a story for Medina as well, coming into this event. Italo's been in the semifinals before, but looking for his first final in Brazil today.
Yeah, and so far he's looking good. Obviously, starting with the 9 and 7.6. It's not always that he have this type of dreamy starts, you know, in a heat. So it's a good start for him, but Griffin backed it up with the 717, and he's looking great as well.
Let's focus on those numbers, and yeah, importantly, that opening exchange, Italo's 9, why it went so high there, and also Griffin 717, what the judges saw in that separation to kick off semifinal number 1.
I think it's very simple, Joe. Obviously, the height and the commitment of this air right here and the board control that he had. Over-rotating, bringing the nose all the way around and actually facing the beach. That's the point of difference that we had in this one from Griffin. You're gonna see him landing with his back to the beach right there. See, he's landing it, and as soon as he lands, he rotates and finish the turn. So that's the differentiation of degree of difficulty from both pairs. One completely commitment, both of them completely commitment, but one of them just getting a little bit more height and also more board control and rotating all the way around.
I like the spread. Yeah, Italo's 9. That was one of the coolest airs of the event. He's had a couple of them. He's already had a 9 already. He had the 17.5 total the other day, which is his best combined heat total of his career at this contest in Brazil. For Italo, after his world title run, we had that year off from competition. Then we had some off-season events that he was a part of. A lot of the world's best kind of just said, oh, you know, I'm not going to show up. And Italo signed up for every competition he could be a part of. Then finally, the 2021 season began, the shortened year where we were in that chartered plane and the Aussie Quaddy event. There's 4 events in a row, finishing up the regular season in Mexico. And Italo was the reigning world champ for kind of a couple of years there, waiting to defend that first world title, and he came pretty close to backing it up that season.
Yeah, he did so, and probably, I mean, he still has so much inside of him to actually give it to the surfing community as far as results, and he's kind of bouncing back the second half of the year. He's looking great, man. If he can get to the final, make a few heats, he could clinch that again.
Let's focus on these two incredible athletes. Brazil versus USA. Baia Formosa versus Lower Trestles in the lineup right now. Both trying to get in their first final of their career in Rio. And when you focus on their head-to-head history, they've only had one matchup that was in the ocean, where they're battling against each other with priority, going shoulder to shoulder for waves, and that was one that Italo won in that shortened season we were talking about back in 2021 in Newcastle, where Italo went all the way to win the contest. The matchup where Italo beat Griff was the round of 16, and then we had the Surf Basin, Surf Ranch Pro final with that wave system technology. Griffin won, Italo runner-up when it was all said and done. So now back in the water for just their second opportunity to battle in the ocean here. A big opportunity for both of them with the world title race. And Griffin right in the mix with a 7-1-7. But with 20 minutes to go, sometimes you don't see pressure on your opponent this early in the game. What's going on out there, Jesse?
Yeah, I guess it's a strategy, right? Like, obviously, Italo already with the massive combination of scores, so he maybe feels like he doesn't need to surf that much anymore because the surf was done, the performance was done, and now it's important for him to just keep a close eye on Griffin because he's so capable of finding a wave just like Italo had and doing a massive punt like he did. So he's going to try and block that and not give Griffin an inch. I guess what I'm trying to say is avoid all the opportunities that Griffin's going to have. You know, take a few of those opportunities away so he has less chances, because a guy with a bunch of opportunities and a guy like Griffin keeps his odds very high.
You can see the Olympic rings on the arm of Italo's manager, Marcos. Really kind human being, but so dedicated to supporting Italo and all his dreams that become his dreams as well. So Italo's just going to shadow Griff and just give him something to think about on each and every moment. If you're Griffin, how do you deal with this? Do you just stay put, or do you have to keep tracking up and down the beach if you know your opponent's coming with you?
I guess I think you don't have to be going up back and forth. Obviously, in my opinion, Griffin just needs to stay calm right now and let the rotation go. Like, force Italo to go on one wave, and then he's going to have priority again, and he can sit whatever he wants. But for him to kind of be moving around, you could almost take the chances of him actually to sell a wave to Italo right now. So, yeah, keep calm. There's 18 minutes left, and you have to let the rotation go, and then you got to go big. It's kind of straightforward for Griffin.
Griffin Colapinto, first time in the semifinals here in Rio. First quarter that he had in the round previous, so all of these results, his personal best so far. And he had a loss early a couple of years ago that Probably kept him out of the final 5. He said that was such a devastating feeling. Was able to show up at lowers last year. As Italo's going to let Griff run on this wave. He'll step on it and immediately try to reset here. So taking that wave, Jesse, are we thinking he just needed some space?
I think that was just a strategy game right there for Griffin. Obviously, as he was taking off, he could see the wave wasn't good, and his body language showed that the wave wasn't didn't have any potential. And as soon as he took off, he already called a ski. So what I think he's trying to do is gain some room on top of Italo. They're probably on the towards the middle of the beach, and there is those waves up the point close to the rocks that are amazing as well, mostly with the low tide right now. So smart strategy right there for him. Let's see if it's going to play it out.
He's like, just get me out of here. He's going to take a ride on the Red Bull ski and see if he can find a little bit of room to breathe. Italo playing it smart, though. 9.76 are his top 2. With a gigantic total out front, and it was ready to sit on Griff for the next 20 minutes as we focus on the live rankings. Griffin moving up to number 2. Remember, Jack Robinson fell out of the mix in the round of 16. World number 4, Ethan Ewing, lost to Jordy Smith for the first time in his career. And Jordy's right behind him now in the number 5 spot. Smith coming up next against Iago Dora, who's now moved up to 7th. Italo in the lineup now with a gigantic lead out front. Is now 1 spot out of the final 5. Big name that's shaded below all of them is Gabriel Medina, a guy that was hoping to gun for a 4th world title this year. As we remember the heartbreak for Medina last season, losing in the final to Jack Robinson at Teahupo. If he would have won that heat, he would have made the final 5. Now he's outside of the mix, heading into the last event. A lot of good things for Gabe. His name's Gabriel Medina, for 1. 2, it is Cloud Break, where he's had a ton of success.
Yeah, definitely. But I think this event here is so important because the gap on points, it's going to be quite hard for him to actually pull it off, because he's already sitting about 3,000 points behind Jordy Smith, and we have Jordy Smith in the semifinals right here. We have Italo in the semifinal and Iago as well. So at least one of these 3 names that I just mentioned is going to make the finals. So the gap's going to be even higher for Gabriel. And all of the surfers are also very good out there.
Italo up to some high-flying acts. One of the best 9s I've seen from him this season. His signature backhand helicopter into the flats. Still leads over Griffin Colapinto. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more of Semi 1 after this. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Semifinal number 1 continues as we watch Griffin repositioning and loading up, throwing that tail to the sky and levitating into a soft landing and a celebration from the Californian. That idea to move his position and call for the Red Bull ski paid off and put him right into this wave.
Yeah, the alley right there, as you see it right, him launching so high. Tail getting very inverted as well. Got a little bit stuck right there, but came out pretty clean afterwards for the situation of the ramp right there. It was very tricky for him to do, very technical. This is looking good for Griffin. I think he's gonna better his situation. I don't see that coming in a 9.43 and bettering Italo's best wave, but I think he's gonna better his position because that was a very lofty technical error for Griff.
Something that he's been doing quite a bit is mixing up his airs above the lip. We got to see a beautiful combo and a loss that he had to Juan Chianca in El Salvador, where he could throw it up 2 big punts with variety on the same wave. And sometimes when you see a ramp like that, you're sometimes predicting, a big full rotation, throwing that tail towards the beach. That seems to be such a reliable move for world-class athletes like yourself, where you can actually keep the rotation with the wave. But for Griffin to kind of stall out the spin, kind of refreshing.
Totally is. Like, we've seen it so much of just a lot of full rotations because people have so much speed and momentum throughout the air. So it's always good to see something that breaks up a little bit.
Griffin Colapinto turns in a 7.10. The thing is, he has his first wave that's just a touch better. So even with the reset and finding a fun ramp like that, he's really in the same situation, chasing a 9.43, competing against Italo, and also competing against the crowd. Strider's down there now.
I sure am, and you know what? It is just massive. If you take a look at this crowd, I've just got in the mix, and I had to get in the middle of it. I'm gonna stand up so I can see everybody, and everybody here is amazing. They're having a great time down here. Obviously, everybody's rooting for Italo, but you never know what's gonna happen. But look at this place. I mean, come on! Let's go! Obrigado.
Obrigado, Valeo. Thank you for that energy, Strider. Strider's been eating picanha every single day. He hasn't missed a day.
Picanha moleque.
Picanha moleque every single day with the feijão, arroz.
Farofa.
Every single day. He absolutely loves it. The fans love him down here. The energy is just second to none. You really can't compare it to any other event on the calendar as far as how the crowd actually impacts the performance. And if you're a competitor like Italo, and even though Iago's a calmer personality, he definitely feeds off all the momentum that the local fans give him here at Saquarema every year.
Yes, he does. And man, what a close scoring right there for Griffin, the 7.17 and a 7.10. I personally thought the second one was a little bit higher. And on the judges spread, also that happening a little bit. Some judges thinking second one was better, the other ones thinking the first one was better, and it come down to not help him get closer. But what a display of progressive surfing we have in this.
And Griffin's gonna dig deep and maybe give us another version of it. He's got the speed, and there's the ramp, reaching for slob and ends up losing control. So switching gears, trying to show some variety. But exciting times here as we do have an air show on our hands. Italo getting the 9 on a backhand full road. The 7.6 came from a snap to a real crazy extended float. So even after switching gears, finding some room from Italo's watch, which was a genius, he's still trying to find a way to really improve on his start. Breaking down a 9.43 at the moment. That he needs to make the final.
Yeah, it's a big task in front of him. Italo already is right by him, and it's not going to give him that many opportunities. You know, he's going to try and block a few of the chances he has to minimize the potential for Griffin.
Yeah, it's cool when you've got two athletes that know how to mix it up above the lip as well. If Griffin tries to keep the same game plan, and he goes, okay, they didn't give me more than a 7 for that last type of error. He can reach for a few different versions. You saw him thinking that as he was going for the slob reverse. So adding a little bit of flair, changing gears to see if the judges would reward him for that. But now he's in a situation where Italo's tracked him down. Can he do the same thing now, Jesse? Can he take a wave in and reposition it at this stage of the heat?
Oh, yeah, he totally could. But I think in this situation right now, as you see the rip out the back right there, for him to do that, he'd have to go left and go towards the middle of the beach. And Italo is going to have the favor of the current also bringing him down. So it's not easy to get ground on someone that is that fit, or any surfers on tour, unless you're so far on the other side of the bank, which that's what he did when he first did that move and got the ski out. But this is a different scenario right now. I think it's going to be a little tougher for him.
Italo's just switched on at the moment. Had a tough year last year, really based on the injury that he suffered at Jeffreys Bay. But also seemed a bit frustrated at the start of the year with some of the numbers he was getting. Seemed a bit uncomfortable, out of rhythm from all the momentum that he'd had, even before his world title, where he just kept increasing his performance, getting big scores from the panel. So he's back in his winning form, chasing down Italo, holding priority and this lead, as we'll send it down to the beach to present the next matchup.
Apresentação da segunda bateria semifinal dos homens. Agora para vocês, aqui no pódio, gostaria da presença do Iago Dora. Cadê a galera? Daquele aplauso para o Iago Dora, catarinense, campeão do Vivo Rio Pro 2023, vice-campeão da etapa de El Salvador. Gostaria também uma salva de palmas por Your Hands Together to George Smith. Vamos aplaudir o George Smith, galera. Sul-africano, 2 vezes vice-campeão mundial. Tá aí o Iago compenetrado, o George se preparando. Vamos aplaudir os dois, dar aquela energia positiva. Eles vão passar pelo túnel aí, galera. Uma salva de palmas, Iago Dora e George Smith.
Iago Dora taking on Jordy Smith, coming up in semifinal number 2. The crowd absolutely losing it once Iago's name was announced. And Jordy Smith being the experienced veteran, and a guy who's won out in Brazil in the past and also has finaled more recently to Toledo. Knows how to keep his head clear and focus on what he needs to accomplish. Iago's been on the move, even adding more stickers to his board this week. He's been so busy. Jordy Smith, great to see him working closely with his dad on the Smith shapes and creating a cool business together. A lot of great support from G-Force for Jordy Smith into his second semifinal of the season. Back into the lineup here, we've got Italo still tracking down Griffin Colapinto. Got the 9 and the 7.6 a long time ago, and sometimes there's heats where Italo catches about 19, 20 waves. He's realized it's not the day to do that game plan. They're getting such a big total out front. He's played a really smart game.
Very smart. And it didn't seem like he was going to be one of those heats. He started off riding a lot of waves, but then he realized he didn't need to surf that anymore and just play defense, and that's what he's doing right now.
So Griffin up and out, looking just to reposition quickly. And he might just have a moment of silence here. But we should see Italo get right back on top of him. Pereira having a really good board made for him. That was actually built for the event in El Salvador. Those are the highs and lows of pro surfing. Italo, after winning in Tahiti, had such a quick loss in El Salvador. You just kind of blinked and were like, wait, what just happened? This guy's on fire. Just kind of how things went. But the one thing that was good about it was the board. He really liked it and brought it here to compete on at Saquarema, that EPS construction that has a stringer on it as well, which changes the flex pattern to something that he really likes, a bit stronger too for how hard he lands in the flats. They added a little bit of lift in the tail rocker as well. So chatting with Tico earlier, saying just they're always making these little adjustments frees him up a little bit in the pocket as well with that subtle change in the rocker. And adding some serious points for Timmy Patterson on the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Go, Timmy. Timmy Patterson, good friends with Matt Biolis. Biolis actually got a new space to have a surf shop down in San Clemente called Basham's. It's been there for a long time. The glass boards there. Timmy and Matt were hanging out on the celebration. Mark Richards showed up, 4-time world champion, interviewed by Joe Alani. A lot of the San Clemente crew was there, including the Colapintos, Hauschman. So it's got to be fun for Timmy and Matt to be watching these two guys going head-to-head at the moment for a chance to be in the final. And Griff, I liked where his head was at. That first reset with the Red Bull ski, got himself a couple opportunities above the lip. Didn't quite crack into that 9-point range, which is what he was hoping for. And now Italo's in an even better position to run out the clock. But a great battle for these two. Can't wait for more.
Definitely. It's just the gap was so massive since the beginning of the heat with Italo starting with a 9-point ride. But check this out, Joe. Italo, the whole time as he was playing defense, he was sitting a little bit under, same line or a little bit under Griffin. And that should give just a split second more of decision for him in order to pull the trigger to defend and go on a wave or not. So if he sits out the back, maybe he can pull the trigger a little bit too much in a wave that Griffin didn't even want to. So like, that's very smart of him and just gives him extra time to make the decision.
Ito learning a lot since his rookie season on tour. Finishing in the top 10. Just based on his natural talent and that energy, showing up to venues for the first time and getting results, even getting past Kelly in Fiji on his first trip there. And now looks like he's getting even closer to appearing in his first final in Brazil to try to back up his win that he had in Tahiti. Both these guys are going to need a nice long break after this paddle battle that they've had in this 35-minute matchup.
Yeah, mostly Italo. He had started on the corner right. As Griffin got the lift back out, he had to paddle all the way over, and now they're back in the middle of the beach again. So looks like there's going to be an opportunity.
10 seconds on the clock. It's up to Italo to take this wave off Griff. They're both going to paddle over it. Now 5 seconds to go. Brazil hoping they'd have someone with a shot to win the event. Boy, they got their first finalist. Italo Ferreira is able to close things out over Griffin Colapinto and move on to his first final of his career at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, shutting things down so quickly with that big backside full road, getting the 9, backed it up immediately with that snap to extended float for the 7-6. And now into the final, looking for his second win of the season. What a great way to pick himself back up after an early loss in El Salvador. And his manager looking nice and calm. He knows the job's not done yet. But now Italo moving on into the final. That'll do it for Griffin Colapinto. Great job here in Rio. But as he packs up and moves on, we want to wish him the best of luck in the Olympics in Tahiti. Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. It's a gorgeous afternoon to crown some champions. We're into semifinal number 2, and Iago Dora is already throwing down that rail. Hammers in the pocket, hits it off the end section, and already starts off with a completion to take the advantage quickly over Jordy Smith. Still plenty of time to get them settled in this lineup. Last heat was decided incredibly quickly with Italo going to the sky. A 9-point ride once again for him. And against Griffin Colapinto, that was a really exciting air show. Italo already into the final as Iago and Jordy are just getting started. Jordy Smith with a chance to make a final and win an event. It's been since 2017 since he's held a big trophy at the CT level, and that was back at Bells Beach. Let's now catch up with the winner of the last heat. Italo is fired up, 16.6 total, and he's ready for more moving on to the final.
Yeah, Italo, congratulations. You are in the final in Saquarema. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm super excited for the finals. I've been waiting for that, but it's still like a long journey, you know, to win this comp. And yeah, but I'm happy to be on this position and then to make like a great performance on the water. And yeah, I'm just thinking about the final right now and then focus on that and then do it my best, yeah.
And you have this amazing crowd right here, and also your dad cheering a lot for you. What does that represent for you?
Yeah, my dad has been inspiring me so much on the last few days, and we're having so much fun, you know, like, and yeah, I would take this one for him, so I'm focused on that.
And just one more, Iago or Jordy?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best, and then that's what I want.
Good luck. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Great energy, Manu, all day long today. Italo staying focused, taking some deep breaths right there. He knows he's got to keep himself in the zone, but he couldn't help but crack a smile and kind of relax a bit when Manu mentioned his father being there and how cool it's been to hang with him the last few days. I remember the first time I thought Italo might go all the way in this event. His dad was here down at Barra da Tijuca. Before we get there, this was Iago's start against Jordy Smith.
Wow, this is a beautiful start for him. Kind of an average wave and really put in the work and got a excellent, like not an excellent score, but a very good score for that type of wave right there. But what I love the most about this, Joe, you can see the surfers when they get to the quarterfinals, semifinals mostly, they put in a different gear. You see the body language right there for Iago. He's usually such a smooth surfer, but you can see it right here, how much energy he's putting into that first turn and even to this transitional turn right here. Look at the upper body language, bringing the hand all the way up, making sure he can make the most of it and finish it off very strong. And this only happens, or this tends to happen more when the surfers get to that semifinals because it's time to put on a show and everyone's looking and they love that.
It's all about entertainment for the fans, but really peaking at the right time for the judges, right? You're always surfing to impress the panel upstairs. And you know what you've given them so far in a contest, and you really want to peak at the right time. And if you've already got them going into excellent scores for you, you know you've got another gear to give. If you can peak in the final at the right time, that's where the magic happens. We always used to reference, we still will always reference Kelly for doing that so incredibly well. As we now see Iago checking out a right hand option and just kind of didn't have his footing right, I think, on that liftoff.
Yeah, that was a kind of a bigger section coming towards him than he was actually surfing, and he needed a little bit more momentum to get the speed in a way to project him down the line more. And he didn't have enough speed, so he tried to force it. And what happens is you push your board a little bit too much, and like you mentioned, the foot came undone, the board kind of flew away from him.
Pretty inspired in the air by a lot of great skateboarders like Pedro Barros. Loved skating on a ramp growing up in Florianopolis, living in an area close to surfers like Mateus Hurdy, and a lot of talent right in his backyard. Iago's dad had a little shop that everyone would hang out at, and Leandro would put on a lot of little punk rock concerts in Brazil. Good bands like Bad Religion, Pennywise, TSOL. There's pictures of Iago in diapers on big speakers at punk shows, always around that cool energy of action sports, and surfing, skating, punk music around that time. Leandro surfs great too. Absolute ripper. He's a great coach, but spends a ton of time in the water as well. And kind of all started really with his reputation globally as a coach with Lucas Silveira and also Adriano de Souza's world title years.
Totally. He started with Lucas and he got Gio a little bit as well. And a few of those surfers on the QS and even on amateur parts of their career. And then obviously went on that big win with the world title with Adriano, and that kind of put him in the maps for the whole world. But like you mentioned, amazing surfer, amazing person.
And a lot of great surfers around them. Like you mentioned, the late Ricardo dos Santos, one of the hardest charging Brazilians of all time, made a mark at Pipeline in Tahiti. Also this event, he had wild cards in the CT event multiple times. Very close to the Dora family. Jordy now in the second semifinal of his career, which is what we were talking about earlier. A guy that's been around for such a long time, Jesse. In 2023, just last year, finished 16th in the world. Rare for him to be outside the top 10. Didn't make a semifinal all year. Same story in 2022. Finished 14th in the world without a semifinal. 2021, the shortened season, he had one. So for Jordy standards and for watching him for now over 16 years, it's a really nice feeling seeing him now put together a year like he is in 2024.
Yeah, and he's itching to win an event. Obviously, guys that are used to having so many titles under their belt, it hurts when they're not getting those results. Jordy looks like he's going to have a look right here.
Now rolling into this one. Nice wall on the back end for Jordy Smith. Big power hack off the lip. Perfectly transitioned into another power hack. Third turn solid right on the money, and he'll just trim this one all the way through to the end section. And that last bit of backwash trying to make it difficult to ride away, and it will get the best of him. But did a lot of damage out the back, especially that big first turn. Let's have another look.
Yeah, damage was done. Look at how calm he is on this bottom turn here. Massive first turn, and this is money. Coming from behind the section as he was bottom turning, just driving through rail the whole time. Beautiful surfing for him. Right here, quite a bit of a mistake because he wanted to finish the wave. This is going to be a massive score for Jordy. Great way to answer. Cleaner wave, steeper. At second turn, so much power driving through it. Another one. This is beautiful surfing for Jordy.
Just fun to see him unload on a running left at this size. All starting off with big bottom turns.
Yeah, and this is what set him up for such a big maneuvers right there. Look at this bottom turn coming from behind. No downtime whatsoever, engaging that inside rail, stomping on the back foot right there to lift the nose from getting caught in the water because that wave got pretty steep as he was driving through the turn. And then right here was a bummer for him because that finish is going to take a little bit of points out of that wave. Because it was a great finish. You see the good release right there, but the wave converges into him and he tries to hold on right there, but couldn't make it.
Remember watching Jordy in a lot of movie parts, realizing how lethal his backhand is. We always talk about all the stretched out rights on tour where he's been successful. The lowers right multiple times when it was a regular season event. Bell's champion, J-Bay multiple times, even Sunset Beach on what we called it the QS 10,000 level. He had a semifinal there earlier, but we got to see him go left a lot in the movies, like Modern Collective, that big rodeo flip that he accomplished.
I was just going to mention
We
that.
remember how often we would reference that at the time, was like, okay, that's the best air ever completed. Everything else was based, compared to what he achieved on that Mentawai's boat trip with Red Bull.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, he was so successful on his competing career, but also such a hero for all the young surfers that grew up watching him, and me being one of them, and all those massive backside Supermans he had also, and yeah, just an all-around surfer.
Yeah, it was really creative as well with different versions of backside airs and crazy rotations, and he always wanted to kind of take a page out of like a Taj Burrow book of making a great movie part and compete on tour at the same time. It's not the easiest balance. I'd say it might be more doable these days with the season ending in September and a much longer off season. But all those years, Jordy's on tour. The QS is happening at the same time. There was rules in the book that he had to show up at certain QSs as well. And then he was still filming at the same time while you're also trying not to get hurt, you know, while you're competing. So for Jordy, man, he's accomplished so much.
So much. The thing here nowadays with that big break, it also kind of gives a good time for the guys to get ready for next year. And also we kind of, because of that big break, we really narrowed down the timing in between the events. So the surfers, when they get by the last or the final 5, whoever makes the top 5, they're just dead. So they kind of want to go home and just cruise now.
You think the surfers that don't make the world title event, you know, their year ends in August. They have all that time to either make a movie, try out boards, prepare, even just take a break. Pretty awesome system we have in 2024, and unbelievable conditions here on finals day. Wind laid down, turned a favorable offshore direction. Lost a bit of size from yesterday's competition, but man, it was challenging out there. Italo was one guy that made it look pretty easy, along with Iago. A lot of survival type heats, and then if you made that, you're scoring on finals day. Jordy's left that kept on giving, even with the fall and the finish, an 8.4, the best number of the heat. Iago's still out front, but Jordy in an incredible position now as we catch up with Strider.
Yeah, well, just down here on the catwalk, and turned around and looked up and realized that both Jordy and Iago have their dads here. You know, you get that vibe of, like, you know, the old school, you know, junior days when you're struggling along and your dad's there to support you. All the way up until this level, that is happening. And I think it's a pretty beautiful thing to have somebody there to make you that comfortable and give you that much support. You know, Jordy's had his hard times, his pops was always there. And this year, Iago had his hard times. I mean, he just barely inched in to the cut. I mean, let's be honest. He almost didn't make it in there, and now look at him. He's looking at, you know, this going into the finals possibly and having an amazing event, possibly making it into the, you know, the top 5 for the final 5 at lower trestle. So I just think it's a beautiful thing, kind of a rare thing to have 2 dads up there in the Red Bull athlete zone. They are sitting as far away from each other as they could possibly sit, though.
That's right, giving them some space. That's really cool. A lot of cool moments with those dads upstairs, especially for Iago recently in his career, and a very long time for Jordy Smith now in his 17th season. So we've got to see Graham Smith, or G-Force, around for a long time. And it's cool, he's a very social guy. He's really talkative. He'll tell you about the ins and outs of Jordy's career, sponsor deals, and you're like, I didn't know you could tell me that. You get all this cool information from him because he wants to share it all with you along the way. Jordy getting a carve and will step off, but he only needed a 0.3. Not that that's what he was gunning for, but we'll see a lead change. And Iago now will sit with priority. Graham Smith, longtime surfboard shaper from Durban, has made boards for so many world-class athletes for so many decades. As we check out the live rankings at the moment and focus on the race for the final 5, Dora in 7th, Jordy in 6th, with Italo getting past Griffin. Italo sitting in that 5th spot. And now, as you can tell, he's the high seed remaining in the event. And Italo will either be with Jordy or Iago. So kind of a heavyweight type scenario on finals day. A ton of our top seeds surviving, and the guys that are right on the cut line still looking for more points. 10,000 points on the line if whoever wins this thing. Jordy knows that very well. Quick snap and down for Smith, but his Wave before was a 1.5. And now Iago shifting up the beach. And is going to now move on, let that wave go. Something behind it, though.
Yeah, it looks like he had a little bit of intention on that first paddle going over that wave. And let's see if it's going to turn up. Should be a good one or not. Then he'll pull the trigger.
Iago Dora will use priority and set up that first turn over the white water. Off the bottom, big blowtail reverse. Very quick rotation out of that move. Floats it, and now chips it really quick down the beach. His dad loves it, his support crew loves it. Brazil loves it, and only needed a 2.58. We'll see the lead change there.
Yes, we're definitely going to see the lead change right there, and just manufacturing scores right now. His first wave, 783. There didn't really have much of a 783 in that first one, and this one as well. There's kind of a lump going through that wave and kind of broke the wave.
Let's hear from Strider.
Here on the beach, the crowd's going crazy right now because of the fact that Iago just went by on the jet ski. So not only are they freaking out about waves, they're freaking about him just coming by on the jet ski, which is pretty cool. I think that when you're on the jet skis, you can hear all that energy and feel it all. And when you come down here and look around at what's happening down here, it's just like you can't miss it. It goes right through you like a little jab right into your heart, and it's just nothing but love, which is pretty amazing. I mean, you think about how many people are down here having a good time and enjoying themselves. I haven't seen one lewd act. I haven't seen any violence. I haven't seen anybody in a bad mood. These people are beautiful. We love them.
What a beautiful day for pro surfing. Big finals day energy that we always look forward to at Itaúna Beach. Iago getting a wave there and getting the lift on the Red Bull ski, and then Jordy behind him.
Yeah, answering back, making sure he keeps applying pressure through all the heat. This wave going a little bit flatter, though, than his previous wave, so he kind of had to get the first turn kind of vertical, and then the wave flatten it out. But here for Iago, look at the second turn. Usually you see guys doing blowtails going straight off the bat and keeping the momentum, but right there he started vertical, and then he pushed the tail, which is very technical. Obviously not as critical of a section. Wave very hard to deal, but man, he made the most of that wave. You see him here setting up down the line, just eyeing it down the second section, but he had to go first vertical and then to push that back foot. And you see the footwork right there, keeping the weight on the front feet so he could actually disengage the fins and have it rotate all the way around. Somehow got back on track and got 2 extra turns, and good surfing.
Started having flashbacks of a lot of those goofy footers that had that big tail waft that became really popular with like Clay Marzo, Ry Craig, and all those old movies where they'd blow their whole board out the top of the wave and somehow land it. Just a slight little reflection on that, just the way how quick he managed to control the slide into a functional maneuver.
Totally, and the fact that usually you see those turns like you mentioned, Joe, you keep the momentum from the bottom turns and keep the speed throughout, but that wave was a little bit different. You had to go very up vertical first and then to push the tail, which is very technical. It's very hard to do. Not many guys are so good at controlling the board like he is.
As we see Iago once again throwing spray to the sky here in Brazil, has jumped back out in front over Jordy Smith. 13.5 to go in semifinal number 2. I've counted over 30,000 people today on finals day, and maybe even more. One of those wonderful humans out there is Manu. Manu, where are you at?
Hello guys, I just found another amazing spot here at the Villa. This is Banco do Brasil Som e Surf. That means sound and surf. Isn't that perfect? We are gonna have live music tonight during the sunset. Oh my God, I'm definitely coming here because we also have these food trucks with amazing food and we can see the sunset from here. Look at the church out there and the waves. That is just the best combination ever. How not to love Saquarema. I'm definitely coming here tonight. Are you guys coming with me?
Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Manu. That sounds so fun. You know, Manu's like that from start to finish of a day. Just so bright, so energetic, so inviting. Even before you've had your cafezinho, you've just filled with energy because of her brightness. Thank you, Manu, for keeping us up to date with all the fun activities happen around this surf festival that we call the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Features the world's best surfers. It's post mid-season cut. It's getting intense because it's stop number 8, and we're working out the final 5. Yago up and out. We saw him rip that left to pieces, and like you said, Jesse, in surfing comp world, we talk about manufacturing, using that word as when you really use your talent to, well, sometimes even over surf a wave to get a better score out of it. That wave probably had 3 points on it for some people, but with Yago throwing that tail waft reverse, he got a 5, 6, 7 to provide some backup for a 7, 8, 3.
And that's all props to him, Joe. Both of his waves, I think he really manufactured and actually got at least 1.5 points more than you expect most of surfers getting on those waves. So, and this is making him to get in the lead and applying a good pressure to Jordy. Obviously doesn't need a massive score, but a 5.1, sometimes it's not that simple, mostly in a semifinal spec with people on the beach.
Yago hoping to go back-to-back. One theme that we've noticed from this event, though, is the absolute domination from Brazil in recent times. Yago last year, but Felipe had 3 straights, 2018, 2019, and then 2022. Adriano de Souza got a big win before retiring from the championship tour. That was in a fun final over Ace Bucket. As we look at Jordy on the wind-up, double grab and transitions off the roof. Throws the tail into the beach. Classic Jordy Smith on a very progressive combination. Throws a top turn into the inside corner. These last couple of turns just showing the panel that he has total control and he still wants more into the end section. Will tap it shut. The big man from South Africa threw down an air to big blow-tail combination. Ditching a 2.9, hoping for a 5.10 for the lead.
Yeah, that was impressive. Like, all of the surfers are over surfing every wave. It's the ability and the type of level and what I've mentioned. Like, when you get to the semifinals, you need to put in a different gear. You need to put in a higher gear because your opponent, if you don't, your opponent will. And this is what Jordy did just now. Nice double grab right there for him. The tail was a bit low, but straight into a beautiful blow tail reverse. What a combination of maneuvers right there for such a tricky section. And then right here is just trying to add points. The wave gets a bit small, and he's working as much as he could to add up a little bit to that score that it's going to pop up to him soon. But great effort for Jordy right there, and beautiful surfing for him.
And also getting the major moves out the back instead of waiting to the end section. So had the critical part of the wave and took advantage of it.
Yeah, I really like how actually the first air was nice, but it was more of a functional air. He was down the line, had to do that, had to keep the tail a bit lower in order for him to actually keep the momentum and the time to get to that second turn and do that beautiful blow tail that he did. As you see it right here, he's doing that air. He knew he couldn't go soft and do a floater, so he did a double grab down the line. Somehow pulled it off that bottom turn straight into a blow tail. Combination of major maneuvers right there. It was pretty impressive for that type of wave. It wasn't easy to do. And then right here is just extra small points that's going to add to his next score.
Big combination of turns, that's in the judging criteria. Smart surfing from Jordy Smith. A 5.83 and the lead off Yago Dora. Now with 6:42 to go. Really exciting battle. Remember, Jordy has the best number of the heat so far, which he got on his opening ride. Just big power hacks on the back end for the South African. Hoping for a world title run this year. Did mention how he missed out on the semifinals the last 2 seasons, but the years before that, he was always in the top 10 or even top 5. As we look at Dora, spring-loaded, tail-high reverse, standing tall with a perfect landing. Double shakas from his dad, Leandro. And Yago, just like that, gets the crowd behind him again, and he's hoping for the lead on a single maneuver option, chasing down to 6.41. Malecki.
That's the problem that this Malecki has, you know? Like when he surfed against him, that wave gave him a split second to take off. And the closeout was right in front of him, and look how lofty that air was. Obviously, it wasn't the biggest air we ever seen from him, but the amount of pop he got out of that section and the amount of pop he got out of the transition he had, it was so impressive. Look how high that tail is, how he kept the board very close to himself, landed backwards and just spin around perfectly. That was so impressive from Yago and always surprising us with more than we expect.
5 minutes on the clock, waiting for scores. Let's now introduce the final on the beach for the women.
Surfer in red, first position now. Second best score, 7.83. Surfer in blue, Jordy Smith, second position now. Need 7.40. Jordy, to take the lead, 7.40. O sul-africano precisa agora de 7.40 para virar para cima do brasileiro.
Valeu, Henrique.
É completamente aberto.
Vamos lá, chamada apresentação então da bateria final do surf feminino do Vivo Rio Pro. Tá aí para vocês no telão, a tela mostrando a final do surf feminino. Primeiro eu queria uma salva de palmas para a vencedora do ano passado, Caitlin Simmers. Galera, vamos aplaudir a Caitlin. Caitlin Simmers, vencedora do ano passado, local de Oceanside, na Califórnia, 18 anos de idade. Vamos ter uma grande final. Queria uma salva de palmas também para a Sawyer Lindblad. Vamos aplaudir, galera. Sawyer, também californiana, local de San Clemente, na Califórnia. As duas com 18 anos de idade. Uma salva de palmas para Sawyer Lindblad e Caitlin Simmers. Final californiana. É você, Henrique.
Yago Dora up and out as we prepare for a huge final. One of the youngest finals is about to begin. Two 18-year-olds from Southern California. About 20 minutes up the road is Sawyer Lindblad and San Clemente. Caitlin down south in Oceanside. They've known each other a long time. They're best of friends, but only one can be the champion this year. Katie trying to go back-to-back, and Sawyer looking for her first win of her career. Meanwhile, Dora went to the sky. Got really inverted on that front side air reverse, tail high, perfect landing. Judges ate it up, a 7.97, Yago's best. Turned the heat, Jordy to second. Now Smith needs a 7.4 to answer back. That air was pretty rad from Yago. How did you see it?
I mean, I don't think in the world right now there's anyone that gets as inverted as Yago's airs, both front side and backhand. It's very impressive. You see a lot of today a little bit flatter airs because the rotation is quicker and you're looking for a full rotation because that's supposedly the most critical. But Yago, how lofty he gets in any type of condition or any transition, small transitions, it's pretty impressive. Just so much length in his body, and I don't know how he does it. It's amazing.
And he has so many different areas he can go with his reverse, from a flatter spin, often tail high, but when he gets so tail high, he can turn it into a back roll pretty easily where he's almost flipping out of it. There's a cool looking frontside power carve to show his depth. Lay back, blow tail again for Dora for an absolutely devastating combination.
That's crazy. This is the type of surfing I love watching from him.
90 seconds to go. Iago Dora showing up at his best event on the calendar as he's looking to go 2 in a row. How about this?
I mean, look at this layback right here. This is full-on movie style right there. Like, so much style, so much control, and finally he got a wave that actually was an excellent scoring wave, and he just oversurfed once again, but now on a way better quality wave. The speed was there, the power of the wave, and you're going to see him bottom turn right here and really going to be able to open up. Actually kept that carve really tight and aggressive. And then transitioning right here, just look at his eyes eyeing it down that closeout section. He's going to go for a massive layback.
Big hammer there. There's the blow tail. There's the score, a 9-3-3. 17-3 total out in front. Strider, how's the crowd feeling?
You know what? They're watching this next eco in the water. They're excited. I mean, when they heard the score come out, they went mad, but these people are having a good time down here. Everybody's, they're ready to go. You can get them back up off their feet if you want. But you know what? Let's go. Let's go. Why not? Yeah. Let's get them up and get them excited because look at this beat. Look at this crowd. They're excited. I mean, watching Iago shut the door just now and hearing the score, everybody losing it. These guys, they're so far down here in front of this other crowd. There's like a whole massive lump in the sandbar, so everybody's down here getting it, enjoying it. Iago's on fire. I love it. Let's go, Jordy. Sorry, bro.
Thank you, Strider. Wow, so much energy. All backing this man, Iago Dora, who has now successfully made the final in back-to-back seasons, looking to go for back-to-back wins. It's going to be an all-Brazilian final. 2 goofy foots going for the title here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. For the fans, for Brazil, this is as good as it gets.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, mostly with the performance from Iago. A layback was surf move type of stuff. And, yeah, I love to watch with the grace and style that he does.
Watching a movie live, Iago Dora got the 797 moments ago, then went to the open face to get one of the best numbers he's had all week. Iago moving on to the final. That's it for Jordy Smith here in Brazil. But we want to wish him all the best and all the best waves when it comes to competing in the Olympics in Tahiti.
Simon.
Oh, coming back into the Vivo Rio Pro and is Red Bull paraglider Rafael Goberna. Rafael flying the Red Bull paraglide over the crowd here in Saquarema. What a way to deliver a trophy. Incredible. Mitchell Salazar, what do you think about this? What are you seeing here?
Well, hopefully the crowd gets out of the way because he's coming in hot, Kaipo.
Oh, Rafael's an expert paraglider. There's no problem here with the landing. Doesn't need much space.
My guy.
Perfect landing. Yeah, that's a lot of line to negotiate right there for Rafael.
Hey, he did perfect, though. Congrats. I got to get a selfie with him
It's not over yet, Mitch. It's not over yet. We got more.
We got more?
Yeah, we got more.
What else could we'd be expecting, Kipes?
We are expecting the trophy to get delivered via airmail. The really fast way, Mitchell.
Nice. Hey, when in Brazil, Kipes. When in Brazil.
I wonder how many horsepower that machine is there. Red Bull backpack and the unveiling.
We could try it out later if you want. Maybe do it, before the sunset.
This is it. Rafael, expert flying and delivery straight to the podium.
That was cool. That was cool.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, you gotta lift the trophy over your head though.
Only the winner does that, not the deliverer.
That's true.
Only the winner does that. Thank you, Rafael. That was some expert aviation by Rafael Goberna from Team Red Bull.
My guy.
You know what that means? That means it's time for the finals, women's finals out in the water. Sawyer Lindblad up against Katie Simmers, a couple of 18 years olds from the US of A doing a battle here. Katie Simmers looking to go back-to-back in Saquarema. Kaipo Girl, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar, are talking through all the action. Maida, with a kickoff like that, this is going to be an outstanding final.
Oh my God, yeah, very exciting to see Caitlin Simmers again in a final here in Brazil, and also Sawyer Lindblad, her second final this year.
That's right. Sawyer being a runner-up finish over in Margaret River to Gabriella Bryant, and that was part of the effort that Sawyer needed to do to stay on tour. The tour rookie has been showing us some great surfing on the forehand, Mitchell, with some big frontside hacks.
Yeah, and she hasn't lost a single heat so far, so she's looked great. Surfed on the very first heat of the event, who was able to overcome a lot of great surfers, including Tati Weston-Webb, and another semifinal finish right here in Rio Kaipo. But most importantly, she's looking like a surfer that belongs on tour now. There were a couple of events at the beginning of the year where maybe she didn't feel that way.
She's been growing her heat winning percentage throughout this event. By the quarterfinals, she was 43% heat winning percentage. Now in this final, 56%. That number has gone up, as well as her ranking, up 2 spots to number 8 on our live rankings. Meanwhile, our defending champ, Katie Simmers, her heat winning percentage has been growing throughout this event. Started at 67%, now up to 71%. World number 1, Katie Simmers. We already congratulated her, Maida. We're going to see Katie at the Lexus WSL Finals.
Yeah, good achievement for her. Like, we have only one event left, and she already qualified for that. She's going to be surfing the finals in Trestles. What a nice thing to achieve, Mitch.
Oh, especially if she's the #1 seed, too. She's been there before, competed there last year as a rookie, and most importantly, Kipes, if you're the #1 seed, you have at least 3 chances, to become world champ over there.
That's right. The format there for the Lexus WSL Finals, the title match, when you go up against the #1 seed, is a best 2 out of 3. So to be the top seed in that event does give you a decided advantage, but it does not guarantee you a world title. That's what makes it so exciting.
That's true, and to be perfectly honest, too, the last 2 world champions on the women's side have been outside of the top seed, too. Stephanie Gilmore came all the way from behind as #5, And then you had Caroline Marks as number 3 seed last year. So it's doable. It's very possible. Kaipo, it could be happening again this year.
That's what we look forward to. But right now, we're looking forward to the first exchange between these two teenagers. 18 years old from Oceanside, California, Katie Simmers, and 18 years old from San Clemente, California, Sawyer Lindblad. Some waves coming through here, and Maida, really important in that we have open priority at the beginning of every heat. Here's an example.
Yeah, they look like not very aggressive when against each other right there, but normally Caitlin, she's more patient, but she's looking this wave, and then Sawyer Lindblad.
Okay, so Sawyer got really kind of Katie's forced the hand on Sawyer Lindblad right there, so that's going to be handing over Katie Simmers' priority just where she wants to be, Mitch.
Well, that was quite aggressive right there. I mean, Katie almost got to her feet in that instance right there, but good defense by Sawyer. At least you start the rotation going right now, and I have to say, as Joe pointed out in the previous heat, Kaipo, maybe historically, especially on the women's side, could potentially be the youngest final we've ever had, especially here in Rio.
Yeah, a very young final, as you can see on the graphics. Second final appearance for Sawyer Lindblad, a rookie coming on to the championship tour this year after qualifying here last October for the final Challenger Series of 2023.
Yeah, last year's U.S. Open champion. She's had a great year. Already number 7, as you said, on the ranking, still outside of the top 5, though, but would love to see her compete at lowers if she's able to do it. Her track record there is absurd, and as he pointed out, good memories competing here last year during the CS Kipes.
Let's take a look at the history between these two. They've met up twice in the past on the championship tour this year, and it's an even split, 1 win apiece for each of them. In Tahiti, the elimination round, Sawyer got the best of Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers beat Sawyer Lindblad at Sunset this year, their first matchup here in Rio, and you can see the numbers pretty evenly played, Mitch.
Yeah, both super close heats too. The one in Tahiti, Katie had the better out of the 2 scores up there in terms of the upper echelon, and at Sunset Beach, she barely edged out Sawyer Lindblad in that heat.
Is it too early to start talking about the new school, the next generation, the changing of the guard?
Not at all. Keep it coming.
Here we go, Katie Simmers. Long bottom turn, straight up into the lip, and the balance of Katie Simmers, again, incredible. Lip glide, late to the lip, gets upside down there on the Chris Borst design, and puts it down, so that's gonna be a nice start for Oceanside's Katie Simmers, Maida.
Yeah, she always looks so sharp in this wave. She really figured out how to deal with the backwash and the timing right here. Look, where she placed this trick and this another one to set it down very nicely.
Well, I like the touch of the rail on that second bottom turn. We're going to check it out one more time, Mitch.
The timing was just ridiculous, too, for the second one right there. Got there just a little late, but to me, it made things a bit more exciting, Kipes. And you mentioned the bottom turns. The first one was really drawn out. Beautiful stuff right there. Engages the lip. Maybe a bit more critical in the sense of the difficulty and degree of difficulty right there for the second one, Kaipo. Just a tad late, but to me, it made things even more interesting. Should be a strong score for her.
Upside down, invert style. Katie Simmers on that final re-entry, waiting for that number. I'm sure it's going to be a good one for Simmers, getting a Red Bull jet ski ride back to the channel and outside to the takeoff zone. It's time for Sawyer Lindblad to think about a response, as she's going to hear that a 7.83 drops for Katie Simmers. That's a nice start for Katie, Maida.
Yeah, she chose to start like pretty hard and busy. This time she didn't wait that much because she found a really good looking wave, and then she got this 7.83.
Great performance on the backhand, quick surfing, getting right upside down on that final maneuver. And Katie looks like she's going to be the one to beat. Let's go hear from our finalists. Back-to-back years in the final for Iago Dora.
Okay, Iago, you look really calm, but I want to know, how was your headspace in them when you momentarily lost the lead, and what did you see in that wave that you could take the lead back?
Yeah, I knew Jordi was really dangerous. He serves really strong, and at the moment I was expecting I was going to lose the lead already because my backup was not so good, and I picked the wrong wave kind of at that moment of the heat, and I knew Jordi surfed a nice wave. And I just knew I had to keep looking for a backup. This didn't matter if I was in first or in second. And then he got the lead, and I just saw the shorter wave, and I was like, okay, 6.3, maybe I can do it on this one. And I did a nice air and ended up being pretty nice and got the score. And then at the end, I just positioned myself away from him and got the 9.
Yeah, it definitely worked. And now one more year going to the final. Congratulations. But now a fully Brazilian final. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's amazing. I really love it. That's what I was saying, like, since the start of this week. I was like, I hope I'm in the final, and it's a fully Brazilian final. And I think it's a really good final because Italo's been surfing really good all events. I think he really deserves to be there as well, and I'm stoked to face him in the final.
You've both been really solid. Congratulations. See you in the final. Thank you very much.
Wow. Saquarema, deja vu. We saw Katie Simmers in the final last year. She's in the final again this year. We saw Iago Dora in the final last year. He's in the final again this year, Mitch.
Deja who? Iago Dora, boy.
Let's just fly by and appreciate the crowd right now, because people have been coming out of the woodworks, Maida, everywhere, driving from all over Brazil. Sometimes, you know, using multiple different transportation methods, car, bus, train, boat, all to get here to Saquarema.
It's true, Kaipo. Everyone wants to be here. Like this event, it's been such an amazing event, like a festival. We have like plenty of things going on inside the water with this amazing surfers, and also outside the water with all the crowd and the shows and everything that we have. So it's a lovely day. It's sunny, and the show is going on.
It is, and that's what keeps us coming back every single year to Saquarema. And also this year we've been seeing really the ignition. We already know there's a Brazilian storm, but the Brazilian storm was a little late to arrive in 2024 on the championship tour. But now I think, you know, we've seen some of the thunderbolts, some of the dark clouds. Mitchell and Gabe Medina, Iago Dora, Italo Ferreira all on the climb.
Yeah, and they're really close to making the final 5 too right now with only one event to go. Gabe's already won there in the past. We've seen Italo do very well in left-hand point breaks, especially reefs like that. He's coming off the win in Tahiti. And of course, Iago, another final back-to-back.
Yeah, and speaking of Iago, let's take a look at where Iago is on our live rankings. Iago, up 2 spots to number 6, and look at Italo Ferreira. He dropped below the line, then making this final. He's back above the line at number 5 when we talk about that final 5 conversation, Mitch.
So whoever wins the final moves up into the number 5 spot right here. That's guaranteed. Italo, he's looking for his second victory in 3 events. And Iago, back-to-back finals for him, including the one at Punta Roca. He's looking for his first major victory so far in 24 Kipes.
Yeah, I love this live rankings, and you can check out the live rankings. Keep up to date with all the Championship Tour events with WorldSurfLeague.com. Click on rankings, click on the live ranking button, and see the movement, both up and down the rankings. Katie Simmers back into another wave here. This is a bumpy one. A little chatter on the rail there, so it has to ease through a cutback. Lines up off the bottom. Aims for the lip, smashes that lip. Lip smashes back, but Katie Simmers powers, straightens out, and she is going to put Sawyer Lindblad into an early combination. There's Jake the Snake Patterson, as well as Sawyer's dad, Mark.
Yeah, well, an obvious face of preoccupation right there, because this young lady who packs a punch is about to drop another major score, Kaipo. 7-8-3 on the first one. I gotta be thinking this has gotta be another score, 6 points or above. Size of the wave is one thing, the patience is another. She waited for this wave to truly open up and develop. Look at the deep bottom turn right here, and the way she meets the lip line right there, especially with the backwash around her, impressive stuff.
100 pounds, how does she not get bucked off when you look at this finish, Maida?
Yeah, I don't know, Kaipo, because she really knows where to place it and the timing.
That claim right there.
Yeah, very soft claim, very...
It was pretty self-explanatory right there. Little hair flick, Kipes.
She's feeling good. Oceanside represent right now. 760's dialed in. Him's going to get another monster number.
Shout out to SD. I mean, you're a former representative of San Diego yourself.
Yeah.
Big, big moment for them right here. Haven't won a world championship in a long time.
Well, waiting for the score for Caitlin Simmers, but we know one thing for sure, it will put Sawyer Lindblad into a lot of pressure because the San Clemente surfer will be surfing with priority, but she will not be able to turn this heat with just a single ride. So she's got a mounting hill getting built upon in front of her, Maida.
Yeah, but I think Sawyer already shown what she's capable of when she got to Margaret River, needing a result and then getting a runner-up result there. So, I mean, she has plenty of time to do this. It's 21 minutes left, and let's see if she can figure out how to run out of this combination situation.
Well, the 7.67 drops for second wave of Caitlin Simmers. So she has a heat total of 15.5. That's near excellent. And that is, you know, Mitchell, we talk about soft combinations and we talk about severe combinations. I'm going to put that in the severe combination category.
I agree with you. Nearly excellent heat total right there in the final, and conversion rate on the final so far in her young career, Kaipo, is 80%. 4 out of 5 finals she's won, and this could be her 5th one right here. But it's been a few years since we've seen somebody on the women's side win 3 events in a calendar year. She's 20 minutes away from doing that right here, Kaipo.
Gosh, I mean, 2023, last year, her rookie year, she won 2 events in Portugal and here.
Yep.
And then this year, she's already won 2 events.
Yeah.
At landmark, at really, you know, iconic spots. Pipeline as well as Bells. And so, to your point, Mitchell, that is going to be, if she's able to pull off a win here, that's a trajectory towards, you know, history-making runs in a calendar CT year.
And I would argue that the majority of those finals, she was never the favorite either. At Pipeline, Molly Picklum had all the attention on her after the semifinal with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. At Bells Beach, Joanne DeFay had much more experience than her at that location. And against Courtney Conlog last year in Super Tools, she was losing the majority of the final. She had to come back and win that one.
Well, she came back both at Super Tubos and she came back at Bells too. She was behind at Bells and it was that last wave that she was able to pull it off. And how impressive is that to see that kind of mental stability and composure from just an 18-year-old Maida?
Yeah, it's so amazing. And every time she says that, oh, I was really nervous right there, but it doesn't look like, because she really can just control herself and do whatever she needs to do to win.
Yeah, we have a long history, and we got an all-American final, so we're guaranteed with a win in the women's division for the USA. When we look at the history of CT events here, we can look at the overall history, but when we go back in history, Mitchell, it really was a stop that Australians have dominated in the past.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons had always done super well at this event. Obviously, Carissa Moore from the state of Hawaii. Melanie Bartel is also a champion right here in Rio, but for the United States, they're going to add one more.
Paddle with Sawyer Lindblad, and she loses priority. So things just got worse for the surfer from San Clemente. Maybe she'll get a rebate right here. No. So Maida, that was a big mistake right now, especially when you're in a severe combo.
Yeah, it was a bummer for Sawyer Lindblad. Maybe she's getting a little anxious. The time is going by. She knows that she really needs a good opportunity to try to capitalize. Yeah, bummer for her.
Ooh. Well, we talked about rebates. Maybe one more chance here. Here we go with Sawyer. Oh, and just looking ahead and catching a rail, looking down the line while dropping straight into the wave.
Exactly. She got ahead of herself right there. She's already thinking about getting a 7 and not focusing on at least getting her first score on the board at Kaipo. Luckily for her, still more than half of the heat on the line right now. 18 minutes to go. That's plenty of time for at least one good wave.
Yeah. So Sawyer paddling out to a separate peak or a separate part of the beach right here compared to Katie. Katie with priority. You can see the separation there. Katie way out the back. And we know also one thing about Caitlin Simmers. We've seen her win heats, but we also seen her lose heats just sitting out there. Maida, she is a very, very patient surfer. Never really hectic, never really like scrambled she'll sit and wait for a good wave.
Yeah, and this shows how she's confident, you know. I mean, she's always like waiting for the best ones, and she trusts that she will get it. Sometimes it doesn't go on her way. Of course, sometimes the ocean doesn't provide, but normally she's really patient.
Yeah, the patience is impressive. She came on the scene with a blast, actually qualified back in 2022 for the championship tour, and decided, Mitchell, you know what? I still want to be a kid. I'm going to decline that invitation, which is rare. I mean, I think only Taj Burrow maybe before that would have done that in the surfing history.
Well, and to have that trust in yourself too, to know that, okay, I'll be able to qualify down the line. She literally did it the next year again, and she won a Challenger Series event in consecutive years too. She won at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast, then won the U.S. Open as well. But most important thing, not always does that success on the Challenger Series translate to the CT. It has for her. I mean, she's won already 4 events in her first 2 years on tour. She's 16 minutes away from winning her 5th, and not just that, I want to go back to this generation. Not only is she the best surfer out of this generation, she's a once-in-a-generation surfer. You know, she's had a major impact on the sport in a small amount of time, Kaipo. I can't remember anybody else except Caroline Marks in the last 6 to 7 years.
Yeah, and why do you say that? What do you think the impact is that Katie's been that's so memorable right now?
Well, I think the most important thing is she's attracted a lot of eyes outside of the sport, too.
Okay.
So non-endemic surfers, non-core surfers that have really brought some attention into the sport, and I feel like that's the way we need to go, especially with the Olympic movement that we have right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to hop on that. I think she's also kind of the lead of the new school. Here she goes. Beautiful. Oh, well, threw that one away. Yeah, I was oohing and ahhing on that. It's winding up for another big snap, but caught the rail there. No harm, no foul. She'll be in the lead. She did hand over priority, however, to Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer now has a chance to break the combination. She needs a 5.5 or better to get out of that combination. Let's see what went wrong, Maida.
Let's see, the bottom turn was all right, but then I think she lost balance. Yeah.
Just caught the inside rail, maybe pushed a bit too hard, got ahead of herself, but as you said, no harm, no foul. But, you know, back to that conversation right there, there was a gap, 15 years, where nobody outside of 3 people had won a world championship on the women's side. Either Steph, Tyler, or Carissa had been world champions in that area. And then Caroline broke that, obviously, but I'm still picking Caroline as the world champion, but if she does it, I mean, that goes to show you that pattern's been broken already. Yeah. And it's been the 2 generational surfers in the last 5 to 6 years that have been able to do that, Kaipo.
And then now you have, you know, the Molly Picklums, the Katie Simmers,
Sakura,
Sawyer Lindblads, and the Sakura Johnsons, all who are kind of making that next generation, changing the guard conversation. And, you know, and we've heard, you know, on the women's side, some of the established surfers say, hey, wait a minute, here you guys are talking about changing the guard. We're not done yet, right? So it's nice to see that contrast between the establishment and this new generation of professional surfers. But we're having a lot of the establishments kind of, you know, Steph Gilmore walking away for a year, Carissa Moore, you know, retiring essentially. But we'll see Carissa in the Olympics, which would be great.
But in this generation's defense, only one of that, you know, generation before has won an event this year. And that's Joanne Defay.
Right.
So it's like, it's obvious, you know, it's been happening, and obviously the pressure's been getting to that older generation too, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're done. They're just getting more competitive out there, Kipes.
Yeah, true. Katie's gonna find the corner here and just kicks out. Another interesting thing that I find, you know, as we talk about these 2 surfers, is that you have Katie, who's, I'm going to say John-ish in a couple of ways. Quiet upper body and that great, you know, biomechanics and technique in her surfing. But the other thing that impresses me about Katie is she's still with her childhood shaper, who's developing as a shaper as she's developing as a surfer. I'm talking about Chris Force.
That's a fact. Yeah, that is a fact. And it's worked for John. And I would say that at least 60 to 70% of the success that John Peisel has had has been due to John Flores. Right. So because of him, we could potentially see Boris become not only a major manufacturer across the world, he could also be a more well-known name across all the sports too.
Well, just as a surfer, I want to feel what a Chris Boris design feels like, because when I see surfing like Katie is able to bring, it automatically like piques your curiosity and be like, I wonder what's going on with those things. Here we go. Katie Simmers looking down the line again. Trying to pick a point there. Float and throw that away. Good thing she threw that away. And a frustrated Jake Patterson, who's in the corner of Sawyer Lindblad right now, Maida, waiting for Sawyer to get her account started.
Yeah, the timing is just flying for her. She couldn't find any good opportunities right there. So her coach might be really worried right now because we have a little more than 10 minutes left.
That's right. Well, it's about time for us to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of the final. Italo Ferreira getting revved up for the men's final. Be back with the women's conclusion after this.
I'm scared to get my heart broken. I tend to leave what's unspoken. And I wanna be here in the moment, 'cause I really like to get to know you.
There's a lot to do here, but the focus is on this piece of hardware right here. That's what the winner of both the men's and the women are gonna get, our trophy here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Stop number 8 on the championship tour. We're in the women's final right now. Kaipo Girl, Maida Pops, and Mitchell Salazar on the call. We have Sawyer Lindblad floating, waiting to respond. Lindblad currently in a two-wave combination. The domination early on in this final of Katie Simmers has been impressive. Opened up with a 7.83, backed it up with a 7.67, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I need her to catch a wave because I picked her to win the event and at least make me look a little bit good out there, Kaipo. Break the combination, get a 5-5, get something going. There's still enough time, 8 minutes to go, but Katie's had an absurd amount of surfing going down the last few heats that have been spectacular. Lost a very close semifinal at Punta Roca to Gabby Bryan. Eventually got the victory in a close semifinal once again, right here before facing off against Sawyer, but she's dominated this one from start to finish.
Yeah. And a reminder that Katie Simmers, not just #1 in the rankings, obviously within the yellow leaders jersey, but also our defending champ here at Sakurama. So she's looking pretty good at the moment to go back-to-back, Maida.
Yeah, we said that she's normally patient, but at this heat, she just started pretty quick. She chose pretty nicely the waves that she read. And in the first 2 ones, she just got Sawyer Lindblad in a combination.
Yeah, and you know, Sawyer has yet to really respond. And at what point, Mitchell, you know, when you're in a combination, do you have to just surrender? I think the answer should be never, right?
It should be never, but at the 2-minute mark, you're like, okay, it's done.
Right.
At 2 minutes, you're like, it's done. Right now, you're still with a little bit of hope. You're thinking to yourself, okay, I have priority. If I could get at least a 6, then I'd be needing an 8, but 6.5 minutes to go, like, that ain't a long amount of time now.
Yeah, yeah, because needing to get 2 waves, and you don't want to go out on a final just sitting either.
Well, and less than a point heat total too, like it's not good. For your confidence, it's definitely not something you want to be carrying into the next event.
But you should be confident, you know, and we look at the bright side of that, Maida. The rookie, Sawyer Lindblad, this is her 2nd final this year. That's outstanding for a rookie on her first season on Championship Tour.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. I was thinking about this. She must be very proud of herself. Like, she is in the finals here in Brazil, her 2nd final this year. She's only 18 years old. Can you imagine, like, going in front of this crowd, this crazy crowd here in Brazil, and get in the finals?
Yeah.
It's very amazing.
And Sawyer's road to the final, Mitchell, was not an easy one. She had to start off by beating Caroline Marks this morning.
Yeah, and she surfed in the very first heat of the event too.
Yeah, and then had to beat Tatiana Weston Webb. So she did not have an easy road to this final. So Sawyer Lindblad should be proud of her accomplishments. 2nd final in her rookie season. Well, 5 minutes remaining. And 2 minutes ago, Mitchell, I talked about when do you wave the flag?
Now's the time.
Okay, that's what I was waiting for you.
Well, but look, as we said before, she's stoked, 2nd final appearance so far, but the motivation heading into Margaret River was a bit different though. You needed a result to not only survive the cut, you also need to get to a point where you were stoked on your surfing, Kaipo, and after she dropped the 9 of the semi, she made it into the final over there. You could see just her charisma and her confidence was a lot different. Here, there's necessarily no pressure whatsoever.
Let's go to Strider. What do you got, Strider?
Just over here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and we're all hanging out. I just want to get one word about Caitlin Simmers. Hey, George, one word on Katie Simmers. That was a long word.
I don't know. Spontaneous.
All right.
Katie, oh man, wave magnet.
Wave magnet. All right. Griff, one word on Simmers.
Easy. It makes it look easy.
I like it. We're going down like Jake. One word.
760.
San Diego's in the house. One word on Katie Simmers. Come on.
She's killing it.
Okay, that's good. I like it. Cole, one word.
One word.
I did 2 words.
It's okay.
Consistent.
Tommy, one word on Katie Simmers.
Patient at the moment.
We'll let it get back to the action.
Sawyer Lindblad up, riding, slashing through there. Lindblad timed the backwash with that turn. 2nd slash for Sawyer Lindblad. Got to her feet, maybe a little late, but now has reacted. A 5.5 or better will get her out of the 2-wave combination, Mitchell.
Well, just with what I saw there, it's borderline whether or not she gets the 5.5 or not. 3 minutes to go, and you know she did hand over priority too. But you know, as I said before, 2nd final, rookie season, a lot to look forward to in 2025, and especially towards Fiji too. One of the few lefts on tour. As looking at the replay here, the one carve on the outside wasn't bad, but definitely a much smaller wave right here, Kaipo.
All right, time for us to go down to the beach and announce our men's final.
Queria convidar também o campeão do Vivo Rio Pro do ano passado. Uma salva de palmas para Iago Dora! Tá aí o Iago. Vem de final na última etapa do Championship Tour. Galera, segundo ano que temos uma final 100% brasileira. Vamos dar aquela força pra galera. Um aplauso pro Iago e pro Ítalo.
Well, there you go. Coming up next, a red-hot final between Italo Ferreira and Iago Dora. That is going to be a slash air fest, a combination of quick rail surfing and hopefully some big airs, Maida.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the crowd here loves. Loves to see those guys flying high. And both of them, the road until to get here in the finals, they sent so many high full rotations and everything, Mitch.
Yeah, excellent scores on the way to this final between those two.
Yeah, neither of them lost a heat two. It's going to be the second time in 3 years, Kaipo. We're going to have an all-Brazilian final on the men's side. Philippe defeating Sammy a few years ago, and now Iago versus Italo. But guess what, Kipes? We got a goofy champion out there.
Yeah, well, here we go. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Katie Simmers. This is going to be a victory lap for Oceanside. Cruising down. Let's see what she has for us. And actually just a rail catch on the way in, but doesn't matter. A 7.67, a 7.83. That's enough for Katie Simmers to go back-to-back here in Saquarema.
And clinch her spot in the finals, too.
And that's right, and she's clinched her spot in the Lexus WSL finals. So you would have to put this trip to Brazil in the successful category, Maida, for Katie Simmers.
For sure, Kaipo. She's being really happy here. She said that she's loving the crowd. The crowd is loving her, cheering for her as well. And now with this win, the vibes are completely high.
Vibes are high on the beach. The action continues. We're not done. Katie Simmers is our women's champ. Katie Simmers, of course, will keep that yellow because she likes dressing in yellow, Mitchell. She'll keep that yellow to stop number 9 in Fiji.
And not only she's going to be the defending event champion here once again, she could potentially be our world champion once again this year, Kipes.
Yep, well, she's putting herself in a great position. Congratulations also to Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, her second final appearance in her first go-around on the championship tour. And right there, those two young ladies are kind of, at the forefront of the next generation, the new guard, the next generation of women's professional surfing.
Awesome that they are best friends, too, and were able to share a final out there. Third time they shared a heat this year, but first time in a final, Kaipo, and it all belonged to Katie from the start.
Yep. Simmers making quick work of it. Goes back-to-back. Red Bull Ski looking for the pickup, but we'll see, trying to get the pickup for the victory lap for Katie Simmers. There's numbers, Maida, 7.83, 7.67, 15.5. Nearly an excellent heat for Katie in this final.
Yeah, what a nice combo. Right in the beginning, she found her opportunities. Here is the victory lap that you were waiting for.
She did the connection at the beginning of the heat. Boy,
Everything after that has been a ton of fouls right there, but got the job done, Kipes. Got the job done with flying colors, too.
And look at the beach, Maida. Your estimate, how many people do you think we got on the beach?
Oh, I have no idea. I think 50,000 maybe. I will guess that.
A lot of human beings right there. And a lot of Brazilian flags because we got an all-Brazilian men's final coming up next.
This beach is going to go crazy, Kaipo, completely.
What a moment, though. Two 18-year-olds in the final right here, one of the youngest finals in Championship Tour history, going back-to-back at a venue that's been very difficult. It's proven difficult for American surfers, too, Kaipo. Huge moment right here for the leader of the rankings.
Katie Simmers is your champ for the 2024 Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And a nice victory laugh always feels good for Katie Simmers.
Look at that smile. She can't believe it either. Pretty rad moment.
Third victory lap of the year, Mitch.
Wow. Been a few years since somebody's been able to do that. And once again, once in a generation talent. And I feel like we're seeing not only a superstar in the making, she's also going to be competing at the Olympic Games next month, Kai.
We're going to take a break. Congratulations, Katie Simmers. And when we come back, we're going to have the men's final out in the water. Like I said, it's going to be an all-Brazilian affair. Italo Ferreira versus Iago Dora when we return to the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
This young lady's changing the world of surfing right in front of our eyes. She has just gone back to back in just her second opportunity to accomplish something like that. Her rookie season was last year. She didn't go back to back in Portugal. Her second opportunity to do so. She does it here in Saquarema, 18 years of age, world #1, and her third win of this season in a short period of time. She already has 5 championship tour wins. Phenomenal. For making all the statements of the comparisons of the greats. Obviously, she's her own unique character, and we love that. But this is how the greats started. The Steph Gilmores, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, to future world champions had this kind of energy taking over the world. Katie having a fun time in that heat. Sawyer didn't get too many waves. I know they're good friends. They're both 18, but they'll have some matchups in the future for sure. Now it's time for the men's final. All Brazilian, all goofy foot matchup. Iago trying to do what Katie just did and go back to back. Joe Turpel with the Brazilian goofy foot who has been on tour with these guys in the past. How are we going to break this one down? What Iago and Italo have accomplished all the way to the final. How do you find an edge with one or the other?
I guess we'll start by saying these are the 2 best surfers of the event as far as on the men's sides. They've been surfing the best. They've been selecting waves better than all the opponents, and also the performances have been outstanding. We do have a contrast. Obviously, Italo, as everyone knows, is just so much energy. Iago did put in another gear on that semifinals with more energy. It doesn't match the energy that Italo has, but in another way, in another contrast to it, this wave is, it is a little bit slower, and there is that lump, so it fits Iago's surfing perfectly. So it's going to be a fun watch. It's just going to be about whoever makes less mistakes and chooses the best waves.
Looks like things will start with Italo. Already with some speed, big ramp, tail throw to the flats, and he goes down. Had the intention, was starting with a bang like he did against Griffin Colapinto in the semifinals. This time, he starts with a big wipeout. Leo Fioravanti was just walking by. Everyone's going, who's going to win? Who's the favorite? He had this idea, hey, if Italo lands something big very quickly, he might be able to steamroll the final with momentum. This time, though, he starts with a fall, and now Iago has priority.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he was very close. There's one problem only that happens when you're doing those big lofty airs that are not full rotation. There's that borderline of landing with the tail facing the beach, that if you don't rotate enough, you kind of get stuck. So your body keeps doing the movement once you land, and the momentum keeps going. But because the fins engage, the board doesn't spin around, and that's what happened right there with Italo. You could see he was trying to force it with his body, making that the board whip around, but the board was kind of stuck, and it just fell off. That was going to be a massive score.
100%. He's pulled off big punts both directions, front side, back side. But his signature move is the backhand whip, and it kind of makes sense growing up on a running right up in Bahia Formosa, far north of Brazil. Was really undiscovered for a very long time. Didn't have huge pro junior wins. Even when he qualified, he didn't have that standout QS victory, or what we call the Challenger Series now, like a big 10,000 win. So he kind of flew under the radar. Came on tour in 2015 and won Rookie of the Year, featured in the top 10, a final in Portugal, and also a semifinal in Barra da Tijuca. That was a heat I actually thought he might win. It was against Toledo, so, you know, it made sense that Filippo won as well, but he had so much momentum that day. And the word was his dad, who's here today, was under the weather, and he was really worried about him. He had gone to the hospital overnight, and we saw him in the semifinal. He just looked so out of sorts and rhythm and lacking the energy that we typically see from him. So it's cool. All those years later, he's got his dad here on the beach, and this time he's in the final. But it's against Iago, the guy who won last year, who's got the best track record at Saquarema. All started with that wild card, and he's kept an incredibly consistent role here at this event.
Yeah, he was my pick for last year, and he won, and this year I had to pick him again. I think what differentiates Iago from the other surfers in this specific wave is the rhythm, how he's able to dance as the music plays, how he's able to identify those backwashes and keep himself calm and actually use the backwash with such a problem for most of the surfers into his advantage. And I mean, he's been his surfing on rail on front side is second to none.
Let's now hear our champion speak. Katie Simmers is with Rachel.
It's her again, guys. One more year. The winner of the Vivo Rio Pro, Caitlin Simmer. Congratulations. Everyone is screaming your name so much. People are cheering, "Be campeão." How are you feeling now?
What does that mean? Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know. The same thing. I cannot hear right now, but I don't know. I'm feeling like really good right now. I don't really have much words, but I just like surfed with my good friend that I've been surfing with since I was like really young, and we live 20 minutes away from each other, and it was kind of like a surreal moment for us both, and kind of just like been feeling really good this event. Like my whole family's here, and I've really just been like enjoying it, and I don't know, I had a really good breakfast this morning. Like I'm like so blessed that like my family has just been like, I don't know, just like, I don't know, making me some eggs in the morning or like some bacon, and just like having stuff like that. My dad's driving me around, and like he's like a really like assertive driver, so he'll just get me there quick, and just like, I don't know, I've just had like a lot of really good things surrounding me, and I feel like just little things like that are things that like are really just gonna put you to the top, I guess. And I don't know, I really like surfing, and I'm glad that that I can like get some lefts out here and do some down carves and maybe a lip line and have a really great time. I kind of, honestly, everything went my way that heat. Me and Sawyer were kind of joking at the end, like everywhere I sat there was a wave, which is just like crazy. Sometimes that it happens to you, and sometimes you get like what Sawyer got, where Like really, you kind of just sit in the spot that you've seen waves and there's nothing. So I don't know. Good job to Sawyer. She's like one of the greatest surfers, and she got me last time in Tahiti, and that was probably the most painful loss I've ever had. So I'm definitely glad I got her, but we'll have a dance off later, so that'll settle it.
All these little things for sure made it even more special than last year. So now go meet your family and go celebrate. Congratulations. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Katie Simmers going back-to-back. We saw Tyler Wright do that in Brazil in the past. Pauline Menser with 3 in the row, but it doesn't happen very often, especially when you're a rookie last year, your second year on tour. She doesn't know what it's like to lose in Brazil, just undefeated in this country in her short career, as she's going to enjoy the celebration. Meanwhile, going upside down with the tail to the sky is Italo, trying to stay active, trying to put some big numbers up against Iago Dora. Iago being very patient in this one. Italo started off with a fall, but as you can tell, there is a big number already on the screen, a 7-point ride. This is what happened during the interview.
Yeah, let's check this out. Very lofted into the flats, air reverse, regrouping right there, finish it off with another one. So double air there for Italo. So impressive how, oh, actually he's keep going right there. Looks like he's gonna have another hit on the inside. It's just so impressive how connected to the board he is. As you see it right here, he has kind of a side angle and not much of a landing right there. He has to throw it into the flat, so he keeps that board very flat in order to absorb all that impact. Look at his foot, it's almost touching the nose. Then he brings it back around once again, and you see it once again, moving the foot back so he can actually launch and do it all over again. And footwork right there, impressive for Italo, and cat reflexes as well.
The whole story of the Brazilian Storm this year has been the late charge closer to the top 5. As you see that effort for Italo, rarely kicks out. Likes to surf every single piece of the wave, even when it goes flat.
Coming.
But the whole story for Italo, for Iago, for Medina was just charging up the rankings late to move towards the top 5 picture. Now we got an all-Brazilian final, a gigantic tail-high rotator attempt from Iago Dora, getting more height than I've seen in a long time on a section like that.
That would have been mental.
That would have been unbelievable. Let's have another look.
And this is kind of similar to what happened to Italo right there. You're going to see how lofted that is. He actually disengaged his foot right there. Both of his foot are out. He somehow, because Iago's that good, he brings it back in. But he landed in that awkward size where your body's trying to move and the board's stuck in the foam, and that's what happened right there. He was trying to switch his body momentum towards the beach and sweep it back around, but he wasn't capable of because the board got stuck. Unfortunately for him, because that was massive.
That was gigantic. Strider, he came so close to pulling that off.
Man, I thought we were going to see another 10. That was crazy. But I'm out down here with the fans. I want to know what they want to, who they're voting for here. We got Italo. Okay, what about Iago? Iago. Italo down there. Iago. Okay, I don't know. I think it sounds like Italo down here, but dang. That man's got some support. He's got every sponsor at the event, and he's got the support of the crowd on this side of the fence. We'll go over there next.
Good job, Strider. They're doing a great job being fans, man, all day long here on Dark to get a good spot on the sand. Thousands and thousands of people watching finals day today. Sun's out, it's warm, the waves are the best we've had in the waiting period, and it's an all-Brazilian final. And keeping that streak alive. From Adriano de Souza's victory in 2017, it's been all Brazilian men's champions ever since, and that'll stay the same this year in 2024. Italo getting a 7 on his second wave. Iago going for a 10-point ride, which is really funny because that's been a theme of this contest. From Iago's 10-point ride on a closeout in a final last season. Felipe Toledo the year before, and not just the year before for Felipe, he's done that multiple times.
Yeah, he's done it with Beat as well a few years back, and It's just kind of the type of venue that gives you that opportunity for those guys that are that good in the air. You're going to see some big, chunky closeout sections. See Italo's dad right there in the screen. And Iago's dad.
Yeah, it's been the dad's event.
It has been.
Katie talked about her dad, Jesse, driving her around. He's so proud of her. They're still celebrating up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. 22.5 minutes left in the event. And Italo looking for his second win of the season. We mentioned the amazing moment when he won the world title. It was a one-heat decision, came down to the final at Pipe. It was against Medina, and it was Italo's day to be crowned world champion. And he kind of experienced a lack of showing in finals, you know, for a couple of years there, and then to an injury, which kind of gave him an opportunity to reset in a longer off season. Sometimes those injuries, you don't see the bright side at the time because it's painful and you're not doing what you love. But look how he's come back this year, joining up with a coach like Reynos Hayes and finding some really, really good momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to swallow when it first happened, but then you come back to it. It almost gives you more appreciation for the sport and for what you love to do, so makes you fired up. And not to mention, it gives you a lot of extra time to think about surfboards, physical approach, and everything else. So you got to take those moments for advantage because those guys are on the road constantly. They don't stop. So sometimes it's a blessing in the sky to have that settled moment to kind of put things back in perspective and enjoy the process.
For Italo, it was a rapid rise to figuring out the system with making big heats and accomplishing big results on all the venues around the world. As we focus on these two guys and the rivalry that they've had, Italo leads just by one extra win, 3-2 in 5 previous heats. The last time they met was in Tahiti, where we saw Italo pick up that win in the quarterfinals. Both of them were charging really hard, went on the way to win the event over John Florence. But a long time ago, Iago was able to get a win off Italo in Brazil, a round 3 matchup in 2018. That was the year that he was officially on tour as a rookie, but he finished pretty far back on the rankings. It wasn't that easy road to just heat wins or finals for Dora, where Italo won Rookie of the Year. That was kind of the year where we saw rookies like Wade Carmichael was the one that really took over, making multiple finals in that 2018 season.
Yeah, definitely it wasn't easy for Iago, but it was just a matter of time when he put things together and mostly develop his backside rail surf, in which he's done it, and now we see the damage he's capable of doing and sitting second place with 20 minutes left, but with a great shot of being in the top 5 final. And let's see how it rolls out, because both of those surfers are one back to each other, and this heat's going to mean a lot for them.
Well, Maleki, one thing you said before this final started was these are the 2 best surfers of the event meeting up in the final. And to back you up on that as well, when you think about the best scorers of the event, they own it all, and in much different ways as well. When you look at the best numbers of the event, Italo up there 2 times with his 9s on different days of competition. Iago Dora with slightly better 9s, 9.17 and a 9.33. And now they're looking to settle it to see who's the best this year in Saquarema.
I mean, it's all the stats and numbers are proving that this is their day to shine, and I just hope we have a flurry of waves so we have a lot of opportunities, because so far right now we didn't have many. Italo making the most of that kind of average wave, really pulling it off that first big lofty air into the flats.
We mentioned how Katie achieved the back-to-back role here. One man that's owned this event, Felipe Toledo, won 3 in a row, 4 total in the past. Dave McCauley was also one to be able to go back-to-back in the late 80s. Also Tommy Carroll, back-to-back, also in the 80s, 87 to 88. Mick Fanning as well, 06 to 07. Found the secret to win in the Brazilian beach breaks. Pretty cool to mention those names. And also Goofy Footers just winning. Jesse, I know you're proud of that. Iago winning last year for the Goofies, which was great. Good Goofy Footer from Oz, won in 82. A guy named Terry Richardson. Guy was great in the barrel. just released a book about his whole career and his life. Richo loves pro surfing, has always been a fan of Yago Dora. Definitely enjoying this final right now.
So are we, Joe. This is, I mean, to finish it off with a day like today, no winds all day long and beautiful waves, it's amazing.
Little wave popping up here. Priorities with Italo. Yago just had the one wave, but it was a gigantic attempt to basically max out the score. Ferreira in position. Already going lightning fast. Lays down that rail on that Timmy Patterson. And late to the next section. That'll slow things down a bit after a nice, clean forehand hook on the open face. A rare fall for Italo, keeping this one open.
I mean, that was beautiful to see. Like, you expect Italo to be so fast and always pushing so hard, but for me to see that down carve, that was one of the nicest down carves I've ever seen Italo do. Beautiful open face, and he held that rail for a long time, didn't rush through it, which sometimes we see him doing it. Unfortunately for him, tried to get pretty vertical on that second turn, which the wave was a bit tight, and he come up unstuck because that was going to be a great score for him. As we see it right here, look how much rail was engaged right there. Power on the front foot to keep it going, bringing it all the way around and very calm, like not moving the board more than he needed. Unfortunately, as he was coming up, that backwash came and played against him, and he ended up getting stuck because that was going to look like a great score if he would have made that second turn and maybe a big finish.
So Yago now with priority, coming back to winning territory, getting his first win of his career last year. This is what he had to say about it.
Yeah, last year was probably the best day of my life so far, and yeah, it's just a great feeling. Like, if I could pick my first event to win, that would be it, and it happened last year, so I was really stoked, and it's really good to carry that memory to this year again.
Yago Dora had a moment on the stage right after he got out of the water, was really just soaking in the feeling. You just saw his eyes welling up with tears. His dad even just gave him some space just so his son could have this moment by himself. Everyone kind of backed up a little bit, and he just laid low and just took it all in. It's like when someone wins for the first time, it's a moment that you never forget as a surf fan and doing what we do, Jesse. Little contrasting difference, but makes sense to the personality of Italo when he won. He went into that shower up at the stairs at Bell's Beach. We thought the whole scaffolding had fallen down, but he was just playing the drums all throughout the shower setting. The boards were bouncing off the locker room. He was jumping up and down, a couple of backflips. You know, that's how Italo likes to celebrate.
Man, that was so cool to see. That was one of the, I mean, he had that moment for himself, but he's so energetic that, like you mentioned, he almost exploded that room and everyone could hear from outside, and he's up and riding.
Italo's got the speed, clear for takeoff, and going inverted upside down. Another landing that gets away from him. Now it's Yago's turn. Straight into a tail drift reverse. Still getting the applause from his support team. Daniel on the whistle there, always by his side, making sure everything's smooth for him. As we take another look here.
Yeah, let's see what happened here in the beginning. Nice carve right there for him, setting up for this beautiful finish. Smaller air, mostly for those guys, but a beautiful combination of maneuvers right there for him. So smooth, timing it perfectly. Actually, I'm sorry, touch late, but still was able to get that tail pretty high. Coming out clean, just beautiful surfing for Yago, and a good way to put some pressure to it, because you don't want that gap to be too far from you. You don't want you getting in the last 10 minutes of the heat on a finals day with your opponent way ahead of you. You want to be in one wave rich, and that's what he did right there. He's going to get not a massive score, but it's going to be a good score for him to fight back and apply pressure in Italo and make sure, hey, Italo, if you commit a mistake, it's my turn to show up, you know, so smart of him.
Last score for Dora in 5.67, his best so far. Now needs a 4.67 to take the lead. These have been the highest scoring athletes of this event. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and finish the final right after this. Last year is Iago's fifth season on the championship tour and accomplished his first victory. He was able to get it done in his home country of Brazil in a final over Ethan Ewing. A 10-point ride as well on a gigantic punt on a closeout section.
Yeah, that was a great performance for Iago. Such a tough heat. It was kind of pretty warm all the way through, halfway through the heat, and then he somehow found that wave that wasn't really a wave. Look at that. Basically, anytime anyone else would have, well, I mean, most of the people would have not even looked at that wave, and he turned that into a 10. Beautiful rotation into the flats. Smooth as always, taking his first win.
His best year of his career last season. 2 top 10 finishes in 5 years on the championship tour for Dora. Now a late charge after the midseason cut to fight for a spot in the final 5. Dora coiling up, leaning back on that punt for a different angle of the tail high reverse. Was given a 5.67 for his one previous. Now needs a 4.67 to take the lead.
Yeah, that was a nice air for Iago right there, tail high, but the wave lacked energy. He lacked a little bit of criticalness. As we see it right here, it's a little bit on the flatter side, but he still somehow always managed to get such a great pop. Brings it back around, comes out clean. It's going to be a great score, but it's not going to be a big one.
Waiting on the numbers. Let's hear from Strider and the crowd on the beach.
Yeah, I'm down on the beach right now, and well, Iago looks like he might have just taken the lead. I got a little present from everybody down here. We got the Brazilian hat. The guys hooked me up down here. We got a couple of Brazilians in the final, so why not join in the fun? They've kind of adopted me down here, so thank you, Brazil. Having a good time. Action in the water is pretty red hot. What do you guys got? Who do you got? Come on, tell me what's going on.
You're having a blast, Waz. We love it. Enjoying the crowd. He was trying to find out who the crowd was going for, because it's pretty obvious when there's one Brazilian in the water, but you got 2. Hearing a lot of Italos, a lot of Iagos out there. So the crowd might just be evenly divided. Jesse, you've been making the call on Iago for a couple of seasons back-to-back, based on form, based on performances, and you've come through. Great call. I think surfing sometimes is the hardest thing to predict, you know, with an unpredictable ocean. All the different elements and tides your heats can be in. And when someone finds a way to win, no matter what the waves look like, that's they're creating a legacy at that venue.
Yes, and I think you mentioned perfect. Such an unpredictable sport that we have. That's why I think I pick Iago for this venue so much, because it seems to always been in a good rhythm out here, and it makes up a huge difference on picking waves and also more than ever surfing the waves properly with all that backwash. Because if you take a look at this wave right here, look how many times he kind of bounces around. Look at that. So it really takes a special rhythm for you to link the turns together well, and he does it better than anyone. Looks like he's going to paddle for this wave.
Iago paddling doesn't have priority, but has some room to take a look. Italo just needs a 3.6, down to 8 minutes on the clock. Pereira in his first final in Brazil, looking for his 2nd win of the season. And a lot of great years inside the top 10. His world title 2019, had a runner-up in the world to follow, to Felipe Toledo in the new format. And now Italo wants to run for his backhand. Let's see if he goes for a turn here. First section, belts it with the airdrop. Great transition, whips it in the pocket. 3rd move, another backhand snap off the top. Jams it, but loses control. On his way to a gigantic score, falls coming off the top again. Maybe feeling the energy of a final on the line, a major win in Brazil. Typically, after a couple of backside hooks, it gets easier for athletes like this to repeat that maneuver.
And that's the problem sometimes, Joe, when you have something that is so simple in your head and you're thinking as your bottom turn, hey, this is easy, this is simple, and you get caught. But look at this beautiful first aggressive turn, airdropping it. Nice bottom turning right there, just keeping the speed and the flow of the wave. And right here, when the wave lifts it up again for him, and it looked like he was going to put the nail in the coffin, and man, it's going to be very tough for Iago if he finished that wave right there. But he just brings the board a little bit too much in, and he catches the nose and goes over the handlebars, unfortunately for Italo, because that was a big missed opportunity for him. to just create a huge gap in between him and Iago. Obviously, having a 7-point ride, it's a very solid score, and I was going to say that was probably going to be better than the wave he had already, so if he landed that last turn.
Well, his board's been looking magic, often riding EPS. This one a stringered EPS, but going for a bit more length, and that's been a nice adjustment for him, but had a couple of falls in this final for Italo. Iago Dora's been on a 6-0 step driver from Lost Surfboards. Dinged it yesterday in competition. And a guy that was a team manager before, now I think officially marketing director, Gian Bernini for Lost Surfboards, is able to do the ding repair himself overnight. So he's back on that same board all day. So it always takes a solid team, people that are skilled to help you survive all the different matchups all the way to the final. Standing by for scores for Italo, and it is in with the fall, still a 6.67. Iago now needs an 8-point ride to go into the lead. On his way back out, Italo was interested, and now he's got 5 minutes to try to hang on to this one and get his first event title in Brazil.
Yeah, man, what a missed opportunity right there for Italo. And like I mentioned, oh, looks like he's going to have another chance.
Finding a ramp, it's a throwaway.
But just what a missed opportunity for him right there. He got a 6.67. The turn that he fell on, it was probably the second best turn off that wave. So he was probably be looking something to close to an excellent wave score. Putting Iago close to a combination of two waves. Now leaving the door open, it's a big task. It's an 8-point ride, but we've seen Iago get 2 of the best scores of the event so far. And let's see if the waves are going to give him the opportunity and he's going to step it up. But against this crowd, obviously, like all the pressure that everyone's giving it to him, and see if he can pull it off.
It's pretty amazing when you have 2 of the highest scoring athletes go head-to-head in a final, 2 of the most informed from opposite sides of the draw. When it comes to the final, it's been a story of a few missed opportunities, some falls there, where both of them probably could have put it away at different times in the heat. And for Iago, I mean, he was going for the biggest air maybe we've seen all season on the fall, where he's kicked things off on his opening ride. For Italo, he fell on some turns that could have got his scores into the excellent range, but Ferreira's still in the lead, a 7 and a 6.67 as we go into the recap of the final.
Yeah, once again, we're going to talk about manufacturing a score. Look at that wave, kind of smaller side, but he was able to get that lofty into the flats air. Combination with another one. And the rest is just a little bonus for him to finish it off with the snap right there. Make sure he completed that wave, and then Iago came with a nice tight carve, but the wave didn't really provided him that steep section that you would hope for. And then Italo right here with the chance to probably nail this heat. Massive opening turn, airdropping, beautiful rhythm and flow to that wave. Barely moving the board, but right here, maybe getting his head ahead of himself. Not being present in that little moment and just missing a massive opportunity for him.
Now checking out the crowd on this beautiful afternoon, almost wrapping up another incredible event. Italo's manager, Marcos, starting to pace a little bit. He's probably happy that one of his best friends in the world, more like a brother, is getting very close to getting his first victory at home in Brazil. We talk about how busy it is for all the athletes on tour this week, but more focus on the Brazilians as well, being home for this short period of time on a long road on the championship tour to meet with sponsors, sign new deals, make everybody happy, but then to win in Brazil at the same time. Talk about your stock going through the roof as a Brazilian athlete.
I mean, if you're a Brazilian surfer, this is the moment to shine, no doubt. So it's very important. It's very taxing for these guys, the amount of pressure they have, because they know all of that, Joe. It's not just us thinking about it. They're also thinking when they're going to bed or they're doing whatever they are. A lot of pressure on top of them.
Looks like we could have a paddle. Dora on the wind-up. Big front side air. Lays back and does not recover. Got a lot of height. Thought he had the landing and just couldn't ride free. Minute 25 to go. Was looking for an 8. That would have been a fair attempt at it.
Definitely, and that could have been Italo's mistake right there. Look how lofty that is, but his feet come undone, goes a little bit towards the rail, and then he can't regroup. And even if he did it, it wasn't going to be the score. It was already too late. Unfortunately for him, as he was landing that back foot, went a little bit to the rail, and he ended up missing. Because that was a transitional error as well. He was probably going to, if he landed clean, he was probably going to get a closeout turn, and you'd have been looking at a very big score for him.
Gosh, that was a very valiant effort to try to get back up basically on one foot. The nice work, Jesse, identifying that back foot that got clipped as he came down. So now Italo is going to be right on top of Dora with priority and a nice lead out front. With 30 seconds, Iago doesn't have too many options.
Yeah, and once again, as you saw it on the screen right there, always a little bit underneath the opponent to make sure he has a little bit more time to decide what he's going to do in order to pull the trigger or not. But with 15 seconds left, next wave coming, he's going to go. I have no doubt about it.
Now moving with 10 seconds on the clock. Italo right in front of Iago's already made a solid effort to take this last wave, and we are into the countdown. Italo couldn't even catch up to it. He looks back, and it's not going to matter. The moment has come true for this man from Bahia Formosa. A lot of hard work to make his first final out here in Brazil, turns it into an event title. And your champion, Italo Ferreira of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, with a 7 and a 6.67, and a lot of the major highlights from this event.
Man, that was beautiful to see both of the best surfers of the event in the finals and displaying an amazing finals for us. Obviously, the waves are a bit slow, but still the type of surfing and the level of surfing that Italo mostly presented to us was beautiful to watch. What a moment for him. Winning in the home crowd, he's going to be stoked.
His dad's already on the news. The media right there, ready for the quote. They will be busy for the rest of the evening, and the parties will begin now on the streets of Saquarema and throughout Brazil, all the way back up north to Bahia Formosa, where it all started for this man. 2 wins this season, and also getting a win over the toughest guy to beat. And there's his backflip moment. He had to fit that in quickly, but you think about his finals and the way he's won. You know, Iago's been the guy at Saquarema. He beat John Florence and maxed out Teahupo. That's the way to do it.
Man, it's hard enough to get an event win in a lifetime, and he's done it twice just this year, so he's back at it. He's been going through a few tough results in the beginning of the year, almost falling off. Last year, same thing, but now on top of the world.
Now Italo has 9 championship tour victories, equal now with John Florence, with the guys that are full-time on the championship tour. And now a serious contender to show back up at the Lexus WSL Finals and enjoying the victory lap on the Red Bull ski.
He's giving a hard time for the ski driver right there.
Driver's going, I love you, but I can't breathe. That's the passion and fire that we've grown to love from Italo. Instantly a fun human being to be around when we met him. Against all odds, coming from humble beginnings, his first surfboard, the lid of his dad's ice chest. Now getting some of the best boards in the world from Timmy Patterson and Tico and Teco. Timmy Patterson getting some crucial points on the Vista CT Shaper rankings. Congrats to Timmy and the entire crew. And also Tico, who's on site now, building his boards in Brazil since Italo was about 14 years of age. But Iago continuing his consistency as well. Back-to-back finals, the last 2 events of the season.
Man, this is cool. I love sportsmanship. Iago's such a gentleman. Also Italo as well. This is beautiful to watch.
Now we've got the entire security team clearing the way.
Bochecha. Bochecha moleque.
Yeah, that's right. His longtime filmer, one of his best friends. Italo's all time. He carries all of his best friends with him around the world that he grew up with. He's got his little institute there that helps you if you want to get into surfing, but it's not just about that. It promotes just following your path and your dreams academically, whatever profession you might be. So he's given a lot back to his community. And how about this?
This was awesome.
Abraço.
Abraço. Meaningful one.
A very meaningful hug right there for Italo to his father.
The
And now here
backflip.
comes the backflip.
Oh, that's kind of tweaked.
Yeah, he tweaked it out this time. I think a better landing than his one in Tahiti,
Yes.
actually.
Kind of side landed like on top of the board.
Always improving. What a finish to stop number 8 of the year. Katie Simmers winning the women's. Italo Ferreira winning the men's. Just one more event to go in the regular season to work out the Lexus WSL Finals. Let's hear from the champion on the glass.
Guys, I'm here with a big winner. This guy, he knows how to win, but how is it to win in Rio, in Saquarema? Is it different from other places? Congratulations.
Yeah, for sure. I'm like emotional right now because I would love to win this comp for my dad. You know, he's one of my biggest inspiration in life. You know, we came from the bottom, and then right now we're on the top. So I just want to say thank you, God, for everything. My family, friends, and I was dreaming for this moment right now. So yeah, this is a special one.
You really deserve it. Your dad deserves it. Then send a message to all your fans in Brazil that are freaking out for you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, everyone. That was a really, really special event. Like on the beach, outside, on the water. And yeah, that's going to be one of my best victories for sure.
A lot of emotions right now. Do you want to say a few Portuguese words?
Então, estou muito feliz, realmente. Eu queria muito vencer esse campeonato, eu treinei muito. E graças a Deus, Deus realizou meu sonho, pô, chorou muito esses dias na minha casa, a minha mãe. E, pô, é só Deus, tá ligado? Não tenho o que explicar. Na minha vida inteira, todas as minhas vitórias, tudo que eu conquistei hoje, para a honra e glória do Senhor. Não é meu talento, não adianta você tentar na força do braço que não vai acontecer. Então, pô, eu realmente entreguei nas mãos de Deus e só deixei acontecer, que ele fizesse o trabalho e eu só fiz a parte mais fácil.
And you now are in the top 5. Are you looking for another title?
I don't know, this is the other thing to, you know, like, it's gonna be a little bit like far right now, you know, but I'm just gonna enjoy my win with my family and friends, and after that I can think about Fiji and anything to get barrel, I don't know. And yeah, but this is my moment, so I'm thinking right now.
Have fun and enjoy your moment. Congratulations. Back to you guys. What a moment here in Saquarema.
Thank you so much, Manu. Powerful moment for Italo, for his entire family. That's a proud father. Coming from very humble beginnings and giving back to their community. And once again on top of the world, the best in Saquarema this year in 2024, beating last year's champion, the best of the event in the final together as the celebrations are starting now. Coming up next, the Corona Cerro Post Show, hosted by Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, and Mitchell Salazar. We'll see you there.
It is the Corona Cerro post show for finals day at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Remember Corona Cerro, all natural ingredients, 0% ABV. I like mine with a lime, and I hope you like the show. We're gonna wrap up all of the happenings here in Saquarema, this beautiful beach town, about 70 miles east of Rio de Janeiro proper, but the whole city unloaded on the beach here at Itona to see a back-to-back win by our women's champ, Katie Simmers, and an emotional, exciting victory for Italo Ferreira in a final with Iago Dora, all Brazilian final. Caipo Guerrero, along with Jesse Mendes, Micho Salazar. Jesse, I'm gonna start with you. You gotta be proud of all Brazilian final. The boys came out here and showed out.
I mean, what I'm more stoked about is the fact that they were the two best surfers of the event. The 4 best scores was for them too, and the type of surfing they were doing, the type of rhythm they had in the ocean was deserving to see them in the final.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers add up, right? And that doesn't always happen in competitions. Sometimes, you know, there's some weird, you know, buzzer beaters. There's some circumstances that don't happen. But this, I agree with you. The 2 best surfers in this event won the men's division, Mitchell.
Yeah, they definitely did, but you can't go back or past the consistency, out of the 2 guys that were in the final, too. Italo's won 2 out of the last 3 events, Kaipo. I mean, he came from being really far behind in the rankings to now being nearly in the top 5. Same thing for Iago Dora. He's made back-to-back finals on the CT.
Yeah, the late charge of the Brazilians in that sprint to the final 5 is real. And, you know, we looked at Italo Ferreira, Gabe Medina, as well as Iago Dora, you know, really low on the rankings after stop number 5. We'll take a look at the bracket right here. And the pathway, Jesse, for Italo Ferreira for his 9th career CT win.
I mean, that's a tough pathway. Mostly on a day like today, you get someone like Connor O'Leary that is so powerful, lays the rail like no one, and to take that one in the quarterfinals and then into Griffin Colapinto and Iago, it's like, doesn't get better than that. That's a beautiful day for Italo.
Yeah, you know, that challenge with Griffin Colapinto, that was a tough one for Italo Ferreira, especially Colapinto coming off of taking out Gabe Medina, but here's the energy that Italo Ferreira had throughout this entire event, Mitchell. Let's take a look at Italo's road to the final, his first win in Brazil.
Yeah, pretty crazy that that's a fact, but he defeated the intelligent Connor O'Leary, eventually had to go up against Griffin Colapinto, who had a couple of 7s in his scoreline, and he was just able to do enough in this quarterfinal against Connor to move past him into the semis. He used the energy into his favor, Kaipo, eventually made it to this round and defeated Griffin with a big score right here with this rotation.
Oh, put it down, Italo Ferreira. And mind you, we saw that as well earlier in the competition from Ferreira. Round of 16, Italo Ferreira, 17.52 heat score. He went excellent over and over again, Jesse.
Yeah, and just the amount of intensity in every turn he was doing. Look at his floater. Obviously, he made a normal floater look so critical, and the amount of momentum and speed throughout that lip line was impressive. And right here, manufacturing that score on the final, launching that air into the flats. Look at his head right there. It bounces off. This just shows how much impact he had to absorb. And then just to finish it off, another one. Like there's, like it's nothing, like it's a little floater.
I mean, I love the level of progression that we're seeing, Mitchell, on the championship tour. We saw progression at stop number 7 at Punta Roca. We saw more progression here, stop number 8 at Itona.
Truly, and Italo was at the forefront of that with Iago in the final right here, all Brazilian men's final once again. The last 3 years, we've seen it twice. I do want to say, though, probably the best event I've seen compete in terms of competing here in Brazil by these 2 guys that were making it to the final. Iago is very consistent all event long, and of course the men's champion too.
Italo Ferreira, I mean, think of the feeling that he has right now. He beats John Florence in Tahiti in Gaping Barrels, and then he beats probably one of the most progressive surfers in the world, Iago Dora, here in Saquarema. Talk about range. That's a big range that Italo has in his surfing.
Definitely, and he's just, I love the rail type of surfing that he did in this event as well. So many waves, he was just relaying into that. We saw it in the final, a massive car for him, ended up falling, but would have been a great score. And yeah, he's all-around surfer nowadays.
A modest final in the numbers that Italo has been putting up throughout this event, but still got the job done in this final. Like, again, his 9th career win on the championship tour, and that ties him with John Florence. So 2 greats right now, adding up their CT wins in 2024, Mitchell.
In less than 10 years, too. In less than 10 years, he's looking for his 2nd world championship. And the one guy that left off of the Olympic team, too, Kaipo, when he was looking to defend his gold medal over there, he had an inconsistent 2023. Not the case in 24 right here.
Yeah, late charge by Italo, and a strong late charge as well. Well, in the women's division, we had a different story. When we take a look here for the road for Katie Simmers, going back-to-back in Brazil, Jesse.
I mean, it would have been perfect if Iago won, because both of those surfers won last year, right? But then this time was a bit different. But today, Caitlin Simmers was in such a good rhythm on the women's side. Everywhere she was going, she would get good waves. It was just very impressive. Under priority, with priority, she was just in tune and turned out to take the win.
Yeah, and Katie, as we check out her road to back-to-back victories here in Saquarema, Katie really utilized some sharp backhand surfing, Mitch.
Definitely did, and her wave selection was always on point. She made sure to be on the best waves in the 30 to 35 minutes that she had out there. And it wasn't always pretty, Kaipo. Remember, out of the 2 champions, she was the only one that got sent to the elimination round, had to surf 3 heats today, and was always dropping at least 12 points en route to victory. The patience, we talked about it, the maturity, but also the maneuver selection. She had no issue going for the big turns out there.
Small frame, but she was so solid on her board, Jesse, to negotiate the warble, the backwash, everything that's coming at you here in Saquarema. Katie Simmers was able to ride out of some incredible finishes.
Yeah, you can't deny that she's one of the biggest chargers in women's surfing right now. The fact that she's no scared of hitting lips, we're not going to see in this case right here, obviously a smaller wave, but she's done it all event, and she did it in the final as well. Just so impressive, and how calm and collected she is on top of the board, always hanging pretty loose, doesn't seem to be stressed whatsoever, even though she's under pressure circumstances.
Mitch, she cleaned up this final in her first 2 waves.
In the first 5 minutes of the final, too, which is kind of crazy knowing that Sawyer hadn't lost a heat up until this point either. Extremely consistent once again. Her wave selection was on point, and I really like the maneuver selection on a lot of these waves too, Kaipo. She was able to use patience to her advantage, and for an 18-year-old to compete like this in Brazil and get back-to-back championships, incredible stuff.
Yeah, she's the first back-to-back winner since Tyler Wright did it in 16 and 17 over there in Barra de Juca. The crowd loved it. We loved the surfing. And on top of all of this, and on top of all the accolades for Katie Simmers, she's also, Jesse, clinched her spot in the Lexus WSL Finals.
I mean, expectable, right? Like the type of year she's been having, she deserves to be up there, and just creating a huge gap into 2nd place, and everyone to catch up to her in the last event. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what she's going to bring to event number 9. Look at those numbers, a 7.83, 7.67, like you said, Mitchell, done really in the first 6 minutes of a 35-minute final.
Yeah, and she's the only American that's won here twice, which is absurd knowing how good Courtney was, how many finals Lakey was able to make here in the past. So a big number right there in just her first 2 years of competing at this venue, Kipes.
Yeah, and a bright, bright future. I want to also mention Sawyer Lindblad in her 2nd final in a rookie season. Sawyer Lindblad, that surfer from San Clemente, Jesse, is going to be one to look out for, not just this year, but for a long time in the future.
100%, and yes, she's definitely one to look up for. Very young still, a lot to mature, and once she does, man, she's gonna be so dangerous, because she already is.
Yeah, she sure is. Well, I think it's time. We're gonna go to our Natura Kayak Wave of the Day. We can feel the power of freshness with us as we check out the Wave of the Day, and it was expected to be from one of our top performers, or runner-up here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. The Natura Kayak Wave of the Day goes to Iago Doro, Mitch.
Yeah, and not only was he impressive in the air once again, he was able to lay it on rail for one of the highest scores of the event. This was a 9.33 in the semifinal against Jordy Smith. Jesse, you were able to call this heat. Not only was he impressive in the air, the rail surfing just as good from my perspective.
And are you kidding me? This is some of the prettiest laybacks you're going to see this week, if not the prettiest. It's just flawless. The amount of flow and rhythm and style that Iago carries is amazing.
Yeah, just torqued out. Well, the party's continuing here on the beach. Seems like half of Rio de Janeiro has made their way here to Saquarema, and about 1,000 soccer balls as well, Mitchell.
Alcina's going to be played tonight. We got 2 Brazilian finalists out there on the men's side, Kipes.
Well, let's freshen you up. Let's take a look at what the men's rankings look like after stop number 8 on the championship tour. And we can see right now, Italo Ferreira, he's in that final 5 conversation, Jess.
I mean, what I want to mention here is like 5th and 6th place. They're basically tied. Whoever gets in front of the next event, it's going to make the top 5.
Okay, we got some scenarios here, and we can take some time to digest this. Iago Dora is 1 spot off, Mitchell, but next stop is in a roping left-hander.
Oh, my heart's beating too fast right now, guys. I feel for Jordy Smith right now. I feel for Jordy Smith. He's down to number 7. Count discount Gabe either. He's right there at number 8. He's a former champion over there in Fiji. I do want to say, though, I don't think that Jack Robinson's satisfied with number 3 right now. He's really good in those types of waves. And remember last year, him, Iago, and Chumbinho, they had a trip over there in Fiji, and it was quite large, Kaipo. Yeah. That kid could easily win his number 3 event of the year.
And I wouldn't count Gabriel Medina out as well, Jesse.
I'm totally with you. He's only a little bit above 2,000 points behind, 3,000 points behind Ethan Ewing, and that's basically a semifinals and a win. And if you pick someone to win a place like Fiji, you can pick Medina, no problem.
Yeah. Well, let's celebrate Italo Ferreira and Katie Simmers. For that, I'm going to throw it to Joe Tupel for our official awards ceremony. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Kaipo. Obrigado, everybody. Oi, galera. How's everyone doing out there?
Boa tarde, Saquarema!
Welcome, everybody. The official awards presentation for the 2024 Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, the 8th stop of the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour.
Sejam muito bem-vindos à entrega oficial de prêmios aqui do Vivo Rio Pro, apresentado por Corona, do ano de 2024, que é a 8ª parada do Tour, do Championship Tour.
You guys are the best. Honestly, some of the best fans in the entire planet. The most passionate, the most vibrant. You guys make this event so special. Thousands and thousands of people coming down here every year to back the outstanding performances from the best surfers in the world. From huge airs that we saw today, big turns, all the air show that we have on Sunday. That was insane watching that from the sky. This will go down as the biggest event in history, the 2024 Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, and all of you are a part of that, which is extra special. All of our regional sponsors, thank you so much. The city of Saquarema, of course, for hosting us. Rio de Janeiro, the state government, you guys are absolutely incredible. Also, big thanks to the WSL Latin American team for all the hard work that you put in behind the scenes to make this event extra special. And once again, best fans in the world, thank you so much.
É isso aí, gente, de volta ao Brasil. E não tem uma pessoa que não fale que a energia dos brasileiros é maravilhosa, é sem igual. Graças a vocês que ficam aí na torcida, vocês fazem toda a diferença.
Also want to thank our incredible partners, our title partner, Vivo, our presenting partner, Corona, our tour partners, Shiseido, Yeti, Bonsoi, Eventbrite, Red Bull, Banco do Brasil, the Rio de Janeiro state government, the city of Saquarema, Bamba, Natura Kayak, Maitera, EY, Florence, Surfline, and True Surf. Muito obrigado. Valeu for all the support. Got some really important people up here that make this event really, really special. Ivan Martino, the president of WSL Latin America. Thank you so much for all that you do. Also, Manuela Perez, the mayor of Saquarema, always hosting us so incredibly well. Love your family, love your town. Thanks for having us. Rafael Pisciani, Secretary of Sports and Leisure of State of Rio de Janeiro. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Also, Jesse Miley Dyer, the commissioner of the sport, doing a great job. Really proud of you. Thanks for having us and doing a great job all year long, like you always do.
Muito obrigada, nossa prefeita Manuela Pérez e toda a equipe Latinoamérica do WSL, que tem feito um ótimo trabalho. Cada ano que passa, esse evento se supera e esse é o maior de todos até agora.
Now it's time to talk to our champions, our surfers that worked so hard this week to make the final. This young surfer, 18 years of age, from a place called San Clemente, California, had another shot at a final in just her rookie year on tour. Let's hear it for your runner-up in the women's final, Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, this year just gets better and better and better. You were lights out all the way into the final and getting to achieve another big moment with your best friend on tour. What's your biggest takeaway from another outstanding performance on tour this year?
Yeah, that was pretty incredible to share a final with Katie. We've been surfing against each other since we were 8, so yeah, that was really special, and yeah, I'm so happy I made another final this year.
Now to Rachel.
Ela acabou de falar que ela é amiga da Kate desde criancinha, elas surfam juntas, então foi uma final muito especial para ela, que é novata agora no CT, e ela está muito feliz, claro, de ser a vice-campeã.
One more time for Sawyer Lindblad, runner-up at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Now let's hear it for a guy that you know pretty well, won this event last year, has been the most consistent surfer in the last few years at Saquarema. Your runner-up in the men's event, representing Brazil, Iago Dora. Parabéns, Malik. That was amazing, man. The way you connect with the crowd, the way you connect with everybody at home, the 9s that you threw down to another podium in back-to-back seasons. How are you taking in this moment?
Yeah, can I speak Portuguese?
Of course.
Obrigado a toda a galera que vem pra praia todo ano acompanhar a gente. Muito feliz, vocês alimentam muito a nossa energia. A gente tem muito prazer em surfar na frente de vocês. E dessa vez estou levando uma ondinha um pouco menor que a do ano passado, mas amarradão. Parabéns pro Ítalo, parabéns para as meninas também. Todo mundo surfou muito e valeu. Agradecimento especial a vocês aí.
Quickly, just a few words in English if you don't mind. Post mid-season cut. The fire that you had. You're at 22 in the world, and now just outside the final 5. What's changed all of a sudden from El Salvador back-to-back finals, your performance in Tahiti? It's been phenomenal to watch.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I think I just changed the mindset, changed my approach. I'm just kind of freeing up right now and trying to be myself and surf the way I like to surf. And I've been really enjoying it. It's been the most fun few events I ever had on tour, and it's been really good. I'm really happy. I want to thank all my team, everyone that supports me, all my sponsors, and WSL for putting this amazing event and this massive crowd for showing up. It's the best vibes ever.
Muito obrigado, parabéns.
Thank you.
Now let's hear for your champion of the women's event in back-to-back seasons, your current world number 1 from Oceanside, California. Let's hear it for Caitlin Simmers. You can hold it up real quick. Want to have a moment real quick with all the fans and the photos? You've done this before. All you know how to do is win in Brazil. How cool is that? Back-to-back victories. You only felt first place This place has been really good to you. How you feeling?
Yeah, all I know how to do is backside cutbacks and snaps. But yeah, I mean, I'm literally wearing the colors of Brazil right now, so I kind of have some juju over here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think probably no one knows what I'm saying out there, but obrigada.
Ela está muito feliz de mais um ano, né, ser a campeã. No passado ela também estava aqui com esse troféu. Ela está amarradona com os fãs brasileiros, todo mundo também gosta muito dela. E ela está agradecendo, falou em português, obrigada.
Also, congratulations, Katie. You're going to lower trestles for the Lexus WSL Finals to compete for a world title this year. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's a wild feeling.
Let's soak it in. Yeah, have some fun tonight. Congratulations. Enjoy the moment.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks, everyone on WSL. Yeah, they put together a really amazing series for us all, and yeah, we're pretty lucky on what we got, all of the surfers. But yeah, this place is beautiful, and I've just been enjoying it, and yeah, I've been really just thankful for kind of the people that support me and the people kind of that are close to me and the people that believe in me, I guess. But yeah, I'm really happy.
Congrats. Thanks for being our friend. Number 1 in the world, Katie Simmers. 3 wins this year on the championship tour. She's guaranteed to be at lower trestles to compete for a world title in September. Now, the last man standing, a 2019 world champion picking up his 2nd win of the year, but his first ever here in his home country of Brazil. Your champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, Italo Ferreira. Italo picking up his 9th career championship tour win. In the finest form I've seen you in a long time, man. Absolutely ripping. You're winning. Your backflip off the stage earlier was the best one I've ever seen you do.
Yeah, that was a good one, huh? I'm gonna speak Portuguese better, right? Então, galera, realmente foram dias incríveis aqui em Saquarema. Parabéns todo o público, a WSL e todos os patrocinadores. Pela realização desse evento. Realmente é um evento gigantesco e que transforma cada vez, né, o cenário do surf, e a gente acaba ganhando cada vez mais, né? E isso transforma nossas vidas, nos impulsiona, né, muda a vida daqueles que estão ao nosso redor, né? E hoje, graças a Deus, eu consegui essa vitória. Era um dos lugares do mundo que eu não tinha vencido ainda, e eu coloquei isso na cabeça. Orei muito por essa vitória, junto com a minha família, com os meus amigos, né? E Deus realizou esse sonho, né? Então, não só basta a gente ter talento, né? A gente tem que acreditar e ter fé que é possível também, né? Então, por algumas vezes eu tentei na força do braço e eu vi que isso que não acontece da forma que a gente quer, e sim da forma que Deus planeja. E a gente tem que acreditar até o fim. Então, agradecer primeiramente a Deus, né, pela essa oportunidade de poder estar aqui hoje, né, com esse troféu de primeiro lugar, que eu dedico ao meu pai, que é uma inspiração para mim. E a gente veio do nada. É fácil para as pessoas apontar o dedo em alguns momentos, né, mas elas não sabem o que a gente passou até chegar aqui, né? O quão a gente se dedicou e acreditou que isso era possível, né? Então, essa é para você, pai. Tá aí, ó.
What a moment for your whole family. Quickly, just shortly in English, what does it mean to hand that trophy to your dad right now?
This is a really special moment for me, you know. I was dreaming for that, and then I say, Dad, I'm gonna give you the trophy, and then this is a really, really good moment. And then super stoked right now, and I just want to say thank you, God, for everything. So give me the trophy back, Pat.
Perfect, beautiful. Congratulations, Italo. This is a great moment seeing you in this kind of form, your second win, and all roads are looking incredible to compete for another world title this year. Parabéns, irmão. Enjoy the moment and your night tonight.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good day, for sure. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to our champions. Katie going back-to-back, #1 in the world. Yago showing up again, and Sawyer, what an incredible rookie season. The celebration will continue down here on the beach as we send it back to the Corona Cero Post Show with Kaipo. Muito obrigado. Valeu.
Muito obrigada.
Oh man, pretty classic presentation, some classic personalities there. You know, Italo Ferreira, that final 5, he's there, he's #4 in the rankings. And he's putting himself a chance for another world title. The storylines continue, but we haven't talked about Katie Simmers, Mitchell, who's clinched her spot in the final 5, and she's way ahead of the women's rankings. Let's take a look at our women's rankings after stop #8 here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, because there's been some movement up there, mostly by Katie Simmers. Mitchell, look at that lead, 48,000 points.
Yeah, close to 6,000 points separating her and Caroline Marks in second place. Still outstanding stuff by Brisa Hennessy. Do want to point out, though, the only change that we saw in the top 5, Gabriella Bryan did move up to the #5 spot. Still, the only person, though, as you mentioned, to clinch is Caitlin Simmers.
Yep, it's going to be a sprint now for that final 5 position. We have 4 more spots left for the women. We have 4 more spots left for the men. And that sprint's gonna happen, guys. Stop #9, we're bringing back a classic, Jesse. A classic, the Corona Fiji Pro, stop #9.
I mean, I can't wait for that. Mostly for me, goofy footer. I love seeing those type of conditions, and it's gonna be one of the best one to watch, in my opinion. Like, you have barrels, you have ripping lefts, and you have all of that going down to see who clinched the top 5.
Mitchell, what a way to settle the other 4 spots for our men and women. None other than Cloudbreak out in Fiji.
Yeah, and it's been 7 years since we've been there, too. It's really exciting to be able to go back as a goofy footer, as Jesse mentioned. It's really awesome to see another left on tour. It took us a long time, and now knowing that that's going to be a venue to really qualify a lot of people for the Lexus WSL Finals, I'm excited to see something different. Kaipo was about dang time.
Yeah, August 20th. That's going to kick off over there in Cloudbreak, right off of that beautiful heart-shaped island of Tavarua. We got more stuff to talk about right now. Our Vista CT Shaper rankings. I'm going to keep this with Mitch, with you. I know you're a fan of Loss.
It's over.
There's 67,000
It's
points.
over.
67,000 points ahead of #2 Sharp Eye.
Yeah, they moved up, though, so shout out to Marcia Zuvi and the entire team over there at Sharp Eye. Once again, Paizel getting some points with John at this event. But DHD, they were out of the top 5. Kaipo, they moved up to #5. And once again, CI, they've been in the top 5 all year long. This is over, though. Mayhem, once again, they're going to be wearing yellow at the end of the year.
It'd be hard-pressed, I think, to find Matt Biolis in yellow. I can't wait to see him.
He's going to be wearing that jersey.
In a yellow shirt. Matt, we're going to make one for you. This is good stuff. You know what's other good stuff? Favorite part, Jesse? I get to talk about our top 5 moments of this event. And we had so many good moments, but let's check out our top 5 moments of this event, starting with #5. #5 is an obvious one. We saw the awards presentation. #5, Jesse, the crowd, the people, everyone coming out, the energy here in Saquarema.
Hey man, it feels like a soccer day. It feels like I'm going to the soccer field and watching a big game. It's amazing to watch all this crowd supports the Brazilians and actually all the surfers. They love watching good surfing. And look at that, from all ages, from young to older, and it's making it more special.
Yeah, what a crowd, great energy. Love it. That's why we come here. #4, it was Dora Dominance here, Mitchell. Back-to-back finals in Saquarema.
Yeah, he's catching fire, too. 2 finals in a row, a couple runner-up finishes. He's just outside of the top 5. But as we were explaining before, it's not just the aerial attack that he has on display, it's also the combination of maneuvers on rail. And to me, guys, this guy makes it to lower trestles. We could easily be seeing another name next to Brazil right there in terms of world champions, Kaipo. To me, he's the most creative surfer on tour. I'd love to see him compete at the Lexus WSL Finals.
Yeah, well, he's just right outside that Final 5 conversation, sitting at number 6 in the rankings, going into stop number 9. So it's right within that strong grasp of Iago Dora.
I love how you mentioned how creative he is. Even on his backhand in El Salvador, where we saw it, that type of surfing, you don't see it often. And here, obviously expecting for him to do every bag in the trick as he did it today.
Number 3, Jesse, rookie magic. 2 finals this year for Sawyer Lindblad.
How's that, right? Like for you to have your back against the wall before the cut, making a final, and right here once again, unfortunately for her, couldn't really provide much opportunities for herself in the finals, but great surfing on rail. Looks like a veteran, finishing off with very critical turns, being very smart, beating some big names, and yeah, just shows how ready she is for the tour.
Number 2, Katie Simmers, Mitchell. She goes back-to-back here at the Vivo Rio Pro, and she clinches her spot in the WSL Finals.
7-6-0, baby, 7-6-0, repping the O side right there for Caitlin Simmers. Not only did she go back-to-back, she demonstrated why she's leading the rankings right now, Kaipo. Composed, mature, and I mean, the arsenal that she has on the attack right there. She mentioned with Joe up on stage that she only can do backhand cutbacks. That's not true. She can truly go up into the lip line and hit it with a lot of power too.
Ah, what the feeling for Katie Simmers. And that brings us to number 1. Bravo, Italo Ferreira, 9th CT win, 2 CT wins this season. Italo on fire, Jesse.
I mean, well-deserved for him, obviously. They're basically tied as far as performances on the men's side, him and Iago, but man, for you to take the win, you got to do it in the finals as well, and he did it. He found the right waves. He looked calm, collective, barely had any mistakes besides this wave right here that we're watching. He could have put the nail in the coffin, but left the door open for Iago, but Iago didn't take the opportunity, and Italo took the win on this one.
Oh, talk about a passionate win. Giving the trophy to his dad. A career that's taking it back. A career that started by surfing on a cooler lid, and now he is not just a world champ, not just a gold medalist, but a 9-time CT champ. And I would love to see him in the WSL Finals at the end of the year after stop number 9 over in Fiji. Oh man, what a great event that we've had here. But the show will continue. First of all, thank you, Jesse. It's been awesome to have you and all your analysts. Always good to work with you, Mitchell. Such a good time. But remember, the show still goes on. We're going to talk about the path to the championship tour. That's via the Challenger Series. That's the Bolito Pro presented by O'Neill. That starts July 1st. Tune into WorldSurfLeague.com for all of those updates. And with that, I'd like to give you guys a big cheers. The Coronaceros.
Cheers, everyone.
Salud.
I've never been to an event where everyone's just like screaming your name when you're walking down or like cheering for you when you get a good wave. I've never witnessed a more energetic, just happy people.
This is basically the surf mecca of Brazil. I'm just very grateful to be a part of it.
Yeah, we can hear them from the water. We don't have this anywhere around the world.
It's a crazy feeling when there's thousands of people on the beach that are going against you. When I would make my turns, it was like the quietest ever, and then when she would do a turn, it was like the whole beach was just vibrating. Yeah, I mean, I love it.
feel like more excited, you know, all the fans like screaming on the beach and everyone's like, yeah, and it's super fun, yeah. And you can see that, yeah.
How's it out there? Pumping. Yeah, it's gonna be a good day.
No, the dead don't die. I can feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath. I can hear that sound. I won't take no less. Gonna burn this town. I've been so lost. Help me up, never let it fall. Help me roll like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, 'cause you know but I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair.
You think you're gonna win the event?
I mean, that's the plan.
Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my
Iago's walking out right now. Crowd is stacked. You can hear them. They chant Iago.
That's how it goes. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone.
Katie Simmers is your champ. And a nice victory lap always feels good.
The moment has come true for this man from Bahia Formosa. A lot of hard work to make his first final out here in Brazil, turns it into an event title. And your champion, Italo Freire of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.